Chapter 601. Are you really not going to be cut? Is your head just for decoration? This was a phrase often said when someone's lack of thought became frustrating. In this case, it meant the ferryman was frustrated with him. Encrid clasped his hands together, assuming a posture of attentive listening. While providing feedback was part of being a good listener, one's demeanor toward the speaker was equally important. Tilting his head slightly toward the speaker and nodding to indicate he was paying attention was part of it. When Encrid adopted this manner, the boatman asked, "What are you doing?" "Getting ready to listen." "To what?" What else could it be? Surely it was some hint the frustrated man was about to give. Encrid answered silently, his gaze speaking for him. "You're truly insane," the boatman muttered, almost in admiration, before asking, "Do you think you can stop it?" And with that, the world around him blurred. The boatman began dissolving like grains of sand, signaling the end of the dream. Encrid did not awaken with a sudden flash of inspiration from the boatman's words. Rather, a sense of unease lingered in his chest, like something was slightly off, a vague discomfort tugging at his heart. "What kind of gibberish was that?" he muttered. In response, the boatman chuckled lightly and said, "Life eternally, that is your path." To Encrid, the words felt hollow, as though spoken out of duty rather than conviction. "I refuse." With that, Encrid opened his eyes, waking from his nap into the present day. Can it truly be stopped? Wasn't that precisely what he had been struggling to do? Even as the question weighed on his mind, his body moved instinctively, cutting through the flames. To cut the flames might sound poetic in words, but Encrid was doing it quite literally. Armed with nothing but his trusty black gold longsword, he abandoned his armor, cutting its straps loose, and set out running into the thick of it all. "Where are you going?" Luagar asked from behind, her voice trailing after him. Delma, holding a cup of water, blinked in confusion. Encrid allowed himself a brief moment of sentimentality as he replied, "I'm making sure you kids can't follow." As he passed by, he heard Delma's faint response, delayed due to the speed at which his thoughts and body raced forward. "What?" It was a simple question, barely audible, but it was clear he hadn't understood him. "I won't let you follow after me. I will stop it." As he spoke those words, Encrid hardened his resolve, readying himself for yet another round of today. There was no time to deliberate, so he accelerated his thoughts, charging into the day headfirst. And then there was the boatman, always there in moments of death. "I'll teach you the way," the boatman said one day, his tone unusually kind compared to before. From then on, the boatman's demeanor shifted. Gone was the frustration. In its place came unsolicited advice delivered without malice. If you can't save everything, save part of it. Abandon the area around the slums. Prepare and face the flames when they come. You might survive that way. The advice was clear. Use the time it took for the flames to consume people, children, mothers, buildings, horses, and stable hands to prepare. "Are you feeling unwell?" Encrid asked, responding earnestly to the boatman's sudden helpfulness. The boatman shrugged off the question and continued, "Sacrifice is inevitable. Some will die. It's unavoidable. No one will bless what you achieve. What are you even fighting so desperately for? At least try holding them off at the village square entrance. That might work." Ha! The boatman's words wavered between help and mockery, his tone consistently irritating. Even so, Encrid couldn't forget one of his earlier statements. "Do you think you can stop it?" Encrid found himself answering the void. "That's exactly why I'm trying so damn hard." Yet the cycle continued. He repeated today, dying in flames over and over again. Though his swordsmanship grew more refined and he became skilled at cutting through the intangible form of flames, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. He persisted, learning and improving, but still met the same fiery end each day. It felt like exploring an endless cave, every step forward accompanied by the searing pain of burning alive. Even so, Encrid never felt his approach was wrong. His belief was simple: cut and endure. That was the only path toward the light. But perhaps the light wasn't the only path forward. Sometimes, a road lay hidden in the shadows, just as valid and true as one illuminated by sunlight. Ultimately, there was no absolute right or wrong path, only choices. And for Encrid, two options presented themselves. One, continue as he had, struggling until the flames consumed neither the people nor the city. Some lives and parts of the city would inevitably be lost. But the alternative? The alternative was to heed the boatman's advice and sacrifice some to save the rest. This unyielding inferno wasn't targeting Encrid alone. Its goal was the city itself. If it had only reacted to provocations, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated so direly. When the flames consumed him, the pain was so excruciating that even Encrid wavered in his resolve at times. The agony was overwhelming, a moment of torment that seemed endless. Still, his sword swings never faltered. On one of these repetitive days, Encrid pulled out a mirror mid-sprint and asked, why not simply overwhelm the mana? Encrid had no intention of changing the way he obtained information from Esther. The words "you think you can stop me" echoed in his mind, and his retort was a reflexive, almost taunting response. Even as he ran, he could see Esther's expression shift in the reflection of the mirror. A cold, sardonic smile settled on her face, and at the same time the treasure trove of knowledge within her began to unfold. Indeed, her mind was a repository of treasures, akin to a witch's wealth of knowledge, a priceless treasure in itself. Is it truly possible? In theory, yes, she said. Encrid's ears twitched at her words. It wasn't just that he was intrigued. His ears, like a fairy's, involuntarily reacted to the stimulus. A spell represents a phenomenon, and that phenomenon reflects power. Since all spells are fundamentally expressions of mana, what does that imply? If power far surpassing the spell, walking fire, were concentrated, what then? If one's will could dominate the mana borrowed from the vast forces of nature, then sure, it's possible. The faint empty apes at the end was barely audible, though Encrid, stunned, hardly registered it anyway. To surpass the mana of nature? Encrid recalled a time when he had sliced through a blazing projectile from a spell. When was that? It had been so long that the memory was hazy. But he vaguely recalled that it involved someone using a scroll. How he managed to cut it back then? There hadn't been much thought. He simply swung his sword with unwavering resolve. Why can't I do that now? Was it because the fire moved? If he borrowed Esther's reasoning, it was because the mana of nature repelled his will. Thus, even when he cut the spell, it wasn't severed. Instead, it exploded. His thoughts spiraled further. Following ingrained habits, he imagined fighting walking fire. Dying to it, saving a child and a mother, only to die in agony as the burning flames consumed his body and mind. And then the day would start all over again. Mana can be seen as a concept of supply and demand. What lies between the supplier and the demander? If that connection can be severed, if, as you said, it can be cut. The link between spell and caster was mana. The provocative questions drew more treasures from Esther's mental trove, and Encrid eagerly indulged in them. He hadn't unraveled the complex world of spells or constructed a new theoretical framework. Rather, he had stumbled upon a cruder, less sophisticated approach. Even as he betrayed his own determination not to burn to death again, Encrid spoke. Walking fire. His words, though spoken into the air, drew a sharp response from Luagar, who suddenly popped up from behind. Are you talking about the forbidden spell? Instead of activating the mirror, Encrid began moving his feet and said, I shouldn't have tried to block it in the first place. What? Instead of blocking, I should have cut it down. What are you talking about? To Luagar, It sounded like the ramblings of someone who had woken up from a deep sleep and lost their mind. "Do you think it can be stopped?" That had been the words of the boatman. What a lunatic of a boatman. As he ran, Encrid found himself thinking that, if he was going to explain, he could have done so clearly instead of laughing at his desperate attempts to block. Yet all his words boiled down to one conclusion: do not block. It wasn't about stopping, it was about cutting down and eradicating. But how? Simply enduring the flames by parrying and slicing had been an act of desperation, a last-ditch struggle born of sheer resolve. Back then, it had seemed like the only path illuminated, but now another way forward revealed itself.
"Did she say you must be superior?"
Esther had said as much. The key was to crush the walking fire spell with overwhelming power. But did one always need to maintain superiority? Surely not. His thoughts didn't accelerate to the point of genius, nor did they need to. Everything boiled down to one simple action. Will you really not be cut? Standing before the walking fire? Encrid asked aloud. The spell, lacking consciousness, couldn't respond. Yet Ocelanella, watching Encrid through the spell, heard his question. Anella might have thought it was madness, but Encrid was entirely sincere. The world is full of things that defy quantification, and Encrid was one of them. Anella studied him, observing and analyzing. If she burned the city, she believed he wouldn't back down so easily. But would he risk his life? That was a 50-50 chance. No matter the path he chose, it was a win for Anella. Each option led to outcomes she desired. If he persisted and was injured, she'd trigger her prepared traps to kill him. If he withdrew after saving a select few, that wouldn't be so bad either. This situation wasn't just about targeting Encrid. It also served to show the continent the might of the holy demonic sect by burning a city as a warning. Foolishness, Anella muttered. Her words were a response to the question, will you really not be cut? Naturally, Encrid didn't hear her. Her gaze, through the walking fire spell, remained fixed on him. Encrid's face remained indifferent, though there was a certain joy and excitement visible beneath his expression. The searing heat singed his hair, and beneath the singed strands, his blue eyes burned with a light as intense as the flames themselves. The silent sword was raised and struck down. The sword imbued with will cleave through the walking fire. It exploded and shattered. From the center of the blast, skin was torn, and the flames scorched his eyes and tongue. The damned pain returned, though it seemed less intense than before. Why? Is that your madness? The voice of the ferryman echoes in his dream. Encrid didn't respond, but instead gripped his sword. Even in the dream world, his sword was as real as the material world. The overflowing will affected the mental realm as well. When he awoke to the present, he realized it. Just 5 repetitions of today was all he needed. Encrid visualized the castle walls and set them behind him. With those walls embodied by his will, all he needed was to channel it into a single swing of his sword. He had found the method and advanced. In the fraction of a moment, the slash that burned away life became a concentration of experiences unlike any other. Encrid had repeated this process countless times, dozens, hundreds, thousands, each time refining his skills. Now he brought together the lessons learned from countless repetitions, merging them into a single purpose. The way to expel his will? He had realized long ago that it was a natural release. This realization had come from his earlier conversations with Siki, and even earlier, through the path shown by Overdier. Expel naturally. There was more to it. Will is formless. It must be felt to be used. Hadn't Jackson said so? Once he felt it, he could use it. And so he did. Ragna had told him to focus when swinging, and Rem had advised him to apply force in the moment. Both were true. Encrid followed both instructions. Before he could fully understand it, The words had been abstract to him. But after the realization, everything became painfully clear. The will flowed and poured into the sword without any trick or familiarity. He poured all of his will into it. The sword cried out. If it had not been a blade forged with utmost care by Aitri, it would not have held up under the strain. The blade cracked as the will was poured into it. By the time Encrid faced the walking fire again, everything was ready. With the will contained within the sword, everything else was the same as before. He was running, armor discarded, holding only the silent sword, heading for the stables where 2 horses were set aflame by the walking fire. There, he faced the spell. "Are you really not going to be cut?" he asked again. The stable master, who had been about to strike with a pitchfork, froze in place. It was perfect timing. The walking fire could not devour anyone now. Encrid raised his silent sword above his head. A proper sword strike aimed at the crown of the head. Contained within the blade was all of his will. At least, all of the formless power he was currently feeling. If he had to name it, it would be a sword that cleaved through iron walls. The will that had once formed the iron wall was now translated into the slash. Whoosh! The walking fire, burning and consuming countless times in this endless repetition of today, finally met its match. Every experience Encrid had accumulated in those countless days of burning and surviving infused this one final slash. The blue light in his eyes disappeared behind the blade, and the will that once held the armies back now fell as a blade. Whoosh! There was no thunderous crash, no booming sound. The walking fire simply scattered where the blade passed. The silent sword left its mark, as though it had cleaved through the world itself. The immense condensed will instantly overwhelmed the magic power contained in the spell. This was a feat that could not have been attempted by anyone lacking an inexhaustible will. The walking fire had been cut. Whoosh! With a sound that seemed as hollow as air escaping from a punctured tire, the flames diminished and faded away. Chapter 602. The Ember of Despair, the slash of hope with a single slash. Encrid poured all his will into it. For ordinary knights, if they could even be classified as such, it would be an impossible feat. Even those who had acquired the requisite will would never attempt something like this. When they first realized the power of will, intoxicated by the feeling of omnipotence, they experienced loss of strength by pouring too much will into their actions. Those who have felt this would instinctively know how dangerous it is to pour too much will into their body. Just a little more, and they could die. This was the price one paid for surpassing the limits of their species with such power. Yet Encrid was born with an inexhaustible will. Thanks to this, he had never experienced the loss of strength, nor had he felt the danger it presented, until now. This was the first time. The slash severed the walking fire. As the fire was cleaved in two, Encrid immediately felt something was wrong. He felt the power drain from his limbs. His arms and legs no longer felt like his own, and his breath became so ragged that he could barely manage a proper inhale. His vision grew blurry, and his muscles started to twitch. Both his thighs and arms trembled, and his abdomen clenched painfully. It wasn't just muscle pain. It was as if his very freedom of movement was being stripped away. This overwhelming exhaustion was the result of pouring out all his will in that single moment. And the price of it was the dying embers of the walking fire scattering in his vision. The flames fluttered in the air, and some embers flew off, landing on the ground and igniting the soil. One of the embers headed straight for Encrid's face. "I can't avoid it." He had no strength to move, but in the last bit of his fading will, he managed to twist his head aside. Some of the onlookers who had seen the walking fire and the slash at it thought the same thing. "It's going to burn." They assumed the ember would strike Encrid's face, and while it wouldn't kill him, it would leave a horrible scar. Just as the ember was about to touch his face, a heavy hand blocked it. Back to Ain. Bimo. Encrid felt his blurred vision begin to clear a little, and before him, he saw a thick hand blocking the ember. The hand was a frog's, Luagar. There was the smell of burning flesh as Luagar's skin was singed by the ember. Luagar shook her hand to get rid of the flame, but the ember had already scorched her skin, turning it black in an instant. Before she could shake off the ember, Luagar had torn off her own skin, as the pain from the fire was worse than that from a blade. Luagar wasn't particularly sensitive to pain, so while it wasn't pleasant, she could bear it without much more than a slight frown. But remarkably, she didn't even frown. "It's fine. I regenerate," she said, and Encrid blinked, then nodded. "I should still thank you, though." His tongue, stiff as stone earlier, finally moved smoothly. The feeling of exhaustion had controlled his whole body for a moment, but soon after, Encrid felt his strength returning as rapidly as it had left. Why? As he reflected inwardly, he felt the surge of will rising within him again. The inexhaustible will, it was something that refilled as soon as it was drained. And he had realized something else. Once I become accustomed to it, I can pour out even more. If I repeat this, my capacity will expand. Experiencing loss of strength might even be beneficial for me. He could be called a madman dedicated to training. Even after experiencing the terrible exhaustion just moments before, Encrid was already planning to use it for further training. "It really is the walking fire," Luagar said. She had lost one of her hands, but after chasing down the person who had left, she returned to see the result. The situation was still unclear, but that didn't matter. What grabbed Luagar's attention was something else. That slash earlier. Luagar had been behind Encrid when he swung his sword. The slash had cut through the spell, the walking fire. It hadn't just extinguished the fire, it had severed the spell itself. The moment it happened, Luagar was struck by awe. He cut the walking fire? It was something only a mage would normally be able to do. What kind of knight would even attempt such a feat? What a spectacle! A feat so intricate it could be called a display of skill. Luagar's heart raced with excitement. The same excitement one might feel when witnessing a magic trick or a perfect display of strength. The principle behind it was clearer to Luagar now. He poured out an overwhelming amount of will in an instant. That was what Encrid had done. Luagar knew that one of Encrid's weaknesses had always been that the amount of will he could pour out in a single moment was limited. It was like having a well full of water but a small bucket to draw it with. That is Encrid's weakness. Or, rather, it was. Not anymore. Encrid had just proven it. He had used his will to overwhelm and counter a spell. Luagar was now overwhelmed, not just by the feat, but by the curiosity that stirred inside her. How did he overcome his weakness so quickly? It was a mystery. The sheer excitement of the discovery sent her heart pounding. It's a mystery. Encrid's vision and tongue returned, but his limbs were still weak. His senses recovered faster than his body. Despite this, Encrid's instincts picked up on malicious intent directed at him. The feeling emanated from the alleyway ahead, and soon the figures materialized. They were not great assassins. Die! The shout as they attacked was a clear sign of beginners, revealing their positions in such a loud manner. Why give away their location before even striking? If Jackson had seen this, he would have found it utterly incomprehensible. Hence, they posed no real threat. But the malice was real. There were 3 of them, throwing daggers and launching poison-tipped attacks. If Encrid had been alone, it could have been a legitimate threat. He was still recovering from the exhaustion. But Encrid was not alone. Whip! Thud! Dot! Everything was blocked by Luagar's whip. The dark brown whip, woven from monster hide, extended like a snake hunting its prey, striking their knees, waists, and shoulders. The whip had a round weight at the end, allowing it to be used like a blunt weapon. The bones of those struck shattered, and their skin was torn. It was a combination of the frog's immense strength and the technique of wielding the whip, boar. All three fell quickly. They cried out in pain. But as they collapsed, their eyes filled with venom, and they shouted, "A world where black blood rains will come. Come, Demon King, to this land." They were cultists. Was it really for these kinds of people that he had wielded his sword? A question like that might arise, but Encrid's gaze showed no wavering as he looked at the three who had been struck down by the whip. Just a moment ago, he had cut through the burning fire to save the city's tomorrow. Had the ferryman seen this moment, he might have asked, "So, is this the tomorrow you want to save?" If asked, Encrid would reply confidently, "No, it wasn't." Would that shock the ferryman? Even though these men sought his life and their hearts were blackened, did Encrid want to save them all? Give everyone the same chance? Encrid didn't have such lofty ideals. He had no intention of saving those who attacked him, let alone showing a saint-like mercy. "Kill them," Encrid ordered. "That's obvious." Luagar nodded. The actions of the cultists, calling for the Demon King, were probably due to brainwashing, but that wasn't Encrid's concern. He couldn't save every person he saw. He would protect the future behind him, but those who crossed the line would still be killed. If it weren't like that, he wouldn't have taken up a sword. A sword was a tool to harm people. Huff. Encrid exhaled, then clenched and relaxed his hand to check his condition. "Are you okay?" Luagar, who had just killed three with a single kick to the head, asked. Later, someone shouted, "Well done!" He later heard that these three were notorious for causing mayhem in an already lawless city. Well, there were probably more like them. "Yeah," Encrid replied as he stood up. His strength was returning after the exhaustion. It didn't feel much different compared to before he had cut through the flames. "No, I think I'm feeling stronger." Anyone who knew about a knight's will would be shocked. But to Encrid, it was nothing unusual. The will born from his spirit had always been abundant. Encrid checked the blade of his silent longsword. He noticed a crack had appeared in the middle. "I'll have to ask Eitri again." When he returned, Crace would probably have something to say. Would he break all his gear every time he went out? But at least it was over now. There were still cold stares directed at him in the city, but there were others as well. Some looked at him with affection, and beyond their anxiety, there were those who looked up to him. An old stable keeper, holding a pitchfork, stared at him with a gaze that shifted from shock to reverence and kindness. "Thank you." The old man's words were filled with nothing but gratitude. Having seen firsthand how dangerous the walking fire was, he instinctively understood. Had Encrid not cut it down, wouldn't some people have died? What would have happened to the old man's tomorrow, where death had come so often in the past? No one could know. But the only thing that had changed was that the man had bowed his head in gratitude. Nothing grand like the entire Crossguard praising Encrid or shouting his nickname. But that wasn't necessary. What happened? The Lord arrived late. Soon, Delma and the innkeeper approached as well. The Lord learned about the walking fire and understood roughly how big the danger had been, entering the city and then vanishing. Luagar's explanation added the right context. She seemed almost eager to tell them how incredible Encrid's actions had been. "Can you cast spells? From now on, we must add Spellbreaker to the name of the hero who saved this city. If the walking fire, that forbidden spell, had rampaged, who here would have survived? One thing's for sure, I wouldn't have." Luagar was certain that as long as she wasn't dead, Encrid wouldn't die either. She swore that she wouldn't let this man die before her. It was a true display of loyalty. While the Lord was puzzled at first, not understanding, and then relieved when he realized just how dangerous the city had been. Thanking her, Encrid reflected on the day that could no longer be reversed. He remembered holding a mirror at the start of the day, telling Esther that he would strike down the walking fire. If asked why, he would say it was part of the process of steadying his resolve. I should get my armor as well. After wrapping up things as best he could, Luagar asked, "Why did you do it? What? Why did you step forward? You don't have any loyalty to protect this city, do you?" To her, striking down the walking fire was an adventure. That's what she thought. Encrid had indeed wondered the same thing while he repeatedly relived the day, burning and dying in the fire. When asked by the Lord, he had said he wanted to protect tomorrow. But now, this was the answer he would give. Because I could. That was all. It was something he could do. He could face it without running away. In the endless repetition of today, he could bring about a new tomorrow. That was why he did it. Also, he was glad to have protected the child who wanted to become an innkeeper, the people building the boats with determination, and even the Lord, who didn't fully understand, but was thankful all the same. The sun rose over the city again, where more people passed by without knowing the danger of the walking fire. When they woke, it wasn't yesterday, but a different sunrise. Though it had only been one day, the city of Crossguard felt a little different. It was more vibrant, and there was a sense of hope that someday apple trees would bloom. While there were embers of despair and pain, there were also blades that called for hope and protected lives. That was the story of what happened in the city yesterday. As the morning came, and Encrid prepared for training, he was about to rise when a voice called out, "Give me a hug. It's cold." The unexpected visitor had arrived. Esther? She appeared with a pale face, still wearing a robe, which barely covered her, revealing the hint of her inner garment. Chapter 603. "Did you sleep well? I will cut down the walking fire." Encrid's voice came from the mirror. Upon hearing his words, Esther immediately transformed into a panther and dashed away. If she had been an actual panther, her stamina wouldn't have lasted all day. But as a witch, she could run endlessly, and at the speed of a panther, Crossguard wasn't far. Luckily, she wasn't at Border Guard, but near the Penhanil River, which was much closer. Thus, she sprinted toward Crossguard. The river posed no obstacle, thanks to the spell Del Gretcher's walkway. Thin sheets of ice formed beneath her feet, becoming stepping stones as she leaped forward. While casting the spell, she briefly reverted to her human form, but retained her panther-like strength, moving faster than any ordinary person. Switching between her panther and human forms to conserve energy and magic, Esther continued her relentless sprint. Even as the thought, "Am I too late?" crossed her mind, it didn't deter her. Stopping now would only mean the end. Esther pressed on. The traces left behind by Ocelanella, who had invoked the walking fire, remained vivid, allowing her to track them with ease. She instinctively altered her course mid-sprint, sensing a shift in direction. A skilled witch could read the remnants of spells. This wasn't mere coincidence. It had something to do with Encrid. If heading this way meant dealing with an issue preemptively, then so be it. Her judgment and action were simultaneous. There was no need to wait for the stars to rise and read constellations. The aura of magic was unmistakably strong. Soon Esther arrived at a site marked by the remnants of a spell. A pit littered with 100 charred bodies, ashes caught in flames, came into view. Forbidden incantation, an annihilation spell. It truly was the walking fire. The annihilation spell, a type of forbidden magic, left nothing unscathed in its wake. As Esther approached the pit, a twin-headed human-faced dog lunged at her. Having already sensed its presence, she didn't hesitate. Miller's scythe. With a swift, seemingly effortless gesture, wind gathered and formed blades. Thwack! 2 heavy wind blades split the creature, cleaving both its heads from the crown to the torso. The bisected body, now in 3 parts, scattered black blood and entrails as it collapsed. Momentum carried its divided remains a few steps further before they stopped. With her arm still raised, Esther's gaze shifted to a spot cloaked in a concealment spell. She detected it purely by sense. Having identified it, there was only one logical course of action: attack. She formed a seal, drew upon her magic, and whispered in runic tongues to summon an entity stored within her magical domain. "Come forth, bonehead." It was an improved version of the flesh golem Encrid had dealt with earlier. At her command, a circle of light appeared on the ground, from which flesh and blood intertwined to give form to the flesh golem. The golem charged forward as soon as it materialized. The best way to break a concealment spell was brute force, an effective and straightforward solution. With a loud thud, the golem dashed ahead, breaking the faint veil of darkness like rippling water. From within came a voice. "How dare you?" A woman emerged, her voice sharp. Esther saw her face but paid her no mind, continuing to form seals. Not ordinary, she thought. Ignoring her didn't mean underestimating her. Speed was simply the priority at this moment. The magical aura emanating from the opponent was overwhelming, far denser than her own at present, a testament to the woman's immense power. Violet spiritual energy swirled above her shoulders. "A mere witch," the woman sneered. As an apostle claiming to serve a god, her contempt was unsurprising. Forming seals, Esther reflected on her current state. Thanks to Encrid, most of her curse had been lifted. She was in the process of rebuilding her magical domain, but hadn't yet regained her former strength. Was she at a disadvantage? Perhaps. But that wasn't reason enough to stop. In countless iterations of today, there had been moments when Encrid had reached out to her through the mirror. Esther had always run to this point in every one of those moments. "Oh, demon gods, do you hear the cries of your chosen children?" Ocelanella's voice rang out as she drew her blade, a weapon prepared for use after the walking fire. Modified ghouls, now mindless, crawled from amidst the corpses. Each was a monstrosity with dangerously enhanced physical abilities. Some skeletal warriors were reborn from reassembled bones. It was a blend of necromancy and innate magic. Their bodies ignited, enveloped in flames. These burning abominations were lethal to those already weary from fending off the walking fire. Esther denied even a single ember from reaching her. She chose not to use bonehead here. Physical force against physical force might be effective, but not in this case. Instead, she unsummoned the golem, conserving magic. Delgrecha's domain, marking guide. Borrowing magic from others was Esther's forte. While Muller embodied the essence of a bloodthirsty wind spirit, Delgrecha was a glacier-dwelling creature that once roamed as a 4-legged beast. Esther was a genius capable of blending borrowed and original magic seamlessly. Burned to ash. Anella, who mastered disasters, especially fire, commanded her ghouls, whose flames grew fiercer. Esther countered with a spell she had previously perfected, though not yet fully refined. Permafrost. A crackle. Ice crystals spread from beneath Esther's feet, radiating outward. Despite the lack of a blizzard, the air grew frigid. Legend spoke of a land at the northernmost edge where the skies shimmered with indescribable hues, and the ground froze the very breath of those who dared tread upon it. Its name was Permafrost. Magic was influenced by words, and Esther's spell was no exception. Her spell froze everything within a modest 20-step radius. The surrounding flames vanished, leaving the burning ghouls and skeletal soldiers destabilized. "Did you just cast that spell without preparation or offerings?" Anella was genuinely astonished. There was a spell called the Eye of the Blizzard, a forbidden incantation requiring frozen offerings. Often, the caster would even have to sacrifice part of their own body by freezing it. And yet, Here was a similar level spell being unleashed upon her without any such prerequisites. Though its range wasn't particularly vast, its sheer force was shocking enough. Still, Anella had no intention of simply succumbing. Even as she spoke, she began weaving her mana, forming seals with her hands, and chanting her own incantation. Flames of Malak's dance. Her counterspell erupted into a blazing inferno, radiating outward from her. On one side, the flames roared. On the other, the breath of frost froze everything it touched. Whoosh! Even the wind froze, sharp as blades. Scythe of the northern gale, Esther chanted again, reconstructing the essence of Muller's scythe into a new form. Anella's eyes widened. Another spell, and a completely different one after already casting the eternal frost. To put it briefly, the battle that followed involved several spells exchanged between the two. But Esther emerged victorious, and Anella perished. The difference in their abilities wasn't enormous. In battles between mages, overwhelming power disparities were rare. Preparation often determined victory. However, neither had the opportunity to prepare extensively. If anything, Esther was at a slight disadvantage, having exhausted herself by rushing to the confrontation. Yet, her exceptional skill in spell manipulation and creative applications bridged the gap. In simpler terms, the stark difference lay in their genius. It was early winter, and naturally, spells that lowered the temperature proved more advantageous than flames. A skilled witch always turned her environment into her ally, a principle that gave rise to the saying, "No one defeats a witch in her cabin." I pushed myself too far. However, the toll on her body was undeniable. Esther's entire body trembled. She needed to consume a heat-providing seed or envelop herself in similar warmth. At the very least, even the heated leather cloak Rem often wore would suffice. Unable to venture far in her state, she made her way to the Crossguard. Finding Encrid wasn't difficult. After all, she had given him a spell object she had crafted herself. Tracking its trace brought her to him. Despite wearing a robe designed to retain body heat, her whole body quaked. The early winter wind seemed to pierce straight through to her bones. She was freezing, so much so that she felt it was her first time experiencing such cold. "Esther? No, it's Esther." Before her stood Encrid. He was unchanged. His piercing blue eyes cut through the pre-dawn darkness. His presence as steady as ever, a constant flame in the unbroken night. "Hold me." She fainted as she uttered the words. Encrid instinctively caught Esther. Her body was cold as ice, her face pale, and her hair frosted. "Lua, I'm on it. Call for the Lord and have him bring all the heating stones he can find." "Understood." Lua darted off swiftly, leaving Encrid to carry Esther in his arms. He didn't know what had happened, but he had a feeling it was somehow connected to him. That intuition felt certain. He placed her on a bed. He had seen frostbite victims before, back when a deranged noble had insisted on harvesting rare herbs from the polar regions. It had been sheer madness, but desperation, and the need in the kingdom of Krona at the time, left no other choice. As the guide on that expedition, Encrid had witnessed 3 companions die from frostbite. Even the survivor had lost his toes. If not for a passing priest who intervened, they likely all would have perished. "You carry the sun within your chest," the priest had remarked. Encrid, while not immune to the cold, had managed to endure it better than most. "She'll freeze to death if left like this." Muttering to himself, he climbed into bed with her. Wrapping them both in blankets, he held her tightly and called out, "Prepare warm water, Delma, yes?" "Oh, of course." The inn's worker, startled awake in the early morning, had seen a woman collapse into the arms of their hero. Lovers? Perhaps. Though hesitant to interrupt, the situation left him peeking covertly until Encrid called out to him, "Not too hot." "Understood." Encrid removed Esther's robe and his own upper garments, pressing her icy body against his. Her temperature remained frigid despite the proximity. He deliberately avoided looking at her bare form. Losing an eye wasn't on his agenda. Through the night and into the next day, he cradled her, having Lua assist by immersing her. "I've gathered every heating source in the city," Lua eventually reported. "Why? Are we sharing the same bed?" Esther asked, her memory hazy and scattered. There's no better way to restore dropped body temperature. Though he didn't literally harbor the sun in his chest, Encrid was perhaps the only one who could endure holding her. Simply breathing in her presence chilled the surrounding air as if she carried a curse. While Encrid managed to withstand it, not everyone could. Even Delma, who had tried to help, avoided coming near, complaining about the cold emanating from Esther. For Encrid, even holding her required constant effort. His will naturally surged within him, circulating fiercely to counteract the unnatural frost radiating from her. It was undoubtedly magical in origin, yet there was no opportunity to inquire further. The only option was to hold her and endure. Still, explaining all of this in detail felt unnecessary. Keeping his tone casual, Encrid said, "You used to snuggle a lot when you were still a panther? Remember?" At that, Esther fell silent, her gaze locked on his deep blue eyes. Chapter 604. A new god Esther stared into the blue eyes that mirrored her own. If anyone else had dared to act as Encrid did, she might have gouged out more than just their eyes. But with this man, it was different. Just from his gaze, she could tell. As he said, his actions were solely to restore her body heat, free of ulterior motives. Those eyes held nothing but sincerity. More than that, she recalled that she had asked him to hold her before she lost consciousness. "Right," she muttered, checking her condition. Her mana flow, no issues. And the frost curse that had seeped into her bones? It seemed to have vanished completely. The frigid aura of Dalgrecha, the master of the frozen lands, which had infiltrated her due to an overly ambitious borrowed spell, was gone. Warmth now coursed through her body. "I'm fine now." Rising from the bed, Esther reached for the robe draped over the chair and wrapped it around herself. The faint blue light of dawn streaming through the window illuminated her back, catching Encrid's attention. As she moved to don the robe, parts of her bare skin were briefly revealed. The pale expanse of her back shimmered in the light, and the soft rustling of fabric accompanied her motion. The scent of her skin, imprinted in his senses from holding her for days, lingered faintly in the air. It was a scent reminiscent of lying under a starry sky, with a cool breeze brushing against one's face. If her scent were to be bottled into a perfume, its name would undoubtedly be Night Sky. Esther shivered slightly, as if the cool air were creeping back in now that she was no longer enveloped in warmth. Glancing at Encrid, still shirtless on the bed, she was reminded of the warmth she'd left behind. In her dream, she had been lying in a field of flowers, surrounded by a comforting heat and a pleasant fragrance, sunlight. It was a scent akin to freshly dried linen kissed by the sun. And even now, it lingered faintly at her nose. Looking at Encrid, who watched her from the bed, Esther spoke. "Take good care of those eyes, of course," he replied, a hint of humor in his tone. With a light-hearted jest, Esther, lost in thought about her dream, shifted into her panther form. Her robe melded into her fur, her blue eyes remaining unchanged, as her body transformed into that of a four-legged beast. "Why?" Encrid asked. The panther tilted her head in a gesture, signaling she was leaving, and padded out. Encrid watched her go, shrugging his shoulders. Nearby, Luagar puffed up her cheeks, a gesture that he now understood to be the frog equivalent of a smile. After spending enough time with frogs, Encrid had learned to distinguish their subtle expressions. "She's embarrassed," Luagar said. "Who?" Esther. The witch Esther, infamous as the Black Witch, and known for her supposed penchant for gouging out the eyes of those who saw her body. Embarrassed, Encrid hadn't sensed even a hint of such emotions from her. Handsome folks often don't realize the impact of their actions. Scott Doddy, you're a sinner. Luagar puffed her cheeks again, evidently amused. What are you even talking about? Oh, nothing. Just saying. I'm curious to see how things will turn out. Don't worry about me. Frogs don't place much importance on physical love. If I ever want offspring, I'll find a suitable frog mate. What did I say to warrant this conversation? Oh, nothing. Just saying, Luagar repeated, clearly enjoying herself. Encrid stayed in the city for another day. The cult's gatherings had vanished without a trace, likely due to the chaos caused by an enraged frog disrupting their meetings. With the crime guilds gone, a few thugs had started extorting protection fees, but Lord Lewis dealt with them swiftly. The sounds of their screams echoed through the city like background music. Stop! Please stop! I'll work diligently. Lord Lewis's policies were clear. Now that his forces were reorganized, he had no qualms about using force against those who didn't comply. For Encrid, this wasn't his concern anymore. They'll handle it. The matters were out of his hands now. As he prepared to leave, he noticed a chest of jewels collected by the vampire and the administrator. Lord Lewis had gathered the chest and presented it to him. Please, take this. It was only fair to receive payment for his work. Yet, Encrid declined. You should use this to rebuild the city. The Lord had clearly gone to great lengths to prepare the chest, haphazardly stuffing it with whatever valuable items he could find. But Encrid stood firm. I've already been paid. He wasn't referring to money or jewels, but to the words of gratitude he had received the night before. Delma had approached him, simply saying, "Thank you." To Encrid, the value of those words far surpassed any treasure. Others who had witnessed his deeds had also sought him out to express their thanks. Thank you for saving my child. The innkeeper who raised an unrelated child out of kindness was such a person. Thank you. When I finish the boat, you'll be the first to ride it. A simple yet wise man in his own way also expressed similar gratitude. Thank you. A mother of a certain child conveyed her thanks in those words. And now, the lord of the castle lowered his head and spoke. I sincerely thank you, sir. If ever a day comes when you require my aid, I shall offer what little I can, even if it costs me my life. Sincerity, after all, needs no words to be understood. Even if the color of that sincerity fades with time, it would not matter. On the contrary, perhaps the Lord would feel even more strongly inclined to show his gratitude as the days passed. Such things can only be known by living tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. Having heard their words, Encrid walked outside the city. Receiving gazes that were still uneasy, suspicious and cold, he exited Crossguard. Though not all the looks were kind, Encrid found the entirety of it deeply satisfying. The city would still greet tomorrow's dawn, and that was satisfaction enough. Later, Esther would tell him that she had slain one of the apostles. This, in turn, sparked chaos among the cultists across the continent. They began to act in uniquely insidious ways. It was something neither Encrid nor Cray had foreseen. A revelation has been given. This is the task bestowed upon me by the divine. Overdier faced the archbishop who had betrayed the god and used divinity for her own ends. She was guarded by two heavily brainwashed paladins who had just been struck down by Overdier. Sir Overdier. The archbishop, a woman in her 50s, wore a look of profound regret. Her eyes drooped, and she spoke as if burdened by immense sorrow. Why are you doing this? What remains for you if you stand against the order? Is there truly anything so valuable as to forsake the honor you've built as a knight? Though she spoke of honor, her words delved deeper. Is there truly nothing left for you to protect? Nothing at all? The archbishop pressed further. Her outward question was simple. Is what you're doing worth sacrificing the honor you've built? Must you intervene instead of leaving the rotten fruit to fester? Couldn't you simply stand with the establishment and watch? Ah, but that was impossible. Even if it was the stubbornness of an old man, he could no longer bear to watch the foundation he had built crumble into decay. A revelation was granted to me. And so, he responded. The Archbishop, her neck in his grasp, closed her eyes. Curse all those who betrayed me. Even in death, the Archbishop smiled faintly. She was a truly wretched soul. With a crack, her neck broke, her tongue lolling out. The killing had been instantaneous, leaving no time for her to cast her spells. Asha! Overdier exhaled deeply, having surmounted a great mountain. The setting was an old, decrepit mansion, a place better described as a ruin. Here the Archbishop had tormented many with a sort of curse disguised as holy incantations. She had the ability to control those who had spent a certain amount of time in her presence, even from a distance. While she called her ability penance, Overdier referred to it as torture. She could compel people to lash their own bodies with whips, prevent them from sleeping, or stop them from eating. Her power forced others into involuntary acts of asceticism, which might have been acceptable if pursued voluntarily for training. But for such a curse to exist under the guise of holy magic? Preposterous! It was in truth a form of Western sorcery. The problem was that Overdier's wife, Lorna, had been one of the people under her control. This was why, when the Archbishop spoke of honor, she subtly threatened him, questioning if he was truly willing to go this far. From the moment Overdier resolved to uncover the rot within the order, he had known his wife would be in danger. It was a severe blow. Thus he needed a new ally. Someone to act in his stead, to distract the Archbishop's gaze while he completed the task. Is it over now? The man who asked this was a towering figure, aptly nicknamed the Bear Beastman. The divine power radiating from him surpassed even Overdier's. There was no other talent like his within the order. It's not the end, it's just the beginning. But my role ends here, doesn't it? Yes, you'll have another task soon enough. Do you have no doubts? Odin asked bluntly. Despite his imposing appearance, he was surprisingly sharp. Overdier understood the intent behind the question, and replied in turn. Are you suggesting the ease of this task seems suspicious? Indeed, Overdier had felt it too. The mission had gone too smoothly. The Archbishop had revealed herself easily, and the Paladin's defense had been lackluster. No matter how exceptional Odin's abilities were, the simplicity was undeniable. Yes, precisely. Was precise. Old brother who loves boasting about his wife. Odin had quickly coined that nickname after hearing Overdier speak of his wife during their travels. Overdier took it as a compliment. He only answered the core of Odin's question. Wasn't this task strangely easy? It was necessary. Even if someone orchestrated it, it was an unavoidable duty. If I leave things as they are, my true identity will be revealed, and then my wife will meet her death after a life of suffering. So, I cannot stop. Even if I were to lose her, this was something I had to do. This was about protecting the foundation I had built with my own hands. Still, the thought of losing her was unbearable. That's why I was so grateful for Odin's timely appearance. May the Lord guide me. Overdier prayed silently, as Odin gave him a nod. Ever since the operation began, he had received aid from the shadows. Though the assistance didn't seem entirely benevolent, there was nothing he could do to refuse it. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. Don't wander too far, Overdier replied. And so their brief journey together came to an end. Odin turned back, and his intuition proved correct. Just as he was about to return to border guard, chaos erupted. Who follows the word of God? Who is in the right? Is it the paladin who killed the archbishop? If you don't know right from wrong, stay out of it. I will judge them myself and uphold God's will. Some priests of the god of abundance, a few of the war god, and others serving the celestial god, along with elements of the Holy Crusaders, declared a holy war. It started with that monastery, which betrayed the order and used the saintess for its own gains. Forces rallying under the banner of the crusade gathered, tainted by the schemes of heretics in the background. Boldly, they incited conflict at the site where the holy knights were stationed. Heretical apostles clashed with the knights, rendering the holy order unable to participate in the crusade. This wasn't the time to take sides. It was about protecting one's own territory. Every action has its motives, but the heretics' ultimate goal was unclear. Yet, in hindsight, sparking the crusade itself worked to their benefit. It turned the holy nation inward, tearing itself apart. "I'll wipe these damn heretics off the face of this land," someone declared. As apostles appeared, the justice priests and the anti-heresy priests took action. Amidst this chaos, rumors spread that a paladin within the priesthood had been slain, allegedly by an apostle of the Abyssal Sacred Order. This rendered even these two priestly factions unable to provide a unified stance or participate in the crusade. The Holy Nation, built on the foundation of the Order, encompassed 3 cities. All 3 fell into disarray. Amid this turmoil, Mule, one of the 7 apostles of prosperity who aspired to become the new pope, advanced on a targeted monastery. He distributed indulgences and publicly announced that his forces included 2 holy knights. At this rate, Mule seemed poised to establish a new order under his leadership. "We serve the Grey God," they proclaimed. These madmen proudly declared their godless void as a form of divinity. They had conjured a deity out of thin air, creating a new religion. Within the existing order, those who displayed faint gray halos had quietly banded together, and now they had made their presence undeniable. They were part of the Order's entrenched elite, which only exacerbated the situation. "These lunatics have truly lost it," Overdier muttered. Unable to stand by any longer, he organized his forces and took action. Meanwhile, Noah, the leader of the monastery, chose to barricade himself inside its fortress-like walls. They couldn't afford to simply sit and wait for death. As Mule advanced toward Noah's monastery, his numbers swelled daily. He glorified his troops as the Grey Holy Army. "I will burn your flesh to offer it as a sacrifice to the Grey God," he declared, vowing not to grant the monastery any pardon. At this point, Mule's new religion diverged significantly from the worship of the god of abundance. It was as though a runaway wagon on a downhill path had gained uncontrollable momentum. No one could stop it now. Chapter 605. Ice Fairy. The corruption within the Order was blatantly exposed by this incident. The Grey God. He is compassionate and loves all. He even grants mercy to those who stand on the opposite side of the scales. They strung together nonsense to create a new holy scripture, and many people sided with it. This was proof under heaven that there were more corrupt priests than righteous ones in the Order. "Look, this is how it should be." By worshipping the Grey God, a muddy divinity was deemed correct. After all, wasn't the loudest voice often considered the right one? Their voices grew louder and louder. Once they were denounced as having lost their light, but acknowledging the existence of the Grey God seemed to solve everything. Besides, was there truly a God? If so, shouldn't all sinners be punished? Had the God descended to mete out justice? Had they punished the wicked or at least forgiven them? No such thing had ever happened, not once. Divinity was borrowed power from the gods, yet the gods provided power without imposing obligations. They only spoke words. There were many reasons behind the holy war, but one was certain: the absence of the gods. Another was the number of people eager to insist on the righteousness of the Grey Holy Light. It could be called a desperate attempt by those seeking not only to seize power, but also to claim legitimacy. And when such efforts eventually settled into place, they would form an institution. Wasn't this similar to how nations were founded in the past? Like-minded individuals or those with similar interests came together to form groups. Look, the gathering of these people proves our righteousness. Mule was intoxicated by power. His authority had already been immense from managing the Order's trade networks and roads, but now it had grown even further. It felt as though he had become the creator of a new world. He decided to indulge in that feeling. A new world would unfold this way. Dreams could be dreamt by anyone. That didn't necessarily mean they were always right. Shortly before the Holy War was declared, Encrid returned to Border Guard. And the first thing he did? Rem, are you afraid of the cold? From today on, I will be your cold. Come out. Ragna, you too. Stopped in your tracks because you're scared of your own talent. Arrogant brat. I'll show you how insignificant you really are. Did you hit your head? Standing before the training grounds, Rem opened the door with a creak and spoke. Wrapped head to toe in heated fur, he looked rather ridiculous. Luagar, however, knew Encrid's nature well enough by now to understand there was a reason behind his words and actions.
She translated for him. He's in a good mood and wants a sparring match.
Can't you tell? Rem stared blankly at Encrid for a moment before replying. Geez, if he gets in a good mood again, he might end up insulting my ancestors too. Of course, it wasn't to that extent, but Reem's response was simply her being himself. Ragna soon appeared as well. After observing Encrid silently, he remarked, I think he really did hit his head. He's speaking without any restraint. Despite the words, his tone wasn't unpleasant. Both Rem and Ragna knew Encrid was acting like this because he was in high spirits. It was a bit sudden, but who could argue against someone feeling good? Call it excitement or simply a refreshed demeanor. Either way, seeing their commander in a good mood wasn't a bad thing. Everyone watching felt similarly. Shinar also heard of Encrid's return and entered the training grounds. The usually sluggish fairy seemed to move with a bit of urgency, as if there was something important to say. The night was cloaked in dark clouds. This wasn't some squabble after waking up or a midnight brawl. It was simply the antics of an uncontrollable madman. It felt apt to call him the Mad Knight, or even the Knight of Madness. If you're looking for a sparring partner, your fiancé is here, Shinar quipped. Who is my fiancé? Me. Shinar was shameless, her fairy-style jest warming the chilly air. From the corner of the training grounds, Jackson, half hidden in shadow and half bathed in moonlight, spoke up. Did you gain anything from the strip? Perhaps heightened senses came with quicker perception. Of course, Encrid replied, drawing his sword. Shirring. It was a longsword he'd retrieved from the training grounds after his return, since his other sword was damaged. He wielded the two-handed weapon with one hand, swinging it easily. Though lighter than his old sword, it posed no issue for him. Encrid had already adapted to its weight on the journey and finished coaxing sparring partners. Without hesitation, he struck. Rem was first. In a single step, his body tore through the air, and his blade sliced forward, brimming with a surge of will. Reflexively, he drew her axe to meet the blow. You crazy bastard! Feeling the force imbued in the strike, Rem let out a curse-like shout. A moment's hesitation could have left his body in two. Of course, he immediately matched Encrid's power with his own. Bang! The clash of sword and axe sent shockwaves radiating outward in concentric circles, scattering dust and loose pebbles from the frozen, parched ground. Squinting against the rising dust, Ragna replayed the scene in his mind. That was will. Simply imbuing a weapon with will was already within their grasp. But this was different. Though it couldn't be quantitatively measured, one thing was clear. The will had intensified. In simpler terms, a pale hue had deepened into a vivid shade. The downward strike followed the method of a middle blade slash. Foundationally, it's the will of cutting. It was a technique he himself had taught, and seeing it now brought him a measure of satisfaction. It appeared that Encrid had used it to overcome a weakness and shatter a barrier. Mind if I join in? Ragna unsheathed his sword and jumped into the fray. He aimed a diagonal thrust that left little room for evasion. On their journey back from Borderguard, Encrid had trained himself not to expend all his will in a single strike, but to allocate it across multiple actions. Opening that path was the hardest part, but once it was done, familiarizing his body with the new flow was only a matter of time. However, that was only Encrid's assessment of his progress. Too sloppy. To Rem's eyes, it was a different story. He's right. Ragna agreed. You need to wield it with more finesse. Jackson chimed in, as did Shinar, who naturally couldn't resist inserting himself. A betrothal stab. The fairy joked excessively, naming the move absurdly as he slashed with his blade. Wasn't that supposed to be a thrust? Encrid twisted his body to dodge the slicing blade, countering Shinar's words. Isn't it one of your favorite techniques? It was a classic example of mercenary-style swordsmanship from Valen, who was infamous for his deceptive moves. Experiencing it firsthand, Encrid found it mildly aggravating, despite knowing its nature. Valen must have been the type to relish teasing opponents, given how many of his techniques seemed designed purely for mischief. After all, isn't it possible that some people pick up the sword just to toy with others? Again, Encrid waited for his expended will to regenerate before swinging his sword once more. Meanwhile, he was kept busy parrying thrusts from Rem, Ragna, and Shinar, who attacked him in turns. Their skills had noticeably improved since the last time he observed them, which was why they could hold out against his strikes. This progress was a direct result of endlessly swinging their swords like maniacs every single day, no matter how brief the sessions. Once his will replenished, he launched another full-force slash. On the third repetition, his sword let out a sharp clang and broke apart. It couldn't withstand the pressure of his will. That marked the end of the sparring session. Do you think brute-forcing will is the answer to everything? Rem scolded him while retrieving a fresh piece of thermal leather. Ragna, Shinar, and even Jackson echoed similar sentiments. Had Odin been present, he would have likely added his critique as well. If you train your body, brother, you'll naturally gain the precision to wield will with finesse. Have you done that yourself? I didn't need to, brother, but since you're not me, you'll need to train. And so, such exchanges would go on. As they returned, Craze, who had joined them late, commented, You broke your sword this time. Yeah. Encrid nodded. A new sword was in order. I heard you've been busy. Is that true? Craze asked. Quite. There's probably even a tale of someone hugging Esther tightly. I'm cold too, Enki. Looks like it's my turn for a hug. Shinar interjected playfully. Winter is naturally cold, Encrid replied calmly, having grown immune to fairy-style jests after enduring them countless times. I'm freezing to death here. Shinar pretended to look pitiful, lowering her head with a drooping expression. Watching her eyebrows drop like that was strangely fascinating. Hey, share the hugs evenly. Rem's complaint brought a faint chuckle from Encrid, who resolved to prepare a proper gift for someday. So, why don't you tell us what you were doing at Crossguard? Jackson asked, though it was clear he was actually inquiring about the new skills Encrid had picked up. It's late. Let's talk tomorrow. Encrid looked around at everyone as he spoke. It was too late for stories now. It was time to rest. This crazy guy, you knew it was late, and you still wanted to spar. Rem exclaimed in disbelief. Sparring is important. With that, Encrid left to wash up, leaving the others stunned but not entirely surprised. Didn't you already know he was like this? Crace remarked. I am cold. Shinar returned his expression to normal and turned away. Hearing those words, Kree spoke as he took a step forward. Perhaps we should stoke the fire further. Fire is dangerous. Then what were they supposed to do? It wasn't really a question meant to elicit an answer. Not bad. Ragna summed up the current state of Encrid in a single sentence and returned to the lodging. The night passed uneventfully, and the following morning, between training bouts and sparring sessions that broke several swords, Encrid and Luagar casually recounted what had happened in the city. While their tone was calm, the content was rather astonishing. However, none of them, including Aram, showed exaggerated reactions of shock. Except for Shinar, who muttered to herself in the corner, "I'm already ice." City life, social gatherings, walking fires. Hearing this, Ram fell into brief contemplation. Reflecting on the moments when Encrid had made significant progress, he noticed a peculiar pattern. So, does he grow stronger after surviving near-death experiences? If he managed to avoid dying, his skills would surge. Perhaps sending him into such situations might be effective. But how common were such perilous locations? Encrid was a man with an unyielding will, substantial experience, and sharp instincts. In fact, at times, his intuition seemed sharper than Rem's own. That might have been thanks to the scheming stray cat. By now, ordinary threats hardly fazed Encrid. Still, did that mean there were no real dangers left? There certainly were. Rem himself wasn't confident he could survive if thrown into the western abyss of silence. But throwing him into the abyss? That would be insanity. It was a fleeting thought. The idea of near-death situations pushing Encrid to his limits was intriguing. Maybe it was because of that thought, or perhaps it stemmed from the reckless swing of that massive sword a few nights ago. While Encrid had been away, Rem had spent his days training relentlessly after hearing news of Odin. His efforts earned his units praise for Odin, to the point that some considered building a shrine for him. That plan was stopped, apparently. Thanks to Odin, the intense training bore fruit. Under a mad commander came mad subordinates. Regardless, Rem mixed what he had learned from his sparring into her practice, pushing Encrid harder than usual. It was akin to playing a game of pushing someone to the edge of a cliff. One wrong move, and they could fall to their death. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Nor did Encrid display any extraordinary breakthroughs before facing mortal danger. Guess not. That was Rem's simple conclusion, and Jackson, watching, commented sincerely, "Are you out of your mind? In heat, are you? That damn stray cat's yowling again." It was a peaceful, if odd, routine. While spending these productive days, news of the Holy War reached them. Originally, this had nothing to do with Encrid. It was an internal issue of the Holy Nation. However, their chosen target became a problem. They had set their sights on Noah's monastery. A merchant traveling along the newly established stone road brought the news to border guard. "I heard that monastery is a den of demons." "Yeah, I heard that too. Supposedly, they raise demon children there, and the head monk sold his eyes to a demon, which is why the Grey God is punishing them." The propaganda was in full swing. The Grey God's Pope Muel had orchestrated it. Kree mobilized the Gilpin Guild and sought assistance from Leona to gather all relevant information. Eventually they learned that the monastery Encrid had briefly visited had been chosen as the scapegoat. With some analysis, they figured out the general scheme. They'll set up a scapegoat and rally people to attack it under the guise of righteous cause. Giving people a target was far more effective than rallying them for no reason. It was a strategic move. When this was relayed to Encrid, his response was simple: "Let's go." Straightforward and decisive. There was no obligation or reason for him to intervene, and there might be nothing to gain from this fight. Nevertheless, Encrid grabbed the new sword he had received from Eitri. Most of the surrounding tasks had been handled, leaving Ragna, and Jackson with little to do. In short, they were free. Joining them were Esther, Shinar, Luagar, Teresa, Rapord, and fell. Everyone seems quite idle, huh? It's thanks to our usual diligence, Report replied. We'll leave the unit behind and go ourselves. If they delayed, they'd only see smoke rising from Noah's monastery. A small elite group would move swiftly, leaving anyone behind who couldn't keep up. Officially, this is the first expedition of the Madmen Knights, Cray remarked, watching the group depart. That's one way to put it. Encrid nodded. Though no rallying cry was needed, he spoke on a whim. You unhinged madmen, let's go wild. Hearing this, Rem added with a grin, let's. The laughing barbarian's face showed no tension, despite reports that the enemy included 2 holy knights. So what? Was the expression he wore. The ice fairy is with us as well, Shinar chimed in, though Encrid ignored her, pretending not to hear. Since returning, Shinar had been pestering him for attention. And so the expedition began. Chapter 606, Deployment. What should one do when the situation spirals beyond their intent, and merely watching it unfold brings no satisfaction? This isn't good. Crace found himself increasingly dissatisfied with how events deviated from his expectations. The unease gnawed at him, robbing him of sleep. It had been ages since insomnia had last gripped him. Ever since Encrid returned and Cray became aware of internal disruptions within the Holy Nation, he kept a close eye on the movements of the Grey God's sacred army. The conclusion he reached was chilling. The cult's schemes had entrenched themselves deeper into the continent than he had anticipated. Even if the cult hadn't orchestrated every element of this chaos, their involvement was undeniable. Can we wipe out the cult entirely? But how? Lacking a clear plan, Chrysa's mind was plagued by visions of worst-case scenarios. What if some cult member possessed a curse so potent it could spread with mere contact? Unbeknownst to Craze, such a figure had already came and failed. If I were them, I'd aim for the commander first. Regardless of what others might think, the border guard revolved around a single man. Without Encrid, no one could fill that void. The knights, dubbed madmen and symbols of chaos, would scatter immediately. How do you keep Rem, Ragna, Jackson, and Odin together? Who could possibly unite them all? Then there were Esther, Shinar, Fel, Rapport, and Teresa. Cres couldn't even handle one of them. Yet Encrid carried all their aspirations with ease, embracing their burdens while maintaining his composure. For someone like Cray, the weight alone would have driven him to madness. But Encrid, as always, simply wielded his sword. I've spoken to Ayetri, so you should get going. Why no lecture about breaking gear this time? Would you listen if I did? Besides, this is undergarment woven with genuine thread. Esther added protective enchantments, so take. When Craze handed over the thin, translucent undergarment, Encrid gave him a long, scrutinizing look before asking, Are you sick or something? Why is it that even when I help, you complain? Get some sleep. Despite their exchange, Craze didn't share his worries and endured several more sleepless nights. Then Encrid mentioned deployment, and somehow, without doing anything in particular, Craze's insomnia vanished. Though not intentional on Encrid's part, Craze felt as though he had found an answer in watching. What else but to act? Move things in the desired direction. And if that doesn't work, start by changing what's within reach. Without self-change, the surroundings remain the same. Without changing the surroundings, the whole remains stagnant. Take it step by step. That had been Encrid's way of life all along. Craze added his own dose of realism. Does the world change just because you want it to? Of course not. So what did one need to achieve dreams and pursue ideals? Strength. Not necessarily in the form of swordsmanship or physical prowess. A steadfast conviction born of will could also be strength. For now, however, fists and swords were what mattered. Was this what Encrid's training and discipline had been for all along? Craze wasn't sure, but for the first time, he felt something new. We're leaving. As Encrid announced his departure, and the knights mounted their horses, Cray watched. Oddly, no ominous thoughts crossed his mind. He felt no urge to bless their journey either. Last night I thanked him for saving Crossguard. Do you know what he said? Abnaya, who had asked Crace to speak casually as a friend, approached with a question. What did he say? Preferring formality, Crace stuck to polite speech. Abnaya respected that. He said it was just one swing of his sword. Abnaya glanced briefly at the departing knights and added, well, maybe it was just one swing. But for someone, that swing might change their entire life. For another, it might make them realize they've made the worst decision of their life. Ah. Crace let out a short exclamation, resonating with the sentiment. Hadn't he just realized how to confront problems by observing Encrid? If strength was needed, wield it. Swing the sword for the values you believe in. That was Encrid's way as a knight. Only by knowing poverty can one appreciate abundance. Only by waiting can one savor joy. And fruit must ripen before it falls. Abnaya, a devout follower of the god of abundance, spoke as if reciting scripture. Then I suppose it's time for someone to know poverty. Christ's words were directed at the new cult of the Grey God. Of course, they would never hear them. Moving quickly didn't mean missing the scenery. The sky, the wind, and winter flowers caught their eyes. Not even a day had passed since their departure, when sleet began to fall in the chill wind. Snow descended from the clear, cloudless blue sky. A rare sight. Though the temperature plummeted, the sleet's beauty captivated. It was as though white paint had been delicately splattered across a blue canvas. Crunch. Yet no matter how stunning the scenery, one among them couldn't suppress his simmering anger. Couldn't these bastards have attacked in the summer if they were going to ambush us? It was Rem. Ice. He was complaining about the cold. Since Ragna enjoyed the cold, he simply let it slide. For Ragna, it was the heat he couldn't stand. That was why he became lethargic during the height of summer. Cold is better. Move your body to generate heat. That solves it. When Ragna responded to the grumbling, Rem's eyebrows twisted in frustration. Not just a twitch, but an actual wave-like movement, rippling up and down. It was a bizarre sight. Something one wouldn't normally see unless he was in a particularly foul mood. The first time Ragna saw it, he'd been so intrigued that he'd asked if Rem had once performed in a circus. You can just sweat it out, drink water, and soak in a cool lake. I must have forgotten I was talking to a beast. Go ahead, lead the way and walk far ahead. I don't want to see your face. If I send you ahead first, we might never meet again in this lifetime. It was a familiar argument. The two often bickered about these things whenever summer or winter rolled around. But rarely did it escalate to the point of swordplay. During summer, Ragna found sword fighting too bothersome. In winter, it was Rem who couldn't be bothered. Let's go fight those gray or black bastards instead of arguing here. Encrid stepped in to mediate. Soon enough, their misplaced resentment shifted toward their enemies. Let's see, you fanatical bastards. I'm more than willing to wield my sword on those dimwit fanatics who can't even find their way. Jackson silently followed on horseback. And Teresa occasionally hummed songs as they traveled at a steady pace. Encrid, riding his horse, reflected on what he had learned so far and pondered over new sword techniques. Over the past few days, he had picked up additional skills from his unit members. It's cold, but it's fine now. I can stand on my own. Shinar had changed her approach, or rather, the tone of her jokes. She often quipped that she was fine on her own and didn't need anyone to hold her up. Curious about her constant joking, Encrid asked her directly. Do you find it amusing? What are you referring to? The jokes. Very immensely, profound. Shinar paused briefly before meeting his gaze with her remarkably clear green eyes, her expression earnest. They're fun. So, she's serious. Encrid nodded quietly, and thus they rode on toward Noah's monastery. passing several cities along the way. At a relay station, everyone switched horses, but Encrid once again rode the same horse, his trusty weird-eyed steed, without needing to switch. "You're not hurt, are you?" The question arose as he noticed the steed's back muscles had become noticeably stronger. The horse shook its head as if to ask what nonsense he was spouting. "Nay!" It sounded like a rebuke to stop saying pointless things. As they galloped forward, save for eating and resting, Encrid recalled a conversation he'd had with Eitri. Did it break? This was after returning with the shattered black gold sword. Despite the effort it must have taken to craft, Eitri spoke in a calm tone. "Should I apologize?" Encrid asked, to which Eitri shook his head. "Not at all." Almost as if he had anticipated it, Eitri brought out a new sword. "It's lighter. I mixed it with true silver. Previously, it had been a weighty black gold sword. This time, it was a nimble blade infused with true silver. Some excellent silver came in from the mines near Louis. The material is exceptional." Encrid nodded again and took the blade. He swung it a few times and it indeed felt light. Though the blade was thicker than spark, it weighed much less. Whereas the black gold sword seemed to absorb light, this new blade subtly reflected it, holding it on its surface. Depending on the changing light of the sky, the blade shimmered in hues that sometimes appeared golden. It was light, sturdy, and an excellent weapon. More than anything, it showcased how much Eitri's craftsmanship had improved. "It fits my hand better." The sword seemed to cling to his grip more naturally than the black gold one, as though it was claiming him as its rightful owner. "Oh, of course, swords didn't speak." "Feeling restless, are you?" "Hold on. Soon. Soon." Thus, there was no need to talk to his sword as Rem might to his axe. During the journey, Encrid occasionally felt the intense stares of Fel and Rupert. Both seemed to have much on their minds. Yet neither spoke, and Encrid didn't question them. Judging by their expressions, they appeared to be sorting out something internally. Having climbed his way up from the bottom, Encrid's insight had sharpened considerably. He could gauge their states to some extent. Teresa, meanwhile, wore an unusually calm expression. They say divinity is the domain of the faithful, but even that power must operate on principles. Perhaps that's why a gray holy light exists. She would occasionally mutter such things, but was otherwise silent. As for Esther, who followed in her panther form, her silence was to be expected. Oddly enough, Teresa seemed the most composed of the group, despite being part giant. Before long they arrived near the location where their enemies had gathered. Up ahead, a segment of their forces is visible, not yet in formation. Which side? Wasn't it said that Overdier had also organized an army and was on the move? It could have been them. Encrid and his group had rushed so quickly that they hadn't had time to gather any news about their surroundings. Even Jackson hadn't had a chance to collect information. They had simply ridden straight ahead without pause. "They're the enemy." I spotted gray sacred light and some crusaders leading a force. They're setting up siege equipment in front of the monastery. Jackson, who had gone far ahead to scout and just returned, reported. He hadn't just seen the gathering troops, but had surveyed much farther ahead. Noah must have held out well. If siege equipment was only now being set up, it meant the fighting hadn't truly begun yet. Of course, Noah had fortified the monastery, curling up inside and enduring steadfastly. Negotiations had bought some time along the way, but that wasn't the sole reason for their prolonged resistance. Noah, who called himself the Pope of the Grey God, understood there would never be a better opportunity to gather his full strength than now. At the moment, recruiting followers of the Grey God was more important than engaging in battle. Under the pretense of attacking the monastery, he had gathered like-minded individuals. Showing immediate results wasn't as important as consolidating power. If they launched an attack now, some of those who were hesitating might decide to back out. Of course, the monastery was as vulnerable as a candle in the wind. Once preparations were complete, it would inevitably be crushed under sheer force, serving as proof of his righteous cause. Ideally, Mule also hoped to provoke the holy nation into deploying their forces and engage them in battle. For these reasons, his movements had been sluggish. But Encrid couldn't possibly know all this. He simply saw that they were there and concluded, they've held out well. The enemy had been sighted, and their own forces were vastly outnumbered. Normally, this would call for regrouping and planning a counterattack. But such considerations didn't apply to these madmen. With that single word from Encrid, he charged forward. His weird-eyed horse responded by pounding the ground with vigor, showing no signs of fatigue despite their relentless pace. At some point, the sound of the horse's hooves faded and Encrid felt a momentary weightlessness. The speed had accelerated to match the movement of a knight, propelling them rapidly. As they struck the enemy's flank, one of them reacted. It was someone clad in gray-painted armor. Encrid could see the man's mouth open in a circle of surprise. He was mounted as well. The startled opponent quickly pursed his lips and swung a flail. At just the right moment, Encrid's horse adjusted its pace. Encrid drew his new sword and slashed. The blade reflected sunlight, scattering golden light. The flail, carried by centrifugal force, hurtled toward him, aiming for his forearm. The fact that it targeted his forearm, and not his head or torso, was a testament to the enemy's experience. With just the strength of his wrist, Encrid flicked his blade. The sword's edge shifted sharply and severed the enemy's wrist. Splat! Blood splattered as the severed wrist fell to the ground. Ah! A scream followed. Encrid flicked his blade through the air to shake off the blood and turned his horse around. The weird-eyed horse pivoted lightly. Not bad. Or maybe even better. If the black gold sword had been heavy, this one felt almost excessively light. Yet, that lightness made its movements swift and nimble. It was a blade well suited for fast and agile swordsmanship. In any case, Encrid was highly satisfied with it. The sword crafted by Encrid gleamed as the severed wrist rolled on the ground. You! The man with the severed wrist couldn't finish his sentence. Thud! Ram's thrown hand axe embedded itself in the man's head, knocking him off his horse as his body tumbled to the ground. What the hell is this? Huh? What's going on? What is it? You bastards, it's the enemy. Thud, thud. The fallen body rolled among the enemy soldiers, leaving them in a panic as each spat out a few startled words. Meanwhile, the madmen charged deep into the army's formation. Chapter 677. The art of breaking momentum despite the dark night. Sleep wouldn't come easily. Understandable, given the circumstances. Few could sleep soundly in such a situation, and Noah was no exception. Unable to sleep, Noah wandered the monastery alone, letting the cold night air brush against him. The ornamental trees in the monastery's courtyard had been broken down to erect wooden barriers. The process of drying, cutting, and setting up the green timber had left the once beautiful garden in ruins. It now looked like a wasteland, a harbinger of the monastery's grim future. Tonight, the moonlight seemed uncharacteristically bright. Is God calling for me? Or is he condemning me for my sins? Was this the price of ignoring what had once transpired in the monastery? Were those still here paying for the past's unresolved burdens? It was a night of deep reflection and turmoil. The emergence of the gray god and the commotion it caused had led to this, a small monastery, home to only a few dozen people, becoming the target of their wrath. Who could have predicted this outcome? Noah was coming to terms with the inevitable. The monastery would not hold. They were surrounded, and the enemy refused any form of negotiation. When Noah had pleaded for mercy with his life on the line, the response had been dismissive. Every single thing in that monastery, down to the last chicken, is heretical. When he begged for the children to be spared, the reply was equally cruel. Did I not just say so? Whether saints or sinners, that place is a pit of evil. There was no compromise, only threats. Even the monk sent as an envoy had returned beaten, his face bruised and his steps unsteady. Send another envoy, and next time only the head will return. The message was clear, and it left Noah in despair. The child once deemed a saint and chosen by divine revelation would soon be labeled the devil's child, for their enemies would ensure it. Are we going to die? Even the children could sense the impending doom and asked timidly. Noah forced a gentle smile. God will protect us. He lied, but the child smiled back, and Noah felt no regret. Even if he were to burn in the underworld's prisons for this falsehood, he would not take back that moment of solace. He didn't want the children to spend their remaining time consumed by fear. Above all, he truly wished to believe that God would protect the innocent. Noah himself had no escape, but he didn't just pray. He reached out for help wherever he could. Yet even slipping past the siege to deliver messages was no small feat. Would help even come? Would anyone care about a single monastery? The lives within? Strangers to most. What reason would anyone have to save them? What gain could there be? There was none. Noah was painfully aware of this reality. He could see the situation clearly. The wider continent would view this as an internal civil war within the Holy Kingdom. No aid would come. Even if those rallying against the Grey God managed to reach the monastery, it would likely be too late, after the fires had consumed it. Once the monastery burns, it'll serve both sides' purposes, Noah thought bitterly. For the followers of the Grey God, their justification for existence hinged on the need to purge such a place. Leaving it intact would undermine their narrative. For the Holy Kingdom's army, a burned monastery and its dead inhabitants would be evidence of heresy to justify their own holy war. Who else could be heretical but those who dared to burn a monastery? Such a massacre would suit both factions. In truth, it was more than just a tragedy. It was political sacrifice. The growing number of followers under the Grey God's banner demanded a pretext, a symbol to validate their faith. What better than a razed monastery? So, a massacre loomed as the monastery's future. In the middle of all this, Noah noticed an odd sight. What's going on here? Despite the chains wound tightly around the monastery gates, their iron links reinforced with cloth to muffle any sound, some individuals were working to undo them. 5 or more figures, relying only on moonlight, moved in the cold early winter night, sweat dripping as they labored silently. "We're opening the gates," one of them whispered. Noah wasn't even flustered. It felt more like a hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation. Of course he knew better. His clear and cold logic told him as much, as evident as the moonlight shining down on them. The one who had spoken straightened from his crouched position. He was a head taller than Noah, and the short sword in his hand was clearly visible. Why? Why bother with the door when it would change nothing? Was it ignorance? They didn't understand that their actions would be fruitless, that no matter what they tried, they wouldn't be forgiven. Nor did they know the grim reality of the monastery being forced into becoming a scapegoat. They were oblivious to the fact that those watching this unfold already branded the monastery as a den of devils. Are they that foolish? Was it the terror of death that compelled them? It was likely both. If we open that door and surrender, will they accept us? Repentance is required. This was why Luagar had insisted on breaking the heads of anyone who wouldn't listen. But this situation was an anomaly. If Noah's approach had worked and the monastery had thrived, forming stronger bonds over time, they likely wouldn't have done this. At least, that's what Noah wanted to believe. The future was always uncertain, though. Even if circumstances had improved, perhaps they would have done the same thing years later. Are humans inherently evil or good? That was an eternal enigma. Noah simply wanted to believe in humanity's goodness. Why are you out here at this hour? Another man, attempting to open the door, pulled out a dagger from his coat. It seemed he'd been concealing it in his sleeve, as it lacked a sheath. Killing me won't change anything, Noah said. That's what you think. It was clear they had stopped reasoning altogether. It was fortunate there were only 5 of them. I didn't think I'd die like this. Hiding his true feelings, Noah looked at the 5 men. None of them met his eyes. Then it happened. A black figure leapt over the palisade. It landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and then stood upright. Are you the head priest, Noah? The shadow asked as it stood. But who are you? An anonymous crusader of the heretic annihilation order. No matter what the world said, there were still those who moved according to their convictions. One of the crusaders from the heretic annihilation order had come for Noah. The crusader quickly joined Noah, incapacitating the men halfway through opening the door. A few more incidents followed. They barricaded the door with thorny brambles. Another attempt to send someone outside was abandoned. By then, the monastery was so well defended that not even an ant could leave. You should at least escape. Noah tried to send the crusader away. He was too determined to die here. No, stay. The crusader refused. Until Encrid's party arrived. Noah endured another 6 days in the monastery. All he could do during that time was pray. Oh God, grant us aid. Watch over your lambs. Gather the fallen fruit into your basket. Surely someone would help them. Someone would come to save the poor children. It was noon on the 2nd day of their hunger. They hadn't eaten in 2 days. That was also the day they began to wonder if the enemy's intent was to starve them to death. Sunlight illuminated the surroundings, and across the thicket of brambles blocking the monastery gates, a small group could be seen weaving through the thousands of soldiers stationed there. Clarity was essential in battlefield commands, and Encrid understood this well. Break through. The mission was simple. Penetrate the enemy camp, blocking the monastery, and ensure the safety of Noah and the others inside. There was no other reason for their journey here. Just because the exterior seemed intact didn't mean the interior was safe. Rem was the first to move. He stepped lightly to the left, swinging his axe in a swift motion. With that one effortless swing, 4 soldiers of the so-called Grey Holy Army fell. Rem's axe carved erratic lines through the air, and within those lines, enemy necks always fell. I'll take the front, Ragna declared. Despite his words, Ragna darted to the right flank rather than the center. His black gold longsword stabbed, slashed, and hacked relentlessly through the enemy ranks. Snap! Crunch! Scream! Enemy soldiers crumbled like leaves. The entire group fought skillfully from horseback. Rem, in particular, swapped his axe for a stolen spear mid-battle, and began thrusting it with deadly precision. Not a single strike was blocked. Their training is abysmal. Robert spurred his horse into a turn, slashing with his sword and adding his own comment. Compared to the border guard, this group couldn't even be considered a proper army. The swing of the blade split the enemy soldier's helmet in 2, spilling blood and brain matter onto the ground. The struck soldier collapsed to his knees before falling forward. As Rupert had remarked, the so-called Grey Holy Army had no time for proper drills. The unit had only recently assembled, and there was no opportunity to train. This outcome was inevitable. How could such a disorderly mob hope to withstand the martial prowess of a knightly order? Fighting against a flock of crows might yield similar results. Encrid, mounted on his steed with uneven eyes, wielded his sword with precision. His legs wrapped tightly around the horse's belly for balance. In his right hand, he held the newly received Jinen's sword, while his left hand grasped Spark, his fairy sword. He had prepared himself thoroughly. Just as he was about to strike, Encrid's instincts sharpened. His perception expanded, and he assessed the level of the enemy soldiers. Do I need to kill them all? No, that wouldn't be necessary. Armies relied on morale. If their morale was shattered, the soldiers would scatter naturally. But how? Should he construct an iron wall again, as he had done before? He had practiced the technique repeatedly since that battle, and it was possible to recreate the iron wall. However, the same crushing pressure that had overwhelmed the enemy back then was unlikely to manifest again. Everything is influenced by the situation and the environment, Luagar had taught him. Even if he recreated the wall, it wouldn't feel as imposing as it had before. Moreover, he needed to break through this time, not fortify. Encrid honed his senses to razor-sharp precision, letting them expand like a web. In the realm of intuition, he dissected the enemy force into its components. Together they formed an army. Apart, they were individuals. An army was built on morale. As the web of his senses spread, it enveloped the surroundings. He analyzed their eyes, postures, center of gravity, and the directions of their weapons. He identified who would attack, who would flee, and who would stand their ground. Encrid swung his sword. The soldiers with high morale were cut down. Oh! A soldier whose neck was severed spewed blood as he collapsed to the ground. The Jinen sword had lightly grazed his nape, ending him. Next, the trembling soldier overcome by fear was bypassed. Another who stood awkwardly, attempting to hold his ground, was struck down with ease. Clack! The flat of the sword struck a soldier's helmet, sending him toppling sideways. Encrid distinguished when to exert force and when to withhold it, meticulously distributing his will. He guided his blade with precision, cutting, bypassing, and striking repeatedly. The result was a silent carnage. In the midst of the battle, where the sounds of combat rang loudly, the area surrounding Encrid was marked by an eerie quietness, as bodies fell one after another. Rem turned his gaze toward him. Oh? Rem could cut down everything in the path of his axe. At the moment he wasn't fighting seriously, but his methods were straightforward. Hack and kill. What Encrid demonstrated, however, was something entirely different. Cutting and slashing were things anyone with strength could do. But this wasn't just about strength. You've learned a few tricks, haven't you? Rem felt a mixture of surprise and pride, recognizing his own teachings in Encrid's movements. By advancing boldly and minimizing hesitation, Encrid used his time to analyze and act. It was a skill that effectively extended the perception of time. Among the onlookers, Jackson was the most astonished. What is he doing? As the number of enemies falling to Encrid grew, the cohesive structure of the enemy army began to unravel. Jackson sensed it instinctively. While others might vaguely perceive it, he could feel it clearly. Is it just from observing? If asked to replicate it, Jackson could imitate the motions, but never with the same precision. The finesse was unmatched. The sword strokes painted intricate patterns that were uniquely Encrid's. What Encrid was displaying now was something only he could achieve. It was the result of years of experience, climbing from the very bottom. It was a testament to what someone without innate talent could accomplish through sheer effort and dedication. Encrid was demonstrating to the enemy soldiers the true meaning of unstoppable. Chapter 608. Worship me, for I have saved you. Ah, it's a monster. Run away! Most of the people nearby recoiled in terror, except for a few who stood firm. Amidst the retreating tide, one solid rock of resistance remained, a paladin radiating a gray holy light. He scanned the intruders charging towards him. They fight well, he thought. The sudden attackers were in the midst of fierce combat, but their identity was unclear. Mercenaries? Reinforcements requested by some monastery? He noticed their navy blue cloaks, but paid no mind to the insignias. All he recognized was that they were formidable. Enough recognition for now. Where did these bastards come from? Mel's audacious claim of imitating God and demanding worship stemmed not only from the absence of divine intervention, but also from the impressive array of talent under his command. Strength attracts ambition, and with enough power, even the creation of a new deity could seem feasible. Half the paladins of the Scales Order were gathered here, a testament to this strength. The figure confronting Encrid was one of these elite paladins. Could they be Overdier's secret forces? Rumors were already swirling that Prophet Overdier was leading an army. But why a sudden ambush now? Was there any tactical advantage? It seemed unlikely. The paladin decided not to dwell on the motives of his foes. Breaking their momentum was a higher priority. A lone warrior wielding dual swords with quiet precision disrupted their formation, scattering the troops as though chasing insects with fire. The paladin of the Scales urged his warhorse forward. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere, as other paladins trained in strategy and tactics since childhood targeted the disruptive warriors, Ragna and Rem among them. "This is as far as you go," the paladin declared, thrusting his slender sword forward. He had maneuvered to the flank, approaching silently for a precise strike. But Encrid had already sensed the ambush. He'd experienced this kind of attack before, particularly against Jackson's training. According to Jackson, even the master assassin Georga couldn't guarantee death against a prepared opponent. Encrid's response was a calm deflection of the incoming blade, his fairy sword spark striking just enough to alter the trajectory. Clang! The paladin's face twisted in confusion. How could that have been blocked? He pressed harder, locking blades and trying to unseat Encrid from his horse. However, Encrid's horse, Weird Eye, responded as if in sync. Snorting, it adjusted its footing and delivered a well-aimed headbutt to the enemy's steed. Thud! Nay! What the? The paladin's horse staggered, throwing off its rider's balance. Encrid seized the moment, driving his blade precisely between the gaps in the paladin's armor. A golden flash cut through the air, piercing the man's throat. Squish! Blood spurted from the wound as the paladin collapsed. Nearby, Rem had already dispatched another foe. He dropped his spear, slammed his axe into the paladin's helmet, and punched the enemy's horse. The combined assault left both rider and steed sprawled lifeless on the ground. Ragna, meanwhile, delivered a devastating strike that cleaved both horse and rider in a single blow. His attack combined will with techniques refined by Encrid, making the strike nearly unstoppable. Slash! In moments, 3 elite paladins lay defeated. The chaos in their ranks spread as Encrid and his team carved through their formation, slaying the most spirited warriors. Run away! Ah! Monsters! Demons! Save me, Mom! Cries of terror echoed as the enemy forces scattered. The battlefield opened before Encrid, and his surroundings grew eerily quiet. The madmen unit regrouped around him, their expressions calm, as if they were merely taking a stroll. "Let's go," Encrid said, moving forward. Though the path ahead was short, he replayed the recent battle in his mind. The precision, the timing, everything had been executed instinctively. Reflecting on the process, he identified the key: accelerated thinking. It wasn't just about mastering techniques like slashing fire while emitting will. It was about the countless experiences compressed into moments of desperation. His sharpened instincts and decision-making were the result of relentless practice. Not bad. With his trusty sword, crafted by Eitri, fitting perfectly in his hand, Encrid advanced toward the monastery of Noah. The battlefield was littered with evidence of prior skirmishes, splintered barricades, bloodstains, and scattered debris. A man clad in iron armor stood at the entrance, his fatigue evident but his gaze sharp. "Who?" he asked warily. It was a reasonable question. They had thought all hope was lost, only for a small force to break through the enemy lines. cutting down even the elite paladins without breaking a sweat. Encrid's blue eyes met the man's. Calm and confident, he replied. I'm an acquaintance of Abbott Noah. May I enter? The armored man hesitated. Just days ago, a traitor within their ranks had nearly led to Noah's death. Turning, he looked to the one-eyed Abbott standing behind him. Noah's expression shifted from shock to recognition. How are you here? Having seen an unexpected face, it was only natural for them to ask why he had come. With the priests watching, the other party opened his mouth to speak, to have a cup of tea. It was a plain and simple answer. Encrid, recalling something he had said before, used it as an excuse. Next time you come, I'll serve you some good tea. Yes, he had said something like that. Noah remembered as well. In preparation for the day he might visit, Noah had dried some tea leaves, not expensive ones, but at least drinkable. Despite being short on food and going hungry for 2 days, he hadn't eaten the tea leaves. After all, tea was a luxury and a delicacy, not something one brewed in times of desperation. Is there no tea? Encrid asked again. There is, Noah answered, still dumbfounded. Then let's go. Although the narrow path was blocked by thorny bushes and wooden barricades without a proper gate, the group crossed the wall, just as one of the priests from the heretic extermination order had done before. They couldn't bring their horses over in the same way, so while some worked to create a gap in the barricade, Encrid's horse leapt over the wall without any assistance. Taking just a few steps back, the horse lightly kicked off the ground and jumped over the wall. The sight was so astonishing that even the enemy soldiers, watching in stunned silence, couldn't help but gape. Wow! Whoa! Small exclamations spread among the enemy troops, but those on the inside of the barricade were twice as shocked. Oh, wah! Among the makeshift defenders holding hastily made spears in their trembling hands, one even fell backward in fright, landing on his rear. It doesn't bite, Encrid said nonchalantly, dismounting and continuing on foot. Noah followed him. Having observed the entire situation, Shinar turned to Luagar and asked, Am I right in thinking he's acting shy because he's embarrassed? Rahim, chuckling, answered instead, You've got it spot on. He can't bring himself to say he came to help, so he says he came for tea. That crazy guy is surprisingly bashful. Since Shinar wouldn't bother making fairy jokes when Encrid wasn't around, she simply nodded at the response. Luagar, on the other hand, puffed her cheeks as she laughed. Now that you mention it, he always talks like that. Even last time, he just said he swung his sword a bit. Saving an entire city, and all he had to say was that he swung his sword. And, technically, it wasn't just one swing but several. Exactly. He'd never say, I saved you all, now worship me. Not in a million years. But when people start praising him, he's over the moon about it. You really didn't know? Rem laughed, chatting with the two who were agreeing with him. Then, Ragna spoke up. Was it necessary to come in this way? Not through the front? Ragna, standing where the front line had been, questioned why they had come toward the leader instead of through his position. Rem responded, his tone incredulous. Someone needs to stick a compass in that idiot's head. Jackson walked a short distance away, silent. Being near them would lower his dignity, so this distance was only natural. From an outside perspective, it was much the same. In a situation like this, calmly walking at an exact interval didn't make someone look normal. Fel rokoed, and Teresa might have once struggled to match this atmosphere, but how long had they been at Boarguard now? Hey, how about a sparring match to commemorate our arrival? Ropard suggested to Fel. Count me in too, Teresa chimed in. You'll never catch up to me with your level of talent, Fel replied. Ropard scoffed at the comment. Ever since Fel had secretly started training, he'd worked himself to exhaustion in plain sight, so much so that his tongue might as well sweat. And yet he always made excuses about talent. At some point, Fel had become known as the hardest worker in the Boarguard, though he was the only one who denied it. I'm a man of extraordinary talent, Fel declared. Thus, The Mad Knight Company strode through the monastery. Naturally, everyone nearby heard and saw them. These were people who hadn't eaten properly in 2 days. Anyone with eyes, ears, and a mind would think dying was inevitable. Their perspective on life had become that of those who had lost hope, a tale with a foregone conclusion. Some had even considered ending their lives, but for believers, suicide was the greatest sin. So they had simply endured, only for these absurd individuals to arrive. Their casual attitude seemed downright over the top. A priest from the heretic extermination order, guiding the group in Noah's stead, finally couldn't contain himself and asked, "Who are you people?" Chapter 609. A new friend, Ropard, overhearing the question posed by the nameless priest, cast a sidelong glance before stepping aside with a polite demeanor to make way for the panther passing nearby. His cloak bore an emblem, which he then displayed for the crusader to see. A single line marked with a slight shift. It represented a city wall, an unbreakable fortress. "Does this look familiar to you?" he asked while showing it. It was a symbol that was hard to miss. If one were to ask who had stirred the continent most recently, the answer would likely point to this emblem. Even if someone lived secluded in the mountains, battling heretics with ears closed to the outside world, ignoring something of this magnitude would be nearly impossible. "Border guard?" The crusader from the priesthood blinked, speaking in surprise. Indeed, the emblem belonged to the border guard. Alongside it, there was yet another symbol, one representing Encrid. Ropard lifted his cloak to reveal it. A stark black figure, crossed through by a sharp line. It symbolized the act of cutting through the demonic realm, the insignia of the Madman Order. A noble from Norelia had once remarked upon seeing it, "Does that mean you'll just cut anything that crosses you?" Do you recognize this one as well? It's the sole knightly order of the Border Guard. Although the Border Guard's increasing influence through external affairs was notable, Ropard was currently outside their territory. Considering this, he believed there was a chance his counterpart might not recognize it. "The Order of Madness?" The reply came swiftly. While its original name was Madmen, people often referred to it as Madness. The meaning was clear either way. In some places, it was even called the Order of the Impenetrable Wall. Ropard had first-hand experience with such interpretations. "Yes, I'm Squire Ropard." He introduced himself with a title he deemed fitting. Though his actual skills rivaled those of a junior knight's, Ropard remained a squire. Titles like knight had originally stemmed from noble ranks, but had since evolved into a broader symbol of martial prowess, particularly for those who wielded will. The rank of semi-knight carried a similar symbolic weight, but to Ropard such distinctions mattered little. However, he wasn't without a sense of belonging or pride. As a squire of the Madman Order, Ropard considered that sufficient. Until his leader, Encrid, or even he himself deemed him worthy of a higher rank, he would remain a squire. This self-imposed restraint revealed a certain streak of madness within Ropard, aligning him with the very order he served. Extending his hand to introduce another, Ropard added, "This here is Fell, an auxiliary soldier. Technically, there shouldn't be mere soldiers in a knightly order, but why fret over details?" To Ropard, Fell was just a soldier. Fell, however, responded without a hint of humor. Since when was a squire ranked lower than a soldier? In some remote wasteland, maybe, but not on this continent, soldier. Really? A squire has the gall to talk back. As their argument escalated, a mixed-blood giant with a kind expression interjected with a laugh. "Don't worry, brother. We don't go around cutting or slashing just anyone." Despite her towering figure, closer observation revealed that the giant was a strikingly beautiful woman. However, her appearance wasn't of much concern to the crusader at the moment. Oh. The nameless crusader's jaw dropped. The Madmen Knights? Currently, they were the hottest topic across the continent. But what were they doing here? The question burned in his mind. Why would they involve themselves here? Most people act in pursuit of personal gain, even if someone like the nameless crusader did not. To wonder about their motives was only natural. Moreover, involving themselves in the current conflict meant stepping into the holy nation's internal strife. Outside, people had gathered shouting about how Noah's monastery was a den of demons based on divine revelation. Though such claims were broadly dismissed, when someone with power voiced them, even a small monastery had no means of resistance. Even if they managed to survive with help, they could still be branded as demon collaborators afterward, carrying the stigma long after the battles ended. The crusader himself had come here prepared to die, fully aware of the risks. Before becoming a heretic slayer, I used to pray for the unjustly wronged, he reflected aloud. With those words, he abandoned the priesthood and remained at the monastery. Despite this, he still prayed to the moon every night to calm his mind. Walking willingly into certain death brought no peace of heart. Yet, seeing these people rendered his resolve almost meaningless. What's with this composure? They had walked in casually, strolled through the city without a care. It left him feeling flustered. While they bickered and hummed, a gray-haired barbarian grumbled about the cold, and another asked where the main gate was, even though he had just climbed over it. A panther strolled alongside them, and one man, though cloaked similarly, deliberately kept his distance. Watching it all left the crusader with an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Why did it seem so ridiculous? The reason was clear. They exuded no sense of urgency. Their lack of apparent tension made his own determination seem trivial in comparison, leaving him utterly bewildered. I've gone 2 days without food, Noah said, brewing tea with his emaciated hands. Encrid accepted the tea and drank it. Having experienced fine teas thanks to Marcus in the past, Encrid could tell this wasn't an expensive blend. Considering the monastery's strained circumstances, evident even from Noah's remark, it was remarkable they could offer tea at all. However, Marcus had once said, "Is expensive tea the best tea?" Not at all. Truly good tea depends on who's sitting across from you and the moment you're in. Drink it with someone you despise, and even the finest tea will taste bitter. Marcus had shared this sentiment while dreading a tea session with his father. Recalling those words, Encrid found the tea to be quite palatable. Its mild bitterness and subtle fragrance lingered pleasantly. Though the dried flower tea lacked blending and leaned towards an astringent taste, it was good enough for him. "Thank you for coming, but I think you should understand the situation," Noah said again, his tone serious and sincere. As Encrid made his way here, he had already considered how people might react to his arrival. Typically, they would express gratitude, then plead for him to save them, begging on their knees, making promises they couldn't keep, or at least asking him to save themselves or a select few. Yet, there were always exceptions. There existed people who couldn't be easily measured, and Noah was one of them. His parched lips cracked open, showing traces of blood from where the skin had split. Every word he spoke seemed ready to tear his lips further apart, a clear reflection of the dire situation. "We've already been marked as sacrificial lambs. If you stay here, they'll treat you the same. As a child of the demon. Not only those who worship the gray outside, but even those from the holy nation might see you that way. So many madmen in this world." That thought crossed Encrid's mind. Was this man seriously worrying about him in such a situation? Yet he wasn't entirely surprised. Noah had always been like this, a man who had once saved Siki even though it cost him his eye and ear, knowing full well it would likely lead to death under torture. "Though I was the one who used him." Noah's current plea was straightforward. It was dangerous, and staying here might harm Encrid. A noble yet reckless concern, revealing just how much of a madman Noah truly was. Encrid sipped the hot tea Noah had served, listening silently, his demeanor calm and attentive. "If possible, could you at least save the children?" "The monks and I have decided to stay. Yes, this is my penance for my past sins," Noah said, smiling earnestly. It was a smile born of hope that at least the children might be saved. Despite the grim circumstances, that smile shone brightly. Encrid studied Noah intently. After enduring so much torture, one might expect his eyes to be dulled and lifeless. But Noah's remaining eye radiated with the brightness of starlight, undeterred even by the loss of its counterpart. "What's to gain from this fight?" someone might ask. Yet Encrid saw no lack of gain. Amid those who judged saints based on divine blessings, here was someone who embodied sainthood itself. Do not abandon your neighbors in their poverty. Do not push others aside to gather fallen fruit. If anyone could fully live out the teachings of the Holy Scriptures, wouldn't that person be worthy of being called a saint? "Let's be friends," Encrid said suddenly. "Pardon?" "Speak casually." "From today, let's just be friends." Setting down his teacup, Encrid brushed the dust from his black hair, scattering motes into the sunlight streaming through the window. To Noah, the particles looked like stars in a night sky. At that moment, both men saw something akin to light in each other. For Noah, it was as if Encrid himself was shining. And perhaps Noah was the same to Encrid. Why had this man come here? Asking would yield no deeper answer than the obvious. He had come to save lives. To Encrid, Noah was simply a good and righteous man. The kind of person the world desperately needed. That was all there was to it. Whether driven by whim or conviction, Encrid had no regrets. "Let's be friends," Encrid repeated. Noah blinked, clearly taken aback, before folding his hands politely on his lap and nodding with a warm smile. "Yes, let's be friends." Whether the words were meant to console him or not, Noah felt genuinely glad. The hero who had once spoken on behalf of the gods now spoke again, his mouth carrying the light of conviction. "From now on, this fight is to protect a friend. That gives me all the justification I need. Being labeled a demon? What of it? Facing rejection from both the holy nation and the Grey God's followers, with armies gathered just beyond the monastery walls? He knew all that when he came. And yet, you're still going to fight? Someone might ask. That's exactly why I'm fighting, Encrid would answer to himself, rising to his feet. They'd said it had been 2 days since the monastery last ate. He couldn't let that go on any longer. The monastery housed children, some who had narrowly escaped being exploited as saints and others who hadn't been so lucky. Yet Noah made no distinctions. The monastery was also home to those who had once betrayed their faith, but had now resolved to stay and protect what they could. Fortunately, the opportunists who had planned to turn their backs had already met their ends, leaving only those who remained steadfast. "Oh, Siki asked me to pass along her regards," Encrid said, stepping outside. Siki's message had been simple. "Do you think I'd be of any help if I came? I'd just get in the way. Once I've improved, I'll join you. Until then, good luck. And please, give my regards to Uncle Noah." It was a frank and straightforward sentiment, but beneath it lay unwavering trust in Encrid's ability. That trust pushed him forward, a welcome weight on his shoulders. Even Cray hadn't expressed doubt when Encrid departed. Their confidence filled him with the desire to repay that faith. Now, as he gazed at Noah, Encrid felt a similar resolve. To give this man the same sense of peace and reassurance that Siki and Cray had gifted him. Chapter 610, of course, Encrid assessed the situation, his own abilities, the Order's strength, and the context at hand. Despite everything, he didn't consider the current circumstances a crisis. While he didn't know every face gathered ahead, the information he'd heard beforehand reinforced his confidence. They said a paladin has joined the fray. But we're not going to back down, are we? Christ had remarked as much. The only unpredictable element came from those arriving from the holy nation. Their mess themselves, with internal factions fighting it out. On top of that, cultists are running rampant, battles are erupting everywhere, and monsters are spilling out of the demonic realm.
It's utter chaos, so it's hard to say how they'll respond.
Encrid simply nodded. Even if all those forces turned against him, he had no intention of altering his course. That was Encrid in a nutshell, a man who stuck to his decisions. Everyone knew that. If he weren't such a madman, he wouldn't have achieved what he had. Encrid's resolve was unwavering. Noah will live. The monastery will remain standing. No one here will die. That was his decision, and in his eyes, it was like commissioning himself with a job. If we're friends now, shouldn't I do more to stop you? Noah spoke with sincerity. I'm not very good at listening to others, Encrid replied. Noah's face showed he was at a loss for words. So just sit back and watch, Encrid added, his words resonating with an unmistakable will. He exuded conviction, and Noah could only stare at the hero before him, now standing with his back to the light streaming through the window. Gather, Encrid ordered as he stepped out of the room. But everyone was already assembled. The warrior of the Inquisition's eradication squad approached. No one seemed interested in stopping him, likely due to the exhaustion of waiting and constant pestering. The nameless crusader, face hardened, spoke urgently, his tone tinged with concern. You know who's waiting out there? Encrid shook his head. He'd heard bits and pieces, but not the full details. What's their plan coming here? What are they thinking? The crusader thought, but knew he had to speak. These weren't just any madmen. They truly lived up to their reputation. He had to warn them, to make them realize the danger, and ensure they prioritized their own survival. At the very least, those who had come here for a righteous cause shouldn't meet a senseless death. There are 2 paladins of balance and abundance out there. Both are proven warriors. The crusader's tone was solemn and serious. Now, do you understand how dangerous this is? Encrid blinked at him, his expression clearly asking, so what? The crusader couldn't fully grasp Encrid's reaction, but one thing was clear. This man had no intention of retreating. They're not just knights. These are exceptional paladins, the crusader emphasized again, essentially asking, did you know this when you came here? They said so. Encrid remarked nonchalantly, glancing over the crusader's attire before directing his question to his own knights. Yeah, we've heard. That's what they said, Rem replied. He'd already endured the crusader's endless chatter about the dangers. From the journey here to now, Rem's tone was less indifferent and more tinged with irritation, likely because the situation reminded him of their departure from the border guard. The annoyance wasn't due to the crusader's warnings, but the cold. Why are we dealing with this nonsense in freezing weather? Danger? What's that? Something you eat? His actions and expression made this sentiment clear, so the crusader's warnings were futile. Ragna, standing beside him, pretended to think for a moment before asking, both of them mine? Paladins imbued with divinity. Wouldn't it be fun to face them? That arrogant bear, Odin, had said he would teach Ragna a lesson. Facing these 2 could be a good warm-up before Odin returned. If he cut them down, dealing with that bear later would be easy. It would be excellent training. No one could know what Ragna was thinking, but it flashed through his mind like lightning. I'll show you the swordsmanship of the spring breeze that drives away winter's chill, Shinar muttered, her words cryptic. She'd mentioned this to Encrid a few times during their journey, a promise to showcase the unique swordsmanship of the fairies. Encrid had taken it as half a joke, but Shinar's skills were no laughing matter. Simply put, she intended to cut through the opposing army to demonstrate her spring breeze swordsmanship to Encrid. Fairies didn't bother with human emotions or concepts like fear, so they didn't even feign concern. The nameless crusader took a deep breath, his frustration evident. It felt as though he was speaking to a wall. A bird fell, and Teresa merely nodded. Paladins, huh? Interesting? They wondered if they'd get a chance to fight them. Winning seemed unlikely, but the idea of testing themselves was appealing. Luagar and Jackson shared similar thoughts. Jackson contemplated killing the paladins outright, while Luagar was curious about how Encrid would handle them. Without words, their attitudes revealed their thoughts. This was the Madmen unit, shaped by Encrid's lunacy. "Did you even listen to what I said?" the Crusader finally burst out. He, too, had seen the unit's exploits in front of the monastery and heard their reputation as Mad Knights or the Wall of Steel. However, their fame was recent. The paladins outside had held their positions for over 20 years. One was called the Guardian of the Nest. The other bore the title of an Apostle of Abundance and was known as Azratik, the Viper, a catastrophe infamous for breaking bones. In close combat he was among the continent's finest. So, no war god's priest or followers. Encrid remained calm. Is this really the time to ask such things? The nameless paladin paused to steady his breath before answering the question. His plan was to respond first and then attempt persuasion again. Not many people serve the god of war. I'm not sure how many among them could be here, but anyone who's reached the rank of knight or apprentice knight would be at the battlefield, not in a place like this. Within the order devoted to the god of war, much had changed after the loss of Odin. One significant shift was their near-total withdrawal from matters like inquisitions within the order. Losing someone as talented as Odin, who was meant to guide the next generation, naturally led to upheaval. The god of war had since taken a step back from most of the order's affairs. As a result, there were very few apostles of the god of war present here. This withdrawal also marked the beginning of the isolation of those who believed in the god of war. Having refrained from external affairs, they lacked opportunities to seek power. Losing power, in turn, made their words carry less weight. Over time, the order became an insular group. The current pope of the god of war's order now focused on internal management and carrying out their assigned duties. Naturally, these internal dynamics weren't something to be shared in detail. Besides, Encrid wasn't curious about that. A crusade, a battle to hold back the monsters. The nameless paladin's complexion darkened further, and he muttered under his breath, "It's a real crusade in every sense of the word." The battlefield he referred to was the fight against the corrupted lands. Encrid nodded. There would always be people doing their part, even in dire circumstances. Otherwise the continent would have long since fallen into ruin. So Encrid decided he too would do what he must. "Azra? What did you say?" "Azratik. Azratik." The nameless paladin's voice grew louder, a mix of urgency and frustration. Not all knights were the same, after all. "I agree," said a gray-haired barbarian, nodding beside them. "What's wrong with these people?" The paladin referred to Azratik, a legendary holy knight who had been active for 2 decades. He was known as a cunning serpent, and anyone caught in his schemes wouldn't escape with just a broken bone or two. So why did they show no sense of urgency? "Are you really planning to fight? Does this look like a leisurely outing to you?" Encrid replied curtly to the paladin and resumed leading the group toward the monastery. It was a firm answer, ending any further discussion. The paladin had no choice but to follow in silence as Encrid led the way. Walking through the monastery's uneven paths, they passed columns wrapped in dried vines, well-maintained statues of the god of abundance, small hut-like dwellings, and groups of people watching them from the roadside. The residents of the monastery stared at Encrid's group with a mix of hope and anxiety, though to be precise, the anxiety outweighed the hope by far. Encrid continued walking silently, unaffected by the stares. The nameless paladin was uncertain whether it was better to give false hope or make the people face reality. He remained silent, much like how Noah might have refrained from spinning comforting lies to reassure a child. As they walked, a child asked, Mister, did you come here to protect us? A middle-aged priestess gently placed a hand on the child's shoulder. There was no scolding for the question. It was something anyone in the monastery might wonder. After all, Noah, who had taken charge of the monastery, had brought in orphans from nearby cities after their parents had been lost. We can share our food and squeeze in to sleep. That should be fine, right? That had been Noah's reasoning at the time. Yet now that decision couldn't necessarily be called the right one. His care for the children had brought over 10 small corpses into the monastery. The nameless paladin had come because he couldn't bear to watch that happen. Must the innocent truly die for power and strength? Lord, grant me an answer. Receiving no answer from his heavenly Father, the paladin came seeking one himself. Scripture said to seek if one wished to find. Merely wishing in silence would yield nothing. The child's question reflected a fragile hope mixed with fear. Encrid placed his hand on the child's head. Of course. Would such a brief answer bring hope? Though the fear seemed to lessen slightly, the clouds of despair did not fully dissipate. And rightly so, words alone were rarely enough to reassure. As they reached the monastery gates, some individuals who had been organizing their forces after earlier setbacks stood visible in the distance. In the center of the gathering sat a man on a high chair, surrounded by others. They appeared to be a key faction of the ones serving the Grey Guard. While Encrid walked toward them, the nameless paladin kept pace beside him, speaking anxiously. He seemed genuinely worried for everyone here. 2 holy knights are not all they have. There are priests and those skilled in sacred magic. Among them there's a man named Noah, who can launch more than 20 grey holy blasts in one go. Each one hits like a giant's blow. Even the best knights wouldn't stand a chance against that head-on. We need a strategy. Though the chatter was slightly annoying, Encrid didn't mind. He noticed the paladin's dented breastplate and the fatigue etched on his face, a clear sign of sleepless nights. It was said he had risked his life a few days ago to steal food and barely survived. The slight limp in his left leg suggested injuries sustained during that ordeal, though the discomfort wasn't immediately obvious unless one looked closely. Despite his struggles, the paladin walked with his chest out, comforting the child Encrid had patted by telling them not to worry. He knows that his wavering could affect others. Encrid had learned about his background from Noah. The paladin belonged to the Order of Heretic Extermination, a group dedicated solely to combating heresy. Why then was he here? When asked, Noah explained. He couldn't stand watching the innocent die unjustly. That's all there is to it. That was what the paladin had said. Encrid found him admirable. This man believed his actions were right, knowing full well he might die for it. Could his death change anything? Likely not. Judging by his words, he understood that too. And yet, he willingly faced what might be a futile death because he believed it was the right thing to do. That was conviction. Does that mean you lack a name? Encrid asked as he observed the group gathered in the distance. Yes, I haven't been given a name yet, brother. But isn't that beside the point right now? Encrid found the title brother endearing. I see. Before Encrid could finish his thought, a cloud of dust rose above the monastery's walls, coalescing into a faint glowing shape. It resembled a dragonfly, a mass of grey light. Grey explosion spell. One of the allied crusaders identified it, shouting a warning. That grey mass was a spell that detonated upon contact, a signature of those who had awakened the grey radiance. Chapter 611. Time of Retribution. From the perspective of the Grey Holy Army, it seemed as if some lunatics had suddenly broken through the heart of their unit. To make matters worse, these individuals calmly walked into the monastery, leaving 4 dead Templars in their wake, a single strike that delivered a significant blow. This act served as the signal for the battle's beginning. Instead of meekly awaiting divine punishment, they attacked first. Mule pondered what kind of mad fools had shown up. He watched as they loitered inside the monastery, which was situated in a basin, accessible only via a steep incline. The monastery's gate was at the top of this incline, and while a palisade and thorn barriers partially obscured the view, they couldn't fully block it. From the inside, one could also see outside. Mule's gaze settled on a figure at the center of the intruders. A man with black hair, standing without a helmet, as if unconcerned about hiding himself. Something about this man rubbed Mule the wrong way. It wasn't that he could see the man's eyes, but his demeanor seemed overly indifferent, irritatingly so. Is he faking composure? Laughable fool, Mule sneered. Even though 4 Templars had died and their forces were breached, Mule didn't feel threatened. He acknowledged the intruders' skill but believed the situation remained in their favor. Surely, the intruders had expended all their effort to take down those 4 Templars, Mule thought. A mistaken belief born of overconfidence. Let's end this, Mule declared. One command was enough for a battle like this. After all, how could a mere monastery withstand an army? The holy priests, specializing in combat magic, began channeling their divine power. Gray light coalesced, forming the shape of a spell. The time of retribution has come, Mule proclaimed with theatrical flair, believing appearances were vital for someone aspiring to become a pope. Gray explosion spell. Before it could launch, the gray mass sprouted 8 elongated wings and prepared to surge forward. The unnamed Templar, seeing this, was alarmed, but tried to remain calm. "Everyone dodge!" he shouted. Yet no one moved. Instead, someone unfamiliar was suddenly standing beside him. When did this woman? The Templar was startled to see a strikingly beautiful woman with black hair. Her appearance was unforgettable. As he warned others to evade, this mysterious beauty raised her hands, her fingers moving as if playing an invisible organ. The air around her trembled. Soon, boom, boom, boom. The gray projectiles, designed to seek out and explode upon living targets, detonated harmlessly against the monastery walls. The woman, her face and tone devoid of any amusement, remarked coldly, "Trivial." Esther, now in her human form, opened her spell domain and used her sight to directly analyze the enemy's magic. Her natural intuition, a gift of her innate talent, allowed her to discern the nature of the spell. They've combined sorcery with divine magic, she realized. The Grey Gods' corrupted holy magic, as they called it, was dismantled in an instant. With understanding came a solution, and Esther infused the intangible magic with life energy, reversing the explosion spell. Bang! 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 The orbs, each larger than a human head, would have been awe-inspiring under different circumstances. Esther muttered. Dremula's winged cliff, she incanted softly. The power she'd condensed in her spell domain surged outward, forming a wall of wind that blocked the oncoming orbs. Thud! 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 The unnamed Templar heard a noise resembling iron balls striking a wall. The invisible barrier created by Esther clashed with the gray orbs, causing them to shatter and disperse. The enemy priests, now agitated, began chanting more spells. "Gods, strike our foes with holy lightning, crush them with the hammer of judgment, burn and sear their sins away." Bolts of gray lightning, massive hammer-shaped projectiles, and fiery gray masses all surged toward Esther's position. The Crusader recognized these as advanced spells, cast by skilled priests rather than novices. "Evade!" he began to shout again, but his words trailed off. To Esther, the spells were riddled with flaws. Before the Templar could finish his warning, she had already chanted an expel. Tremulous scythe, Delgrecha sneeze, bonehead, run wild. Though many spells came her way, 3 of hers sufficed. As her spell domain unleashed its power, the wind coalesced into a scythe that sliced through the incoming lightning. Crack! Boom! The spells collided, creating whirlwinds that dissipated the lightning into harmless sparks. A chilling frost formed midair, extinguishing the fiery mass and shattering the hammer. It didn't stop there. A flesh construct had materialized before the grey holy army, its arms swinging. Whack! Thud! Crack! Though it wielded no weapons, Esther had observed Encrid's sparring and training for some time, absorbing his martial techniques. A magician's duty was to utilize accumulated knowledge, and Esther fulfilled it. As a result, Bonhead's movements were far superior to anything it had displayed before. The typical flesh golem was most often used as a massive meat shield. However, the bonehead that Esther summoned was entirely different. Bonehead seized a soldier's spear and wielded it skillfully in combat. He yanked the spear back, kicked a soldier's stomach, and swung the spear sideways, striking the shield of another soldier with its shaft. His attacks were not only strong and fast, but also surprisingly precise. Coupled with the fact that he felt no pain and was incredibly hard to kill, Bonehead became a nightmare for his enemies. Even attempts to counter him using divine magic proved futile. Corpses must return to the dead. A priest attempted to cast Turn Undead, a sacred spell designed to banish the undead. However, the spell was ineffective. This type of exorcism magic, often referred to as banishment, was inaccessible to those who wielded the grey sacred light. Instead, it required someone capable of utilizing the white sacred light, and even then, it would have failed. Although undead typically returned to death when confronted with divine power, Bonehead's movements were driven by Esther's mana. Unless this constant mana supply was severed, no exorcism spell would halt him. Stop him! Where do you think you're going? Crush him! When divine magic failed, the soldiers turned to physical means, attacking Bonehead with all they had. They stabbed, slashed, and struck, desperately trying to destroy the flesh golem. Despite repeated attempts including grey sacred light attacks and lightning spells, their efforts amounted to monotonous repetition. Esther stood alone, shielding herself from dozens of holy spells cast by enemy priests. Can she block all of this? The Crusader muttered in astonishment. While he was impressed, this was only the beginning. As Esther blocked spells and Bonehead drew the enemy's attention, a man who had been silently standing beside Encrid vanished unnoticed. Even in broad daylight he moved like a shadow, scaling walls and evading detection. Once he confirmed the locations of the priests casting holy spells, he began his work. Funk. The enemy first realized something was amiss when Noah, Mule's most prized disciple, was found dead. Noah was the most skilled holy magic user in their ranks, second only to Mule. Noah has been killed, someone shouted. What? How? A crusader tasked with protecting Noah was stunned. The one who revealed the news was Jackson, who had distorted his voice to draw attention to himself. By announcing the death, he ensured that all eyes turned toward him. This was a deliberate tactic to create confusion and buy time for further action. As everyone fixated on Noma's death, Jackson moved silently, killing another priest. He approached his target from behind and slit their throat below the vocal cords, ensuring no sound escaped from their lungs. Only the faint wheezing of escaping air could be heard before it was drowned out by the gurgle of blood. Next, he stabbed another priest in the back, piercing their lungs. Without adequate air pressure in the lungs, the victim couldn't even scream, let alone cry out in their final moments. A third priest, who had just received divine energy from their comrades to cast a high-level spell, found a whistle knife lodged in their throat. Squelch. The concentrated divine energy scattered like dust, dissipating into the air. Ah! Some priests coughed up blood as the energy they had been channeling backfired. Only then did one of the Crusaders manage to pinpoint Jackson's location. There he is. Among the beleaguered defenders, a few skilled individuals finally reacted. However, Jackson was one step ahead. Before the Templar could finish pointing, Jackson had already moved. The soldier's finger ended up pointing at empty air, marking only where Jackson had been moments ago. Feigning shock, Jackson blended into the ranks of the soldiers, slipping away unnoticed. As he passed by a soldier, the man dumbly asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "To take care of something," Jackson replied nonchalantly. His casual demeanor disarmed the soldier, who simply nodded in confusion. Meanwhile, the chaos spread through the Grey Sacred Army as their key priests were systematically eliminated. The death of Noma and several other priests created an uneasy atmosphere. "What is this? Why are they dying? Who's attacking us? We haven't even seen them." People feared the unseen more than the visible. Jackson exploited this fear to perfection. Such pressure was necessary when fighting against overwhelming odds, and he was well practiced in this method. But the enemy's response was swift. "It's the work of an evil spirit." It was Mule's cry. Upon learning of his disciple's death, he quickly deduced a way to manipulate the situation, labeling the attackers as demonic agents. The claim worked to some extent. So, they're truly demon spawn. Those unaware of the truth were deceived. Even those who knew Noma's monastery had no connection to demons nodded in agreement. For those with a guilty conscience, this was the perfect justification to ease their doubts. Even if there were no actual evil spirits, the events unfolding around them seemed to align with Mule's declaration. Should anyone question their actions later, they could easily claim it was the only logical explanation at the time. Meanwhile, Encrid continued to observe silently. Quite an entertaining bunch. Among those serving the Grey God, some stood out due to their exceptional skills. Though they had yet to officially earn the title of Templar, their abilities rivaled or even surpassed those of current Templars. These individuals were part of the Holy Nation's hidden strength. While the past decades could hardly be called an era of peace, most powers across the continent had concealed their full capabilities. The Holy Nation was no exception. In a way, the chaos unleashed by the Madmen unit had drawn out this hidden power, forcing it into the open. "Give me my spear." One among them held his weapon, a barbed spear. A chilling aura emanated from it, a magical weapon imbued with frost enchantments. It was also his engraved weapon. Though his name was unknown, he wielded divine power strong enough to rise above the rank of a knight. Very good. "I like it," he muttered. Beside him, a paladin called Azratic wound a long strap around his wrist, whispering to himself. Still, neither of them stepped forward immediately. The advance began with the army. Like rippling waves, the soldiers started to move, step by step. A full march. As the army began its ripple-like motion, a new ally joined the monastery. I nearly missed this. It was Odin and Overdier, a member of the Madmen unit, a man with a bear-like physique. "Oh, you're here." Ram greeted him first. Naturally, there was no hint of warmth in his tone. It was more a matter-of-fact acknowledgement, as if stating that someone expected had arrived. "Yes, my leave was long," Odin replied nonchalantly, equally unbothered. A return was inevitable, so there was no need for fanfare. Everyone seemed to think alike. Even Encrid gave a brief nod and said, "Robert fell, Teresa, go out and hold the line." It was the response to the ripples the enemy forces sent forth. Chapter 612. A light that does not dazzle. Robert had hoped that Jackson's assassination of a few priests would shake the enemy's resolve, but the enemy commander attributed it to the work of malevolent spirit. Quick thinking, Robert mused, or perhaps the commander had already planned for such an eventuality. Robert quietly assessed the positions of both armies, the terrain, and their current hold. At that moment, the enemy forces were beginning their cautious advance. Factoring everything into his calculations, he arrived at a conclusion. If we fight inside the monastery, the losses will be too great. There will be those who die without even a chance to resist. The unarmed monks inside cannot be counted as part of our combat strength. Then what should be done? Sword in hand, Rupert moved to the front of the monastery, clearing away the barricades and cutting through the undergrowth. In truth, he had begun this task earlier when Esther blocked the sacred spell. Fel had assisted him. Encrid's instruction for them to step forward had simply been a cue, nothing more than recognizing that the three of them were already prepared to act. There hadn't been any elaborate tactics at play. The situation didn't allow for such foresight anyway. As Rupert cleared the last of the path, Fel spoke from behind him. "I'll go first." "Why, you idiot? I'm the one who started clearing the way. If you two want to argue, go do it outside," Teresa interjected. Casting a shadow over the two of them, she cut through their pointless bickering with her practical wisdom. Meanwhile, Teresa noticed Odin's arrival and glanced toward her mentor. From afar, Odin nodded back. There would be plenty of time later to catch up on all that had transpired. For now, they had work to do. "We'll fix the battlefield outside to avoid needless casualties." Rupert stepped forward as he spoke. It meant that he and the other two would fight with their lives half on the line, but that was of little concern. After all, sparring with Ragna and Encrid often pushed them to the brink of death. Putting half a life on the line didn't seem too bad in comparison. Rupert genuinely believed this, and as a result, he acted in ways that would have been unthinkable during his days in Norelia. Instead of listening to others' opinions, he took the initiative himself. Encrid's sharp instruction to step forward served as tacit approval. Moving forward, Rupert drew a line across the ground. "Anyone who wishes to die, step across this line." It was something he had once seen Encrid do, and had always wanted to emulate. As he finished, Fel stepped ahead with a light hop over the line, saying, "I've crossed it, you fool. That's meant for the enemy. Oh, I know. But anyone who approaches this line will taste my blade first. After all, if they've picked up a piece of iron without talent, they should be prepared to lose their lives." The first part of Fel's words was directed at Rupert, but the latter was meant for the enemy forces. Fel maintained an air of confidence. From his perspective, few among them had the talent to be a real threat. The advancing enemy soldiers grew fiercer. To display the grey divine light was to show greed and deep corruption in the secular world. For such individuals, authority was of the utmost value. Seeing the two blatantly defy that authority, the Holy Crusaders felt a surge of heat through their bodies, the heat of rage. "I'll tear that mouth apart and kill you." The first Crusader charged forward, confident in his leg strength rather than relying on a mount. Clang! The ground trembled as his body became a streak cutting across the battlefield. Fel met him head-on, drawing a line across his body. Slice, splatter. The sound was audible only to Fel. To the others watching from a distance, it was a sight rather than a sound, a gruesome one. The large Crusader who had charged forward had half his side sliced open, spilling his entrails as he collapsed. Ugh! With a guttural groan, the Crusader tried to clutch his spilling insides, but Rupert stepped in, smashing the man's helmet with the flat of his blade. Thud! The man's helmet tilted askew as his head slammed into the ground. Blood from his side, pooling onto the ground. Blood from his side. One down, well soaked with warmth, Rupert added, scoffing as he stood beside Fel. The aura of some of the Crusaders shifted. These weren't just anyone who had broken through the Allied forces. They wouldn't rush in recklessly and waste their lives. Among every 10 Crusaders, each group had a leader, a senior Crusader. Form ranks. Groups with a long tradition honed their collective tactics, and these Crusaders were no different. 20 of the Abundance Crusaders split into 2 formations. 6 of the more confident Crusaders from the Scales group moved toward Teresa. Is she a giant? Seems worth facing. That tough skin might even make for a satisfying cut, one Crusader sneered, licking his pliable blade. Teresa, however, was untrained. She had learned much from Encrid. "Your tongue will get poisoned from licking that blade," she retorted with a biting remark, echoing Encrid's sharp tongue. The Crusader's smile twisted in irritation at the unexpected comment.
"Bitch!" he spat, his tone.
But Teresa remained calm, though it wasn't the time to savor peace. Adjusting her shield at an angle toward her left diagonal, she noticed the 6 Crusaders spreading out, preparing to encircle her. Likewise, the 6 Crusaders held no thoughts of defeat or failure. They formed a precise formation, drawing their weapons. As Teresa observed them, she briefly reflected on her grueling training. Though fleeting, it made her stomach churn. The madness of the training instilled by her mentor had left even the giant-blooded warrior dizzy and nauseous at times. What had all that suffering earned her? Stepping forward with her left foot and shifting her weight onto her right, Teresa lowered her stance slightly, a position ready to bring her shield down at an angle the moment someone approached. A Crusader rushed forward and swung his flail without hesitation. The attack aimed to strike through the shield and target the wrist behind it. Teresa calmly raised her shield, intercepting the flail with the shield's edge. Clang! Metal clashed against metal, a deafening noise echoing across the battlefield. The attack, reckless and devoid of defense, left the attacker vulnerable. Without missing a beat, Teresa swung her sword in a sharp, vertical arc, channeling her immense strength. However, 2 other paladins stepped in to block her strike. Both wielded thick iron rods, which they crossed to deflect Teresa's blade. Clang! The second impact reverberated with a force that temporarily numbed the ears. "You'll regret stepping in," one of them growled, his brows furrowed in anger. Their strategy was simple but effective. One attacker would press forward aggressively, while the other 2 provided support. The 3 moved in perfect unison, a synchronized assault. With 6 opponents total, similar attacks bombarded Teresa from both sides. She deflected one with her shield, and the other with her sword, either blocking or countering. To an observer, it seemed like Teresa was at a disadvantage. The Crusaders rotated positions fluidly, while she stood rooted in one spot. Yet Teresa herself did not perceive this as a crisis. "Isn't this easier than fending off attacks from both Rupert and Fell working together?" she mused. The lack of visible openings in her opponents didn't trouble her either. Pull and push as you might, if the door doesn't open, perhaps the fault lies in your strength. This was a saying from the scriptures of the god of war. Teresa had always admired these words. When Encrid had once unleashed a devastating strike infused with his will, she had learned to do something similar. Harnessing her innate giant strength, she imbued it with her will, enough to force open any unyielding door. Clang d'arterie. Blocking with her shield, she used the pommel of her sword to deflect an incoming blunt strike from her right. Exploiting the momentary gap, her sword traced a familiar arc, slashing vertically downwards. Bang! This time, the sound was different. Crack. Dodum. Something broke with a harsh snap. "What brute force," one of the Crusaders muttered in disbelief. What could they do against an overwhelming strength that surpassed their combined resistance? Teresa's attack hadn't been mere brute force, though. If it were, her teacher Odin would have sighed in disappointment. Her technique had evolved. As she struck, she twisted her blade subtly, directing more of the impact toward the left opponent. This adjustment shifted the force, overwhelming one defender while the other faltered. It was a variation of the paladin's own skill, penetration. With the force focused on one side, the clash sounded different. The result? One Crusader's wrist snapped, the iron rod falling from his trembling hand. "Treat him," one of the remaining paladins ordered. Leaving an injured comrade unattended on the battlefield revealed a flaw in their tactics. Teresa's strikes, however, had already shifted pace. Faster and fiercer, Her shield joined her offensive arsenal. She grabbed the handle at the shield's edge and wielded it like a blade, slicing through armor with its sharp edge. Screech! The grating sound of armor being shredded made one of the crusaders cry out, "You mad woman!" Teresa smirked, retorting, "Do you know the name of our order?" Even in words, she refused to back down, asserting her identity with sharp wit. "Insane!" another crusader shouted, just as Teresa thrust her sword forward. The attack wasn't just a simple stab. It was a weighty, deliberate strike. The force behind it would shatter ribs if only half-heartedly blocked. The blade found its mark, piercing the thigh of one of the paladins. Crack! The sickening sound of bone breaking was followed by a scream. Aha! The harrowing cry of agony resonated as the shattered femur pierced through the skin, driven by the deliberate force of Teresa's blow. Block her! The scales of the divine watch over us. Desperation overtook the crusaders as they summoned divine light, their armor glinting under the sun. Yet their holy radiance failed to blind Teresa. With cold resolve, she continued her assault, cutting down her foes. As Teresa overpowered her 6 opponents, Rupert and Fell faced their own challenges. "Why are you standing behind me?" Fell snapped. "Move over there and play with the sheep." "Just stay out of my way," Rupert retorted. Though their bickering was fierce, they never left each other's backs unguarded. Not all of the crusaders were even close to knight-level skill. After all, such prowess was rare. However, 1 in 10 was formidable, and these individuals stood out. The 10 enemies rotated between attack and defense, giving no chance for Rupert or Fell to focus on any single target. Unlike Teresa's situation, their fight was a battle of attrition. The Crusaders' strategy chipped away at the duo's stamina. Among their enemies were 2 who had almost reached the level of knights. Both exhibited remarkable patience, synchronizing seamlessly with their comrades and taunting mercilessly. "Idiots! Do you even know where you are? You're both fools. We'll cut out the tongue of the loudest one first. How many times do we have to warn you? You're dead meat. Go cry for your mommy." Their jeers stung, their words sharp as daggers. The goat-bearded paladin with a sly, conniving look stood out, his mocking tone enough to make blood boil. His deliberate mispronunciation of insults added fuel to the fire, leaving no doubt that these paladins were well versed in psychological warfare. Not all 20 enemies spoke, but with over 10 of them taunting verbally, it was nearly impossible for just 2 to come out on top in the exchange of words. Inevitably, both Rupert and Fell had to endure a constant cycle of jeers and attacks. Wesh! Das! A spearhead grazed Fell's cheek, drawing blood. Stepping back, he kicked a stone with the tip of his foot. The movement had been calculated from the beginning, designed to create an opening in the opponent's defense. Ping! The rock shot forward, but was intercepted by the shield of a soldier emerging from behind. Thunk! The impact was so strong that the stone shattered on contact, scattering pieces everywhere, but that was all it accomplished. No opening was made. On the opposite side, Rupert was busy deflecting incoming spear thrusts and morning star swings, using his sword's blade to parry and evade. How would this fight play out if it continued this way? Fell didn't need an answer, he already knew. And if he could figure it out, Rupert certainly understood it even better. After all, Rupert specialized in analyzing such situations. Fell called out to him. "What?" Rupert replied, while maintaining his footwork. Moving in sync with him, Fell asked, "See an opening?" The 2 of them had a notoriously bad relationship, genuinely bad. But having fought while constantly watching each other's moves, they had become the best coordinated duo in the order. Normally, semi-knights of their caliber preferred to fight alone rather than in groups. Their strength was closer to that of war machines. Yet for these 2, the story was different. Fell knew Rupert's specialty well, and Rupert understood Fell's. Rupert lacked the explosive strikes Fell wielded. His swordsmanship was steady and deliberate, focused on gradual build-up, the opposite of Fell's high-impact, one-hit approach. Of course, Rupert was aware of his own shortcomings, so he was working to blend heavier strikes into his otherwise traditional sword techniques, a style he was learning from Ragna. Ragna wasn't exactly an ideal teacher, but he also didn't shy away from sparring, which had yielded some progress. On the other hand, Fell's style was all about explosive bursts of power. He wasn't skilled at drawn-out fights or strategic combat. His instincts, almost animalistic, were his foundation. Thus, Fell was weaker at tactical engagements compared to Rupert. But even so, Rupert, who usually preferred to keep his distance from Fell, couldn't resist the sight in front of him. Wait, what? Did these guys just say their mother hooked up with a ghoul? That came from a goat-bearded Templar, whose smug expression made it clear he was the perfect target. A sharp tongue must be the only thing you're good at, Rupert muttered, glancing at Fell. Fine, Fell conceded. I'll leave cutting out that tongue to you. For once, the Templar's sharp wit managed to unite the two in a shared goal. Chapter 613. Ragna's impenetrable wall. Rupert specialized in battles, built on meticulous calculations, honing a unique skill in the process. A broad field of vision akin to observing the battlefield from above. From the very beginning of the fight, he had been observing his enemies through this expanded perspective. While he had long since identified gaps in the Crusaders' formation, he lacked the strength to exploit them. Now, however, he finally had the sword to make up for his shortcomings. Rupert began calculating. Fell's explosive strikes, the resources needed to close those gaps, the necessary power, speed, and the time required for each movement. Once his calculations were complete, he acted. Standing amidst a blood-soaked pile of dirt, he suddenly leaped to the side, shouting what seemed like an impulsive threat. "I'll kill you for sure." It appeared he was charging at the goateed Crusader. His sudden movement created an opening, and the enemy's attacks came rushing in. Clang! Thud! Slice! Rupert deflected a curving blade with the flat of his sword, and twisted his waist to dodge a spiked mace. He barely avoided it. His cape was torn slightly by the embedded metal spikes. That was the moment he had been waiting for. He shook off the torn piece of his cape and flung it toward the enemy's face, obscuring one of the Crusader's vision. The goateed man wasn't his true target. Rupert was aiming for the mid-tier Crusader, who had been persistently attempting to land fatal strikes. "You!" Rupert roared, gathering his will into a battle cry directed at the goateed man. It was a display of intimidation, though it held little practical significance. Its primary purpose was to boost his own momentum. However, the combination of the flying cape fragment and his shout created the illusion that his sole focus was the goateed Crusader. "I'm coming for you," the act seemed to say. All this occurred in the span of a single breath. The Crusaders' enhanced senses weren't easily overwhelmed, even with their vision momentarily obscured. Yet, there was a stark difference between what one can and cannot see. The mid-tier Crusader instinctively focused on Rupert's imposing momentum and raised his sword, ready to counter. It was a minuscule opening. Even as Rupert roared, declaring his intent, he silently gave the signal. Now! As if attuned to Rupert's thoughts, Fell moved. He seized the moment Rupert had orchestrated. Everything was decided in an instant. The swing of a blade, and the resolve to execute it. Fell focused entirely on that moment. You've got a knack for finding openings and striking them. But what will you do when there are no openings? You need to learn how to fight strategically. Those were words of advice from Encrid. For Fell, they were crucial. Yet, the next remark had lingered in his mind even more. Then again, do whatever you want. Who's going to stop you? Truthfully, the latter half resonated with him more. While the former pointed to a clear and straightforward path, the allure of the obvious route was unappealing to Fell. Instead of desperately searching for openings, Fell decided on another approach. If there's no opening, create one. If that's not enough, ensure your strike becomes one. Every warrior had their own path, and this was Fell's. Encrid had acknowledged and respected that. Fell lowered his stance, his left foot grinding into the ground as he moved forward, almost scraping against the floor. He swung his blade upward from below, twisting his entire body to generate maximum force, and adding his will to the motion. You won't escape. Fixing his target in his mind's eye, Fell ignited his will, amplifying his explosive speed. Pure, unyielding intent fueled his strike, transforming it into a tangible force. The slash erupted like a silver curtain, or perhaps a geyser bursting from underground. Slash! Thud! Fell's blade cleaved through the Crusader, starting between his legs and splitting him cleanly up to his jaw. The severed tongue within the split jaw was visible for a fleeting moment. Before the blood could even spray, the fatal wound was laid bare for all to see. If not for the momentary distraction caused by Ropard's thrown cape, the Crusader might have blocked the strike, or at least avoided death. But all of that was now irrelevant. Dead was dead. Fell staggered back, the force of his attack draining his strength. His retreat was sluggish, less than a quarter the speed of his initial charge. Splash! The blood finally erupted from the slain Crusader, drawing the attention of his comrades. Reflexively, several Crusaders swung their weapons, one of which, a mace with a round steel ball at the end, came crashing down toward Fell's head. Clang! Ropard intercepted it. He blocked swords, maces, hammers, and spearheads alike. His leather pauldrons were shredded, his chainmail partially broken. Cuts marred his skin, and a trickle of blood ran down his arm. But he sustained no critical injuries. He had bought 4.5 breaths of time, just enough for Fell to recover. I'm going again, Ropard said without turning around, his entire body alight with exhilaration from the recent battle. Fell felt the same. Instead of replying, he patted Ropard on the back. Though the two seemed constantly at odds under Encrid's leadership, they shared an unspoken camaraderie. In moments like these, combining their strengths came naturally. Their coordinated attack silenced the Crusaders. These lunatics, muttered one of the leaders, offering the pair a begrudging compliment. From his perspective, if either of them had made even the slightest miscalculation, the first attacker would have been dead. It was a strike worthy of admiration, but one reliant on sheer audacity, one that risked death in the event of failure. For someone accustomed to group tactics, such reckless actions were unthinkable. Most would leave enough energy in reserve for defense. But these two, they simply charged ahead without hesitation. It was madness, plain and simple. Form a wheel formation. The leader spoke, but Fell only focused on catching his breath. Ropard began recalculating. For a moment, the two united their efforts and spirits. Victory wasn't decided in an instant, but the balance began to tilt gradually. Meanwhile, the Grey Holy Army stood face to face with Encrid. The standoff had begun. A chilling wind whistled between the two forces. If the wind had a consciousness, it would surely be unable to take its eyes off this scene. Just as Ropard, Fell, and Teresa were about to block one side, Encrid addressed the opposition, and as a result, Mule's plump face turned slightly red. Looks like abundance has settled in your belly and chin. Descending the slope, Encrid's first words upon meeting the adversary were these. What? What? Mule was a central figure of the Church's power, and one of the 7 apostles of abundance. He had likely never heard such a remark before, not in the past decade at least. Even as the tongues of the Crusaders and priests under him grew sharper, Mule himself had remained untouched. Who would dare to confront him like this? You're a bit fat, aren't you? Encrid repeated himself. The simple insult could have been ignored, but Mule was irked by the tone of the man delivering it. It was natural, given that the man had been grating on him from the start. To make matters worse, one of the men nearby, draped in some kind of heated fur, chuckled. So did another, wielding a massive greatsword with a languid expression. Ugly thoughts invite ugly flesh. The frog, Luagar, added a comment, further souring Mule's mood. Perhaps it would be better if your heart grew prosperous first, brother. A large bear-like man chimed in, leaving Mule perplexed. Above all, Mule wasn't known for his patience. He wanted nothing more than to smash their skulls with a flail then and there. Moreover, he saw no reason to endure this indignation. Indeed, words are pointless. Those possessed by evil spirits require only the mace. Mule's declaration that they were demons possessed by wicked spirits elicited no reaction from anyone. Not one of them should get through. Who's taking the lead? When Encrid spoke, Ragna silently stepped forward. He trudged about 5 steps to the left, away from the group, when Rem called out from behind. That's the left side, not the front. Ragna paused, turned back, and asked, "Can't you tell front from left, savage?" It was maddening for Rem, who had simply pointed out his poor sense of direction, only for Ragna to completely miss the point. "Can I hit him once before we start?" Rem asked seriously. "No, you can't." Encrid shook his head. The lack of tension annoyed Mule even more. "Are you just here to spectate?" Mule's voice was unmistakably furious. Naturally, several members of the Grey Holy Army stepped forward. Their presence was evident. Their gait, the subtle yet calculating glances, and the poised polearms held as if ready to pierce their own brows with sheer intensity. Odin observed them and muttered, "This is why Sir Overdier laments." Encrid glanced at him questioningly. "When it's already a struggle to unite our forces for a fight, draining resources like this is maddening, brother," Odin explained. "Stay out of it, bear who wandered in from God knows where," Rem retorted, pulling out his axe. There were 4 presumed paladins among them. The unspoken pressure they exuded bore down on the surroundings, but Rem's simple act of drawing his axe seemed to sever that tension entirely. In such intangible battles of will, magic had the upper hand over martial arts. And Rem had just proved it. Alone, he radiated an aura that suggested he could fight them all. "Save the pleasantries for later, axe-wielding brother," Odin remarked. "Pleasantries, my ass," Rem scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Odin had promised to educate him upon his return, and Rem's comment was a jab at that. "No tension, I see, saints." One of the opposing paladins spoke, wrapping something tightly around his wrists. This was Azratik, the paladin nicknamed the Snake of Broken Bones, born of the Scales god. "So, are you betting on your victory?" Azratik asked again. Encrid had already heard this question before coming here. Not that it mattered. His answer wouldn't change. He had already spoken it with words and heart, leaving no room for doubt. Despite the fearsome aura of the paladin before him and the looming Grey Holy Army behind them. "He's mine," Odin declared, stepping toward Azratik. This time, he wore a silvery metallic gauntlet unlike anything seen before. Meanwhile, someone else had already begun their task. "From here on, no one gets through." Ragna had spoken. The resolve in his voice was so vivid and unshakable that all eyes naturally turned to him. This included Encrid, Odin, and everyone else. Odin and Azratik locked gazes. Encrid confronted a polearm-wielding foe, and Rem gestured at one of the apostles of abundance with his axe. As for Ragna, he saw even battling a paladin as an amusing prospect. Yet, he was more intrigued by how Encrid had previously created an impenetrable barrier. A feat accomplished by concentrating will in a vast display of overwhelming pressure. As Ragna stood amidst the chaos, he found himself lost in thought for a fleeting moment. What can I do? Could he replicate what Encrid had done? That required an unyielding reserve of will, continuously pouring it into creating an oppressive barrier like an iron fortress. It wasn't just physically demanding, it lacked finesse, something that bothered him deeply. Beyond his limitations in will, Ragna thought the method was crude and unsophisticated. Drawing all eyes onto oneself meant inviting enemy attention as well, and the enemy commander's tense expressions showed they recognized this opportunity. Fire. The command came abruptly, and the next instant a hail of bolts whizzed toward Ragna from close range. Whoosh! Ragna moved. His sword swung in a single fluid arc. To the untrained eye, it seemed as though there had been no preparation, just an effortless stroke. In truth, his body shifted subtly, his chest opened, and his angle adjusted, all in a fraction of a second. The blade swept through the air, carving a current ahead of the incoming projectiles. Boom! Boom! The sound of the sword cutting through the air echoed like a thunderclap. It wasn't just a strike, it was a shield. The gust it created disrupted the bolts' trajectories, sending them off course. It was a feat so extraordinary that even Azratik, observing from a distance, admitted silently to himself that he could never replicate such precision. Stay down, stand up, and you die. The words followed the impossible display. Ragna's sword, now gripped firmly with both hands, tilted as he turned his torso and shoulders to the left. The posture left no ambiguity. It was a setup for a sweeping horizontal slash. I've warned you. And that was it. No more chances. Ragna didn't give his opponents the luxury of time or thought. His feet slammed into the ground, propelling him forward as his sword cleaved the air in a wide arc. It wasn't just a simple slash. It was a culmination of everything he had seen and learned. The genius swordsman, despite his brutish demeanor and poor sense of direction, had always been a keen observer. His blade sliced through the battlefield, cutting down everything in its path. His speed rivaled that of a charging warhorse, and his sword became a guillotine, severing anything in its trajectory. Each step carved a line of destruction as he mimicked and adapted techniques he had witnessed. The flowing momentum of O'Hara's continuous strikes was now fused with the vibrations inspired by Aspen's Barnus methods. Ragna had made it his own. Slash! Thud! Crack! Crunch! Rumble! The cacophony merged into a deafening roar, as Ragna's strikes devastated the opposition. His attack wasn't a solitary move, but a relentless series of assaults. When he reached the right flank, he pivoted sharply, charging back to the left while repeating the same devastating slash. There was no escape. His sword moved like a storm, leaving nothing but chaos and destruction in its wake. Chapter 614. Prophet and Amusement strike, slash, and strike again. Ragna's sword cleaved through, slashed apart, and crushed his foes. He sought to create an impregnable wall. At the very least, he aimed to refine the method Encrid had demonstrated. Though effective, Ragna wondered if it could truly be called sophisticated. Depending on the perspective, it might seem even more brutish, beyond just consuming will. Ragna's swordplay wasn't insanely fast. As a result, the soldiers he broke and crushed were vividly imprinted in everyone's sight. No, it wasn't simply visible. It was as though someone had forcefully shoved the scene into their eyes. Get down, or die, Ragna spoke as he moved, issuing warnings between swings. These words were nothing less than death sentences for the enemy soldiers. Ridiculous. A crusader, confident in blocking at least one strike, fell dead. Another crusader, the most skilled in shield handling in the unit, also died. Even a junior knight who got caught in a passing slash perished. Fear set in. One soldier thought to himself, "This is terrifying." Before he could consider not wanting to die or missing his mother, his instincts reacted to reject death itself. Pure terror consumed him. And thus, a wall of fear was drawn. Fear became a wall that blocked their advance, creating an impenetrable barrier. This was Ragna's impregnable wall. What is this? Merle was left speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Among those who recognized the power, will, and meaning imbued in Ragna's swordplay, one couldn't help but shout, overwhelmed by the display. Well done, brother. Allow me to show you something as well. Ragna's display was a culmination of his honed swordsmanship, and Odin couldn't contain his excitement upon witnessing it. Ragna's sword answered the promise made before Odin's return to measure his skill. Do you still want to speak of training? Even if Ragna hadn't meant it that way, it struck Odin as such. Taking a step forward, the returning member spoke up. I am Odin, of the Madmen Knights Order. Despite his tattered attire, such trivialities escaped notice. His very presence and demeanor left a profound impact on everyone around him. I am but a humble servant, ashamed of this sight. Father, why have you allowed them to walk the path of corruption? I now send them to your side. Please guide these lost lambs back to where they belong. With his words, Odin strode towards Azratic. The distance between them wasn't great, and it closed to mere steps in no time. Azratic observed his approaching opponent. Not only did his figure grow larger, but his presence also intensified with each step. For 20 years, his only rival had been Overdier. But now, one by one, individuals were emerging to challenge him. This man before him was one such individual. The aura emanating from him spoke volumes. Had Azratic remained quietly within the church, he would never have encountered this moment. To place what one desires on one side of the scale, one must balance it with something of equal value on the other. Muttering as he watched Odin approach, Azratic pondered. If what he desired was the passion he had long forgotten, what could he place on the opposing side of the scale? Honor? Life? Such was the teaching of the god of the scales. But wasn't betrayal crossing a line? If desperation drove him to it, could crossing that line be justified? Or was all of this merely self-rationalization? Had Encrid discerned his inner turmoil, he would have nodded, telling him not to use such excuses to run away. Are you excited, old brother with a sick head? Odin's question came as he closed the distance, noticing Azratic's expression resembled that of an eager child on the eve of a field trip. I am. Azratic answered honestly, feeling the forgotten flames of passion ignite once more. This was the battle he sought. On the opposing side of the scale lay his reputation, his life, and even his betrayal. What he stood to gain was the exhilarating thrill of a life-or-death battle. So am I. Odin smiled warmly. Preparing to send Azratic to the god of war to account for his sins, this smile reflected Odin's inherent kindness. To the eye, Azratic's physique seemed about half of Odin's, yet his aura was equally formidable. Azratic moved his thick, long fingers gently up and down, stepping closer. Those very fingers, his weapon, had earned him the nickname Serpent. The two now stood within arm's reach. Tap, Dotain. Odin and Azratic touched the backs of their right hands together. It was an old habit from their days as unarmed warriors, marking the start of a duel. Their hands separated, and strikes and grabs flew between them. At first the sounds were faint. Tack, tack, thud! The noise came from their hands and feet meeting, but their blows carried no damage, as each deflected and redirected the other's energy. Azratic attempted to use divine penetration, but Odin countered with the holy energy surging from within himself. Their movements, subtle yet profound, carried both attack and defense. Among those present, only those capable of sensing will recognize the deadly nature of their exchange. Excellent! Azratic shouted. He had feinted a sweep at Odin's ankle with his left foot, attempting to entangle and trip him. But Odin, reading the move, chose evasion over blocking. Azratic realized that in terms of technique alone, there was no gap between them. Or perhaps I'm slightly outmatched. He found joy in that thought. If technique faltered, what remained was pure power. One. As Ratic began emitting light, not the dull grey hue from before, but a pure white radiance. This was holy energy accumulated over decades. While not infinite like the will possessed by some, its sheer volume defied easy measure. "Well done," Odin shouted in response. He, too, was being read. As Ratic had avoided a fainting strike Odin had attempted with his hand, aiming to claw at his shoulder. As Ratic, instead of defending directly, countered by clasping hands to neutralize the attack. Even as they locked strength briefly, Odin recognized the unyielding force opposing him. He couldn't overpower it with short bursts of effort. Light emanated from Odin's body as well. His light was more of a flash with a yellowish hue rather than a pure white. The combined lights of Azratic and Odin made it difficult to immediately determine who had the upper hand. In other words, this wasn't a fight that could be decided in a short time. Encrid, watching it all, recalled the conversation they had just had before the battle. It was a passing thought. There's no guarantee that we'll win, is there? Before stepping in, Encrid looked at the hand that had grasped him. It was a hand formed out of words, but he couldn't just ignore it and brush it off. It had been from someone he considered a friend. Noah had approached him with these words. He was genuinely worried and concerned. It seemed as though Noah was saying that if they were to truly be friends, he couldn't just let it slide. In fact, to Encrid, none of that really mattered. Even if he understood Noah's sincerity, he wasn't about to listen to his words. "I might not have a great eye for strategy, but I understand that this isn't something that can be solved by tactics." Noah spoke again, in a tone neither fast nor slow. It wasn't wrong. The nameless crusader had said something similar. In a fight with a small elite force, victory would be ideal. But even if they somehow held out, if an army advanced, they wouldn't be able to protect the monastery. If a paladin held off the small elite forces, and the army made a direct assault, those who were meant to die would die. It was an obvious outcome. And didn't the ones standing there say that they would be able to handle that much? Of course that was blocked by the efforts of Rupert, Fell, Teresa, and Ragna's sword work. Noah couldn't know that. After all, it was something that hadn't even happened yet. We could lose or even die. Encrid acknowledged Noah's words. It was a response born from understanding the meaning behind his words, not just the strategy. The idea that there's no guarantee of winning meant there was a possibility of death or defeat. It was uncertain, like dancing on the edge of a dangerous cliff. Then why go this far? Originally, the man had only wanted to save the children. Noah's eyes were clear. There was a light in them that couldn't be seen in the eyes of the worldly priests. At the question of why, Encrid thought for a moment. Was it the spirit of someone who would continue to show their determination even if they died and repeated today? That wasn't it. In moments of crisis, Encrid forgets the curse. That was something his companions admired most about him. He was a madman walking solely toward tomorrow. Why do merchants embark on a journey when they might be struck by lightning? There was no need to think too hard, so Encrid quickly answered. To Noah, it might have sounded like the words of a Cohen, one who seeks truth through Scripture. But unlike Cohen, the meaning was clear. You can't walk the road if you're afraid of tomorrow. Therefore, if you're afraid of losing, you can't wield a sword. If you feared death, you wouldn't dream of becoming a knight. Naturally, if you feared what came after, you'd have to turn back. The task was too difficult after all. Even if I ran away from here, what would happen if something like this happened again later? Encrid spoke, still in his calm tone. He spoke with such ease that anyone who heard it would instantly believe he would never do such a thing. If you turn away once, you could turn away again. If you justify yourself once with an excuse, you could do it again. One mistake doesn't decide everything. It's just that he didn't like the idea of having an opportunity to correct it and not acting. An uncertain tomorrow lay before Encrid. But what he couldn't do before because of his lack of strength, he could now. And that made him happy. That was the truth. It was a thought that came after seeing Rupert's actions, Ragna's sword strikes, and Odin stepping forward. More precisely, it was a thought that came to him after seeing the man standing before him. Didn't they say there were only two paladins? A man wielding a trident. His boots made a clinking sound as they scraped along the ground. Rather than the opponent approaching, it was Encrid who stepped forward first, and as he did, the man lifted his helmet and set it aside. It was a helmet with a visor. In a battle with a knight, the visor could hinder vision, making it disadvantageous to wear. But the man didn't remove it for that reason. Do you not wear your helmet? It's best to match the conditions, right? He was trying to maintain balance. In other words, he wanted to fight under similar circumstances. Encrid sensed an uncomfortable dissonance. His tone, attitude, and the atmosphere all gave off a feeling, something almost instinctual, that this man might do anything as long as it was advantageous to him. It felt like someone who had a different nature on the inside from what he showed outwardly. If that's the case, shouldn't you change your weapon too? Encrid spoke, half in jest. He suggested that if they were to maintain balance, they should at least have similar weapons. No matter how he looked at it, the weapon the man was holding seemed to be some sort of engraved weapon, and it wasn't because of dust in his eyes. Changing weapons is excessive. The engraved weapon is like another version of myself. I can't fight without it. The opponent immediately refused. His tone suggested it wasn't even worth considering. He appeared to be around the same age as Encrid. At least on the surface, he looked young, probably even younger. Encrid, with his luck from the goddess of fortune, appeared much younger than he really was. In his 20s, he didn't look this young, but now, after turning 30, he often looked a decade younger than his actual age. Age aside, the opponent certainly didn't look easy to deal with. Talent, after all, has nothing to do with personality. That was something Encrid knew even before becoming a knight, even before repeating today. May I ask something? His tone was strange, almost like an old man's, but it seemed more dismissive. It sounds like he's belittling me. Encrid didn't think much of it. After all, this wasn't someone he was going to engage in a war of words with. Ask, why did you step forward? That question again. After hearing the follow-up, it was clear the reason wasn't the same as Noah's. This wasn't a question about why one would risk their life in an uncertain fight. It was pure curiosity. Isn't there nothing to gain from this? The constellation of Libra says that something must be placed on the opposite scale. If the man was willing to risk his life here, then there must be something on the other side of the scale to balance it out. Whether it be financial gain or something else. The trident wielder was simply curious about that. Encrid nodded at the question. There was a second reason he couldn't tell Noah. It wasn't that he came here to gain something, but it wasn't as if there was nothing to gain either. It wasn't about saving people, but there was also a reward for this fight. A small gain, but the ultimate reward was experience. Encrid had learned that fighting opponents of equal or greater skill, or even monsters, had been a great help in improving his abilities since becoming a knight. Even the techniques he had learned and practiced, like cutting through walking fire, proved that. But this was just a minor benefit. There were deeper reasons for his actions. If Noah heard this, he would probably think Encrid was out of his mind. The truth was that while Encrid understood the value of calculating gains, it wasn't the kind of thing that suited his temperament. It sounds like it could be fun, Encrid answered. The other person tilted their head in confusion, questioning what he meant by that. Fun? Why was that important? Was he really willing to risk his life for something like that? It was clear that their paths in life had been very different. Encrid felt a sense of exhilaration, like the joy of growth, as he moved toward tomorrow. That very exhilaration had pushed him to wield his sword until the very moment of death, hadn't it? At least, that was how it was for Encrid. For him, the appearance of a strong opponent was a source of joy. So while his motivation to step forward and protect people and the monastery was certainly genuine, it also had a personal element of interest. Even though an unexpected opponent had appeared, it was this personal thrill that brought a smile to Encrid's face. "So that's why you're smiling?" the opponent asked. "Yeah." Encrid nodded again. Chapter 615. A light heart and will, if that's the case. "What do you stand to gain?" Encrid asked in return. The next Grand Knight Commander, the response revealed a clear advantage. The man's eyes glinted with desire, a reflection of why he was in this position. Of course, not all individuals in the Grey Divine Army were like him. Azratic, for instance, was an exception, emitting a white flash of brilliance. There were also martyrs who mistakenly believed their wrong beliefs to be faith. What Mule had started seemed foolish at first. New gods. The logic of a heretic akin to the son of a ghoul. If someone were a typical believer, they might say, "Grey God? Do you want to become a fallen heretic? Doesn't it sound like you're saying you want to be friends with cultists?" Such would be the typical reaction. Those who gathered to listen to Mule's words should have been similar, yet they were not. Even within the confines of the temple, where believers lived, people interacted and relied on one another. Some were swayed by the atmosphere, or influenced by those around them. Those who spent their lives in spiritual training or physical discipline often knew little of the world. Unaware of the world, they were easily deceived. Some, having convinced themselves that what they were doing was right, took action. These people had chosen to believe in Muel's claim that the Grey God had sent revelations in a new form. Muel had deceived people with lies. So, was that wrong? Who would punish him? Hadn't the bishops of the past done the same? Were all the popes spotless? Even so, there were those who defended them. The recently notable prophet Overdier had served under the pope, who was infamous in his youth for his shady actions. The man standing before Encrid was clearly seeking his own gain. It was obvious from his words. "Azratic and the other paladins here have already been surpassed. Here, I am the strongest." He was also arrogant. He didn't even bother naming his opponent. His words, spoken with a smile, seemed to guarantee his victory. He spoke at length, perhaps enjoying the conversation, but that was now over. He lowered his spear. The way he carried its weight with one hand proved he possessed remarkable strength. The spear's head, shaped like an axe, pointed at Encrid's chest. The mere presence of it felt like an invisible pressure on his shoulders, but Encrid brushed it off effortlessly. The first lesson he had learned in will was rejection. After fighting Erini, he had naturally picked up some of the characteristics of the spells he wielded. Will was an invisible, formless force. It was a practice in shaping it, manifesting it, and striking it down. This time, it worked. The spear, aiming to wrap around him like a chain, was severed by Encrid's mental blade. It was a brief exchange, one of offense and defense without using hands or feet. This was a trick visible only to those who had mastered will. When his opponent spoke as he lowered the spear, it was clear what he meant. He was claiming to be the best fighter here. That was true. He had defeated Azratic, and that was acknowledged by all the paladins present. From Encrid's perspective, this opponent was unexpectedly strong, and that pleased him. "I'm just lucky," Encrid answered sincerely. "Fool. Oh, and I don't me out." The paladin smirked, and before his words had finished, leaped toward him, compressing the space. His movements were agile for a man wielding such a heavy weapon, but it was not an ambush. It was a clear strike. Encrid swung the sword given to him by Eitri. It was a diagonal cut aimed at his opponent. Clang! The blade of the sword struck the base of the spear just below its head, but instead of breaking, it felt as though it had hit something with a rebound. It was clearly a weapon of engraving. Its sturdiness was exceptional. Yet, strangely, the force of the will imbued in it felt lacking. Encrid found the emergence of a strong opponent intriguing, but that didn't mean it was a life-or-death struggle. As he parried the spear, Encrid naturally split his will and poured it into his strike. If he could explosively release his will in a single moment, splitting it was even easier. Of course, it required constant training and effort, but at this moment, it was within his ability. He added speed to his sword. Moving his feet, he demonstrated his learned techniques. At one point, he even incorporated some techniques from the Valen-style mercenary sword. Pathetic trick? The knight's temper flared, his forehead vein bulging as he tried to pressure Encrid. Feigning exhaustion, the paladin tried to seize the initiative. That momentary struggle disturbed the flow of divine power within him. This paladin was not particularly seasoned. Sure, his techniques with divine power were excellent, but that was all. He was worse than Rem, worse than Ragna, and comparing him to Aura would be an insult. Even when compared to the knights Encrid had faced from Aspen, this opponent seemed lighter. Honestly, his skill level wouldn't have been something Encrid could easily defeat before meeting the walking fire. But now, something felt different. I don't think I'd lose, even if I met him back then. Try to block this. The paladin unleashed his special technique. His body twisted as he struck with a powerful blow. It seemed like some kind of hidden move. Normally, paladins preferred prolonged battles, but this one broke that mold with a single overwhelming strike. The axe-like head of the spear arced behind him and then descended with a mighty force. To Encrid, it felt like a lightning strike. But before the paladin's shout reached his ears, Encrid had already predicted the blow. He had seen the paladin's intent and everything, the steps, muscle contraction, grip, arm angle, and weapon position, was within the realm of his insight. A moment of focus ignited, and his thinking accelerated. Encrid knew exactly what to do in the split second of opportunity. Will, being a formless power, was not bound by speed. He already knew how to pour his will out in a single burst, making it as easy as emptying a cup of water in one go. Zing! The sword, forged by a tree, vibrated. That resonance traveled from his hand throughout his body. Though it was not a weapon of engraving, it seemed to reflect its will. It was as though the sword were saying it would not be defeated. Encrid stepped forward, lowering his knee, and there was no dodge. Despite the man's talk of profit, Encrid did not underestimate his skill. On the surface, the spear seemed many times heavier, but the sword Encrid wielded carried a different weight. Though his movements were light and agile, the weight within them was different. Crash! The rising blade cleaved through the spear's axe head. In a flash, Encrid moved his foot forward and followed up with a strike from Aurara's sword. A silver flash not only cut through the axe head, but also continued, slicing through the paladin's skull. The extended sword strike using his foot to guide it was longer than the spear's range. As a result, the paladin's skull was split open, and his eyes trembled. Blood and brain matter spilled down his face. From the bisected skull, things no one should see were visible. Gasping for his final breath, the paladin spoke. "What is this?" Without blinking, he accepted his fate. His training told him that death was near. That was why he said it. After a lifetime of training, can't I at least expect something more? As death approached, he seemed to feel unjustly robbed. Living like a monk didn't necessarily make one pure. Similarly, becoming a paladin didn't mean that everyone possessed noble intentions. Becoming a paladin was a matter of talent, effort, and luck. And when the heart is light, so too is the will. Encrid thought that was only natural. Even among knights, the weight of will differed. As his body slumped, the man collapsed, his body as light as his will. Encrid thought it had been a bit easier than expected to defeat him. Rem watched Encrid's ability to pick his opponents well and saw the crazy individuals around him. He couldn't understand what was so enjoyable about fighting with a smile. That crazy axe wielder. Why is he laughing? As Rem pondered, his opponent spoke. Did I laugh? Rem replied. Crazy bastard. It was the paladin's final words. Despite his innards spilling out, he held on, healing himself with grey divine power. Divinity, after all, was a power suited for endurance. Rem's opponent had done the same. One of the apostles of abundance had been the same. Originally, my nickname was the Immortal, for I could not die. He used a strategy of wearing sacred armor and tiring out his enemies with defense, healing the minor wounds with the light from the armor as they appeared. Ah, thanks for the compliment. Rem grabbed his axe. It had been a while since he had called upon his strength, and his body felt stiff. The paladin, who had been trying to hold his ground, could not withstand the onslaught of Rem's axe. Looking around, it was clear that the tide of battle had already been decided, with the paladin's defeat being imminent. Rem noticed Odin fighting in the distance. That bastard. Now that he had become a glowing stone, Rem often referred to it as divinity, facing him would certainly be a challenging task. However, it didn't seem like he would lose. The sun, which had been high in the sky, began to set. What is this? Mule was too surprised to speak. What should we do? His adjutant and disciple asked. Although his divine power was weak, he had been skilled at manipulating those around him. He was quick-witted, but in his flustered state he failed to consider Mule's mood when asking. Mule's eyes fell upon the woman standing in front of the barricade. She was a witch, wearing nothing but a black robe despite the cold. Mule, who had some expertise in magic himself, couldn't fathom imitating what she had done. This was why Mule had refrained from assisting his underlings' magic in the past. The fear brought by the man wielding a large sword froze the entire army, and the trusted paladins began to fall one by one. The Madmen Knights Order's infamous reputation spread across the continent, but the full extent of their abilities was not widely known. One had to experience it firsthand to truly understand. Mule was only now realizing this. Why is such an overwhelming force being able to just roam around like this? His mind was in chaos. Saint! His disciple called again. He had asked to be called Pope, but the old title slipped out. Advance! Mule muttered. Advance! Advance! Mule's voice grew louder. He began chanting divine spells. It was a precautionary spell he had prepared in advance. Those who had fought against the Holy Kingdom before spoke in unison about the most terrifying thing about their soldiers. It was their fanaticism. Even if their arms or legs were severed, they would continue to fight. This was the terrifying power of the zealot warriors. The spell made enemies appear as demons to the soldiers, causing them to become martyrs in service to the god. Lord, I beg for your power. I beg for your power. As Mule fervently cried out, two groups slowly approached from different directions. Since they had been approaching from a distance, Jackson, Shinar, and others were already aware of their presence. Even Encrid, having finished his fight, noticed them, as did some of the soldiers. Mule and those with him, however, only noticed them too late. Both groups were sizable. Flags were visible. One bore the symbol of the Holy Kingdom, a winged spear the standard of their army. The other group carried a black flag with diagonal stripes. A nameless crusader from Noah's monastery had once said that even victory in such a battle would leave nothing behind. He warned that those who were possessed by demons could be led astray even after victory. Encrid didn't care much about that, but he could not ignore the possibility of these two armies becoming enemies. Both groups were now clearly visible to Mule as well. He ceased his chanting. Suddenly, people from both groups surged forward, and the one from the Holy Kingdom was someone he recognized. The other was a face Mule had seen before, a nameless crusader. Why is the leader here? he muttered in surprise. The group with the diagonal stripes was from the heretic purging priesthood. This meant they were comrades of the nameless crusader. They had likely come to punish a betrayer. "Stop!" The leader of the heretic purging priesthood shouted as they rushed forward. "You're late, leader!" The nameless crusader greeted him. Encrid, upon seeing him, immediately felt the weight of the situation, far greater than what he had felt with the previous foe. The man was scarred, his forehead and cheeks covered in marks. The one from the Holy Kingdom also arrived on the battlefield. Who else could it be but the prophet Overdier? The two representatives of each group faced off, and the situation came to a halt. Encrid didn't care if they called him a demon. He would fight if necessary, just as he had planned. As they all looked at each other, Overdier spoke first. "Pathetic bastards." His tone was filled with fury. Chapter 16. The Abbot Noah. At Overdier's words, Noah hurriedly rushed forward. "No. This is all my responsibility. So you must not hold them accountable. I sought their help, and they acted without knowing anything." It was a desperate shout, uttered without thinking about whether it made sense or not. Even though the situation had shifted in their favor, a single arrow could have killed them. But there was no fear in Noah. Encrid, anticipating a possible arrow, shifted his body into a defensive angle. Wasn't I the one who took the lead? Could I really claim that they acted without knowing anything? Noah pointed at himself, claiming he had acted without knowing anything, but it was doubtful anyone would believe him. Noah limped forward, his arms spread wide, standing between Overdier, the head of the heretical purge priesthood, and Encrid. Encrid looked at the two, his arms holding his sword, and wondered, would I lose if I fought them both at the same time? I'm not sure. But if I handle it alone, I don't think I'd fall short. Still, I'm not alone here, so we shouldn't be at a disadvantage. From behind Encrid, Shinar and Luagar spoke alternately. "There's a spring breeze I haven't shown yet. Don't worry, I still have strength left after watching." Though the meaning of spring breeze was unclear, it seemed that Shinar also had some strength to spare. "It's true that I worshipped a demon, but that's my personal problem," Noah shouted. Vines popped from his neck. The futile cry, which had no hope of persuasion, spread through the air. How many would listen to the cry of the powerless in this continent? But what if there were more voices like this? Someone steps forward. They stand by Noah. One by one, more join. The monks who had been watching Noah take the lead began to step forward. Some were priests who couldn't use the sacred power, while others were monks who had changed their mindset after the Siki incident. One of them, a bald man whose scalp shone, stepped next to Noah. His legs trembled. He wasn't unafraid. One by one, more gathered around Noah, until a group of about 10 stood behind him. These were the people who had helped Noah lead the monastery. Among them was a middle-aged woman who pushed away a young monk who had tried to step forward. She looked at the remaining children and thought, if my death can save them, it would be an honor. If that's the price for saving them, then I'll bear it. Even if they call me a demon worshipper, I'll endure it if it means saving the children. The woman stepped forward and spoke. Why would it be just one person's problem? If there is responsibility, it lies with all of us. It's not the children. We are the ones who acted. Abbott Noah, why are you stepping forward alone? Their words added strength to Noah's own. To add strength to words, it's necessary for people to stand by them. What does a king need to exist as a king? The ones who acknowledge him and stand by him are what he needs. Now, there were people standing by Noah, lending strength to his words. Why are you stepping forward? Noah didn't feel touched by their support. He seemed a little flustered, but took a deep breath, and his desperate expression softened slightly. Then he spoke again. This time his tone was calm, quite different from when he had hastily stepped forward earlier. His tone, manner, and attitude had a force that drew people's attention, not unlike Krang's approach. I do not know how to wield the sacred power. The Lord has not granted me that, so I cannot stop you with power. Noah continued. I can only pray. The responsibility lies with me. Everyone listened intently to his words. His gentle yet piercing tone naturally captured their attention. It is a story that should not reach the heroes from Borderguard, or even the children. Isn't that so? The sacred power is said to be light. But even if one cannot emanate that light, it does not mean they cannot be a priest. Noah was a priest, and one who knew how to protect. Even if these were the last words he spoke, if there was no reason to avoid them, he would not run away. He was one who could protect everyone with the shield of the convictions he held within. These people had done nothing wrong. They were not demon worshippers. Encrid knew that. So, if Overdier and the other two, who had stepped forward, were calling them demon worshippers, then Encrid knew what he had to do. Encrid thought about it. Becoming an enemy of the Holy Kingdom. I will endure it. Becoming an enemy of the heretical purge priesthood, a group of fanatical fighters and martyrs. I will endure it. If the entire continent points their fingers at me, I will endure that too. While receiving praise and cheers is a pleasant thing, he would never live for that, nor would he sacrifice himself for it. This was the pride and belief of someone who lived only for today, always hoping for tomorrow. Amidst the chilly air, the unnamed Templar, who had joined earlier, stepped forward. He felt the need to intervene and help resolve the situation. Did you come because the monastery worships demons? Demon worship was synonymous with heresy. The name heretical purge priesthood implied that their purpose was to eradicate heresy. Therefore they might have come to destroy this monastery. Or did you come to punish me for deserting? The Templar tried to give them a reason. It might have been a subtle suggestion to take only his life, avoiding unnecessary conflict. The leader, a paladin who led the priesthood, had an unreadable expression, his face scarred from long years of enduring pain. Overdier, who had shouted "fool," momentarily pondered Noah's passionate words, and then decided to act. Seeing an opportunity, he thought now was the moment to decide where he would stand. If you came for that reason, then I've already decided where I stand. Overdier moved and stood next to Encrid, shifting his gaze. He had clearly chosen his side. The fool I was referring to was that apostle of abundance over there. With his next words, Odin smiled faintly. He had been the one who knocked Azratic out and crippled him. Azratic had lost an arm and an ankle. Even if a person with sacred power existed, they couldn't regrow lost limbs. Unless one was a frog, regeneration was impossible. The severed limbs were lost, and the ankle was similarly destroyed beyond recovery. This wasn't done out of malice, but because Azratic was no ordinary opponent. The scarred priesthood leader quietly observed Encrid. It seemed he hadn't even listened properly to his own subordinate. Blue eyes shining with light met dull, dark brown eyes. After a brief silence, the priesthood leader finally spoke. No one here is foolish enough to accuse a simple monastery of being a devil's pawn. His tone was respectful, and he continued. You are right. I was slow to realize this, brother. The heretical extermination order was an unusual group. While they followed the Pope's orders, their leader could declare war at his discretion if necessary. They lived solely to eliminate heretics, and this group was created for that very purpose. They were made up of those who had lost family, loved ones, or everything to heretics. They were a collection of revenge seekers and martyrs, fully aware that they might die with a single word. Their battles were always ruthless, brutal, and merciless. Despite leading such a violent group, their leader lowered his head far too easily. If you had seen the monastery burning, I'm sure you would regret it for the rest of your life. These words were directed at his own brothers. Weren't you here to punish my wrongs? a brother who walked the righteous path alone. I have come to thank you for opening my eyes." The nameless crusader stared silently at his commander. He too had come on a mission to save the monastery. "Once this is over, come back home, if you will accept me." Although the details were unknown, it was clear from his words that the nameless crusader had not come with permission. He had come, yet the commander did not punish him, but instead discussed repentance. He was truly a remarkable man. Encrid thought this as he observed him, and at that moment the commander also looked at Encrid. "I must also express my gratitude to you, Encrid of Borderguard. If it weren't for you, I might have been late. Even if you were late, you did not stop moving, so I do not consider it late." "Is that so?" "I believe so." "Would you let us clean up the mess we've made?" "Of course." Encrid retrieved his sword and stepped aside. Unlike before, the blade given to him by Eitri was completely undamaged. His intentions were clear, and they reflected the will of the entire Madmen Knights. "What is it? Should we just watch now?" Rem approached, and Ragna, who had been staring at the wall of fear, slowly returned. "Did you see it? My wall?" Without caring about the gazes of others, Ragna spoke directly to Encrid. "Yes, it was crude," Rem answered. "I wasn't talking to you. Lucky barbarian. Who are you calling lucky, huh?" Their argument wasn't serious, so it wasn't interrupted. Jackson thought. Rather than continuing the back and forth, it seemed more urgent to call Jackson. Jackson had at some point moved behind Encrid from where Overdier had been standing. If things went wrong, he would have aimed for the throat of one of the two, and it seemed easier to target Overdier. So he had positioned himself accordingly. All of them were well versed in handling will, so they could somewhat sense Jackson's intentions. That was what made it even more surprising, until Encrid called him. No one had noticed his presence. "My spring breeze must be shown another time." Shinar said this as Rupert fell, and Teresa returned dripping with blood. Naturally, most of it was from the enemy. Two under Rupert's command have completed their mission. Rupert spoke upon returning. "Probably the useless ones under Fell's command," Pell retorted. "Your superior, this sister, is still here with us," Teresa added, joining the conversation. From their remarks, it didn't seem like anyone had sustained serious injuries. Esther had already returned to her panther form. "But why does it feel like they're talking about everything except me?" Overdier, watching the situation unfold, spoke up, and Odin responded with a smile. "Though you are older, your instincts remain sharp, brother. Now get to work. Yes, that's why I'm here." Earlier, Overdier had concluded that if he couldn't bring Encrid into the fold, he should simply stand by his side. So there was no hesitation now. The monastery would have been defended even without Encrid. Upon arriving, it was evident. The reasons were sufficient. He was honestly a bit surprised. Overdier was a man who liked to calculate and weigh options. He had even considered sacrificing the monastery if necessary. I almost regretted it. He had seen the extent of Encrid's abilities already, so there was no longer any surprise. His eyes sparkled as he looked at others. He noticed a priest who could not release any holy energy, standing precariously, but letting out a sigh of relief. It was Noah. Overdier had learned about Noah and the monastery after searching for information, while also researching the past of everyone here. His investigation extended even to their behavior patterns. This tendency matched his nickname, the Seer. He was good at researching, understanding, and predicting. From his perspective, the ones standing beside Noah weren't originally the type to step forward bravely. But they had chosen to defend. Why the change? Was it due to the foreign ally, the unyielding knight? It wasn't. Did you say Noah? Ah, Overdier, sir. Yes, after this is over, we should talk. If you're threatening, I'll stay close. Encrid interrupted from behind. Do I look like the type who threatens? Overdier tilted his head. Wasn't that the case? Overdier asked back. What do you think I am? Sk. Overdier chuckled and clicked his tongue before turning away. It was time to focus on what had to be done now. Cutting away the decayed parts of an apple tree he had tended to so carefully wasn't a perfect solution, but it was still something. Now it's a matter of time. Well, observing the situation, quickly realized things had gone wrong. Damn fools. Overdier, was it you? Did you make this mess on purpose? Overdier was a master at orchestrating situations, and Mule knew that. That's why he asked. However, Overdier was feeling unfair this time. It wasn't his plan. He was here to clean up the mess caused by Mule. Encrid moving from Boarguard had been unpredictable, though. The unyielding knight was always an unpredictable figure. He's not someone who will listen. If you resist till the end, I'll send you all to the side of the gods. Kneel and bow your forehead to the ground. Then accept the punishment the gods will give you. That is the last mercy I'll show you. Overdier wasn't a soft man when dealing with enemies, and neither was the Inquisition of heresy. Attack and kill them all. The concise order was even more threatening, especially since it was being spoken by the leader of the Inquisitors. If Overdier had the nickname of the Prophet, then the Inquisitor's nickname was the Berserker. It was an aggressive title for a priest, but it suited him perfectly. He fought like a madman, and so did the priests under him. Is the magic barrier truly something that should be eradicated? What is the purpose of the divine power? Should this continent remain divided, or should it be united? Why isn't the Empire moving? Muel's final words were a string of endless questions. He knew the origin of the grey power. If someone like Mule dug deep enough, he would know its source. The grey mist he emitted was tainted, and its origin lay with the demonic gods. Though this didn't necessarily mean demons had intervened. Encrid didn't feel the need to dig that deep. Now, it was up to them to figure it out. Without Overdier and the Inquisitor, it might have been impossible to defend the entire monastery. Seeing how Noah acted, it seemed like he was willing to die first to save others. Thinking about that, Encrid simply watched the noisy situation unfold. Muel couldn't chant the fanatical prayer. The priests that had come with Overdier didn't allow it. One by one, those who resisted were killed. There wasn't even a real battle. By the time the sun began to set, the night had arrived. The night that came felt less cold and more like a velvet robe that enveloped everyone warmly. Lord Dutch. Noah knelt and offered a prayer from one side. Before Overdier could even notice, Encrid had already realized that Noah wasn't someone who would be confined to just a monastery. His instincts were right, and as he expected, it came true. Overdier couldn't just leave him alone. Chapter 617. The nature of divinity. Even if the cold wind blows, warmth remains. What do you think about making monasteries to take care of the children? To sum it up, Overdier knew how to handle people. He hadn't aged in vain. Isn't it said that when people grow old, they become more bitter in the West? Encrid, who was listening beside him, had that thought. He was drinking some cheap tea in the modest reception room of the monastery. Overdier didn't immediately tell Noah to join the order and take a position. He didn't ask him to dedicate himself to the cause or the order. If there are people going out to fight on the battlefield, surely there are also people needed to take care of and save the children. Overdier simply brought up something Noah was already doing and had done. As he listened, Encrid thought he knew what Overdier would say next. Come to the order. There you can find people like yourself, and you can create monasteries like this one. I won't allow the search for false saints anymore. It's too much for me to do alone. Help me. He pushed the chair back and knelt, his words delivered with dramatic flair. It feels like watching an old fox, Encrid thought. The image of the highly regarded holy knight of the order kneeling and asking for help was unexpected. It wasn't the attitude one would expect from such a prominent figure. It seemed like a tactic to put pressure on Noah, making it difficult for him to refuse. Noah, however, wasn't blind to why Overdier was acting this way. Despite seeing Overdier kneel, Noah remained calm. He didn't rush to stop him, nor did he try to pull him back up. He simply responded in a calm manner. "You don't need to do that." Encrid, having observed this, decided he didn't need to stay any longer. With or without him, Noah was not the type to follow someone's lead. Instead, he would follow his own intentions. Faith, belief, will, those things guided him, and there was light shaped by them within Noah. Though he was not born with divine talent, he still carried something sacred. Then what is divinity? That was a question that suddenly crossed his mind. There was no need to stay here any longer. Overdier wasn't fazed by Noah's calm response, and instead he seemed satisfied. Encrid decided it was time for him to leave, as the rest was for those two to figure out on their own. "I have some business to take care of," Encrid said as he stood up. "I never asked you to stay." Overdier mumbled as Encrid began to leave. It wasn't exactly a scolding, but it was a slight complaint, as though he were asking, "You don't trust even this much?" It was a playful remark, though. "We'll talk later, friend," Noah said with a soft smile. Even when he had no need to intervene, he had let it be. And now that Encrid was leaving, he did the same. His attitude was one of respecting the other's will. "Friend?" The word coming from Noah's mouth made Overdier blink in surprise. What was this about? The expression on the old priest's face was full of meaning. "It is so. A friendship has formed between us," Encrid replied casually, and Overdier asked, "Didn't you say you're also friends with the king of Norilia?" "Yes, that's right." Overdier's expression became strange. It was as though he had just tasted a pie with a peculiar flavor. Neither pleasant nor unbearable, just strange. After a moment he spoke. "Shall we be friends too?" "No," Encrid answered immediately, and walked away without looking back. "Why?" Overdier asked from behind, but Encrid had no intention of answering. "Do you need a friend?" Noah's voice, tinged with amusement, followed Encrid out of the room. He looked around the monastery as he stepped outside. It was the night after the battle, and everyone was busy sorting through the situation and tending to the aftermath. Overdier, not too busy himself, had stayed behind to speak with Noah. As Encrid observed the monastery, still dark before the sun rose, he noted the difference in the atmosphere. It was a far cry from the night before, filled with vitality from the people who had survived the battle, their spirits high despite the late hour. Encrid made his way toward the area where the Madmen unit had rented a large room. The energy there was even more intense than what filled the monastery. "Shiny Bear, I'll send you to your god." A shout from Rem rang out. "Do you want to go pay your respects to Father the Lord? I'll say a prayer for you." There was a bear that emitted light in the middle of the night. "If you can't escape, you'll die." Ragna's voice also echoed. Yes, it was obvious that they wouldn't leave without causing some chaos. Odin, in particular, was shining and making noise, drawing onlookers. Among them were members of the heretic-destroying crusaders, and some of the monastery's people watched with uneasy eyes. Was it fortunate that Jackson and Shana hadn't joined in? Or was it more likely that the sight of these people still full of energy after the battle was disheartening? Encrid didn't sigh, though. "Aren't you going to include me?" Instead, he voiced his frustration. Why was he excluded from this? After all, he had just developed curiosity and questions about divinity. And now that Odin had awakened something sacred in him, he hadn't even had the chance to exchange a word with him before leaving. Naturally, he felt like it should be his turn first. "I'm the captain." Encrid unhesitatingly inserted himself between them. With a sharp ting, he unsheathed his sword, extending the moment as he released his will. At the same time, he crossed his legs and gained speed, slipping through the brutal onslaught with ease. As the situation accelerated, Encrid's invisible will settled in his arms, allowing his blade to move at a speed that was imperceptible to most. Just as Ragna was about to strike downward with his sword and Rem swung her axe horizontally, Odin spun in the middle of the battle. In that moment, Encrid slipped into the space Odin had vacated, suddenly inserting himself between Ragna and Rem's strikes. Though it would have been a cause for alarm and confusion for most, Encrid, grateful for Odin's consideration, deflected both weapons. Thud! Despite deflecting both weapons, the sound that rang out was as if only one strike had been made. Encrid blocked Ragna's sword with his sword forged by Atri in his right hand, and deflected Rem's axe with the spark in his left. He struck simultaneously, and the impact of their weapons was felt at the exact moment. It wasn't simply a matter of blocking with strength. Encrid had aimed to disrupt their balance, flowing energy from the weapon's impact, but both Ragna and Rem swiftly recovered without any apparent effort. You think that would work on me? Rem scoffed. Fatigue from the battle? It certainly existed, but it wasn't enough to hinder him from wielding his axe. He didn't believe in always being in peak condition. That would be naive. Holding a weapon meant being ready to fight at any moment. He believed the real reason for this duel was something simple, the desire to fight. Come on, you should know how much I've grown. Odin greeted Encrid with a voice full of joy. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Encrid responded, though he had originally intended to ask Odin about the divine power. However, that could wait for later. For now, he simply wanted to enjoy the sparring. It's hard to call this normal. That was an Inquisitor's comment. Did they call him mad? The thought crossed the head Inquisitor's mind as he watched the duel unfold. I see it that way as well, the captain responded calmly. Training the body was exhausting. No one would deny that. However, some people enjoyed it instinctively. Watching them in action was impressive, to say the least. What's more, none of them seem like someone whose skill can easily be measured. In the Holy Kingdom, where would he place himself if he were to rank among the 10 strongest? As a knight, he knew that strength couldn't simply be measured by a list. Ranking the strongest to the weakest was futile. Where the battle took place, the circumstances and the mindset all played a role in determining the outcome. Still, it was in the nature of anyone who wielded a sword to estimate the capabilities of others. Though he didn't think himself among the top 10, he couldn't deny that he was within their ranks. Looking at these madmen now, he saw none of them as weak. What does it mean to have this level of power? The head priest knew there were still hidden forces within the Holy Kingdom. He had seen a genius once, someone who had grasped will before turning 20. He had glimpsed this individual in the Holy City, and the talent was like a shining star. But now, watching the warriors before him, the young genius seemed like nothing more than a distant memory. Each one of them was monstrous in their own right. If they were to compare swordsmanship, the blond man with a languid expression stood out, but in terms of reflexes and destructive power, the gray-haired Western man was no slouch either. As for the others, it was impossible to say who had the upper hand at this point. The Inquisitor continued to observe intently. Captain? The vice-captain called out, noticing that the captain had been staring blankly at the scene. What is it? You're holding your weapon. The vice-captain's words brought the captain back to reality, and he realized he had been gripping the hammer at his waist. Ha! He couldn't help but chuckle. What was this? Why did his body tense up on its own? Was it because he wanted to join the battle? He had chosen the path of vengeance, a member of the heretic slaughter priesthood, and yet, seeing Encrid move, he couldn't suppress his excitement. The memories of his youth, training, learning, and advancing, flooded his mind. Watching them now, especially Encrid, filled him with a longing to join in the fun. They really seemed to be enjoying themselves, the captain commented, though he held back his words. Some of the other members seemed to share his sentiment, but the sparring session was nearing its end. "We'll continue tomorrow. We need rest," the frog interjected, wrapping up the situation. The sparring wasn't a life-or-death struggle. Though it appeared intense, they hadn't used their full strength. The captain observed quietly. After some rest, some members of the priesthood would visit the Madmen Knight's quarters. "Would you mind sparring with me?" These were people who had been impressed by Encrid's display the previous night. Not only was his skill remarkable, but his spirit was equally inspiring. They hadn't approached him rudely. "I'll accept," Encrid said. There was a quick sparring session, lasting only a few exchanges. The Crusader bowed respectfully. "I've learned a lot," he said. There were no further words of advice. As the divine energy had been repelled by the rejection of will, the Crusader had few options left. "Can I have a go too?" Their captain too stepped forward, and once again Encrid nodded. Honestly, it was Encrid who was eager to have a turn, itching for a brief engagement. The captain drew his weapon, 2 slightly longer hammers, each heavier than a short sword. "Lord, watch over me." As he muttered, the man holding the hammer caused a soft glow to emanate from it. In the end, this did not determine a clear winner or loser. "Should we kill each other here?" In the middle of the clash, Rem intervened, swinging his axe. "Master!" Seeing their leader bounce back after being hit, several members of the clergy rushed to grab him. "If this continues, one of us will die." The leader spoke calmly. "I don't think it will be me." Encrid responded awkwardly, and the leader merely smiled, letting out a soft laugh. The clergy stayed for another 2 days, often joining Encrid in sparring matches. During their social interactions, they also shared some warnings. "Be cautious. You be wary of assassins and similar individuals." Such words were offered. These people knew more about the heretics than anyone else on the continent. They were also aware of the death of the apostle and Encrid's involvement in it. After Overdier left a few paladins behind and the clergy departed, Encrid packed up and prepared to leave as well. "Training will have to continue back at the border guard, right, brothers?" Odin greeted them in the morning. "Training? Training? Do you want to die?" Rem responded, his voice full of cheer as the bright sunlight made him happy. Noah stood in front of Encrid. "Are you leaving now?" "Yes." Noah remembered a conversation he had had with Encrid a few days ago. There are no guarantees that we'll win. From that conversation, Noah learned an important lesson. There was no guarantee that his actions would help. Even if he entered the order, there was no certainty that things would go as planned. The dangers would increase, and more often than not, things would not go as desired. That was the reality. Still, he decided to do what needs doing, and Encrid's influence on his decision was undeniable. "I've received help," Noah said. Yeah. Will we meet again?" Noah's tone had softened since their last exchange. Encrid simply nodded without adding anything else. "Probably." There was no need for further explanation about something that was bound to happen. As they left the monastery, the people bowed their heads. "I'm grateful. May the Lord protect you. I will pray for you morning and night." The darkness that had hung over the monastery had passed, and now, hearing their words, warmth spread through his chest. Even though the winter wind bit at his skin, he was unlikely to forget this warmth. "It's freezing. I'll start him." Of course, Rem complained about the cold, but that was only as they left the monastery. Inside, he had been somewhat respectful, even ruffling a child's hair when they expressed their gratitude. On the way back, Encrid revealed his curiosity. "What is divinity?" he asked Odin, who was riding a large horse, his feet lightly tapping as he approached. They were parting ways, and Odin was riding the strong battle horse that Overdier had given him as a gift. Chapter 618. What is divinity? Will, he understood. Perhaps not perfectly, but enough to define it in some way. It could be described as an intangible force born from one's will. But then, what is divinity? And magic? Even those accustomed to learning and mastering through physical means weren't without intellect. After all, they had each surpassed certain thresholds in their respective fields, achieving insights. Surely they must have some understanding. That's a good question. Luagar nodded in agreement. Odin responded with a gentle smile. What does the captain brother think? Encrid considered several answers. Ultimately, he came up with this one. A question and a doubt that preceded concerns about the utility or peculiarities of divinity. An unreasonable, incomprehensible force filled with questions. If gods exist, why don't they act themselves and instead lend their power? Perhaps this stemmed from the chaotic barrage of questions thrown by Mule right before his demise. Or maybe it was simply a thought Encrid had harbored all along. He had never delved deeply into the presence or absence of gods before. But if asked now, this was the question he would want to ask. If gods exist, why don't they intervene? From a question about what divinity is, it evolved into an ontological inquiry. Does the existence of divinity prove the existence of gods? That too was embedded in the question. Digging deeper, it could even be interpreted as a rejection of theology itself. In an era where faith spanned the entire continent, it wasn't the kind of question one dared to ask, especially not to someone clearly of priestly or holy knight origins. Well, that's bold. Even Norem, watching from the side, couldn't help but comment. Everyone subtly glanced at Odin, unsure if he would explode in anger. That's blasphemy, brother. Even with leniency, this much could have been said. Yet Odin did not react that way. A snowflake silently landed on Odin's head and shoulder, melting away. His face remained adorned with a faint smile. We who learned this land. Rather than hoping for gods to descend and clear the snow before us, should we not clear the snow that lies ahead of us ourselves? Contrary to everyone's concerns, Odin felt no offense. Had the words come from the barbarian brother, the wayward brother, or the stray cat brother, would he have felt insulted? Perhaps not. Even if they had spoken, it would likely have felt more like provocation than true affront. He could understand why they might say such things. For Encrid to voice such words understandable even if uttered by Ragna or Jackson, was a different matter. Odin understood deeply. To act and walk ahead, isn't it natural for him to ask? Such was the kind of man Encrid was. He bore no resentment for the lack of divine aid, but could question all those who refused to act, even if they were God. Of course, voicing such a question in a theocratic state would result in cries of blasphemy and chaos. More extreme individuals might call for immediate inquisitions. Would that happen even now? No. If Encrid had said such things, anger would have risen. But oppressing him with power would not be possible. After all, Overdier wouldn't allow it. Odin had always known this from traveling with him, but seeing how quickly Overdier had aligned himself with Encrid this time confirmed it further. It's clear which side he's chosen. Such a man would not brand Encrid a heretic over mere words. Even without Overdier, Encrid had the backing of Norilia. The king had always been on Encrid's side. And even if strength was used, the sheer personal might of Encrid, along with his band of madmen, made subjugation an impractical endeavor. Encrid wasn't accusing anyone. He had merely posed a question born of pure curiosity and wonder. Upon hearing the answer, he found it reasonable and instinctively nodded. That's true. No, you nodding like that doesn't mean you suddenly understand everything. Wearing a slightly exasperated expression, added a comment. That's true as well? Encrid nodded again, his indifferent demeanor somehow grating. "Now you're just doing it to annoy me, aren't you?" Riem retorted. "Sharp, aren't you?" Shinar praised the barbarian's perceptiveness with a chuckle. "You're right," Encrid said as he nodded once more, causing Rem to temporarily shed his warm hide in frustration. Even so, it didn't halt their sparring. Odin smiled to himself, reflecting inwardly. "It seems I've ended up repeating what I learned from the captain brother." The answer he had just given was, in fact, one he had gleaned from watching Encrid. Repeating it in reverse gave Odin a sense of nostalgia. He had seen a man burn through today with meager talent. That sight had ended his own wandering, leading him to where he stood now. Even his decision to break the taboo had been shaped by observing how Encrid lived his life. "So, why did you come back?" Still seeking to cool off, Ram directed the question at Odin. Odin pretended to think for a moment, gazing at the distant sky. Breaking the taboo could have allowed him to return as a holy knight, but he had no intention of returning to the fold of the god of war. He wasn't foolish enough to misunderstand where he truly belonged. "Are you afraid of being scolded? Is that it?" Rem pressed further. Odin nodded and replied, "That's true as well." The motion was identical to the one Encrid had made earlier. "Damn it, have all these bastards gone mad? Fine, let's all die today. To hell with captains and all that. The order disbands today. On whose authority? Why don't you just head back to the west? Oh wait, you stayed behind because you couldn't find your way back. Want me to guide you? Out of the kindness I still have left, I'll take you as far as the front." Ragna's interruption naturally brought the argument to a halt. Inevitably, it led to a sparring session. Encrid, the most excited of the group, was the first to dismount from Weird Eyes. "Bring it on, Greyhead. Too tired for even a proper taunt now, are we?" It was a fair point. While snowflakes fell quietly, Jackson went to gather dry branches nearby. Robert and Feld began preparing for the campsite. "Amusing," commented Luagar, settling into a spot as a spectator. Shinar sat down beside her. "Watching my betrothed sweat it out is always entertaining." Everyone had their quirks, but there was no harm done. It was all in good fun. After sparring and having their evening meal, the discussion Encrid had initiated before dismounting returned from philosophical musings to practical methodology. "The power granted to us by the gods to protect ourselves is different from will," Odin explained. As the conversation turned to divinity, a hint of theological discourse crept in, capturing everyone's attention. Robert, Fell, and Teresa found themselves particularly eager to learn. Encrid, curious as ever, shifted the discussion to Rem, asking about sorcery. "What makes sorcery different?" Rem explained it was easier to shape intangible forces into forms, though Robert interjected, wondering if will couldn't achieve the same. "That's not the only difference," Rem answered calmly, and the conversation flowed as everyone chipped in while going about their tasks. They weren't doing anything grand, just the usual chores. Jackson brought in firewood, Esther snapped her fingers to light a flame, and Robert and Fell skillfully set a pot over the fire, boiling water and heating stones. Jerky was grilled, and grain powder mixed with water created a quick field meal. After sparring, Rem returned with 3 rabbits, which he then prepared and cooked. "I do have some fine wine," Odin said, pulling a few bottles from his pack. They poured the wine into tin or wooden cups, taking sips. Even Encrid nodded approvingly at the fine aroma and taste. Luagar, on the other hand, snacked on dried grasshoppers, while Shinar enjoyed dried fruit alongside grain powder soup. Though frogs weren't limited to eating insects or bugs, they took pleasure in it when possible. Once, when asked why frogs didn't simply catch and eat flies alive in midsummer, the reply was, "Would you eat a moving cow raw without even draining the blood?" While some love meals were enjoyable, flies didn't fall into that category. Frogs, too, had a concept of cooking, even cherishing certain herbs. Despite the busy tasks, Encrid, Odin, and Esther, seated in human form, formed the central circle of conversation. "Divinity is stable. Is that what you're saying?" Report asked, taking a sip of wine and refilling his cup as Phil handed over the bottle. The snowfall thickened, but the group had found a small cave and set up a makeshift canopy at its entrance using poles and blankets, keeping them sheltered and comfortable. After the meal, they sat around the crackling fire, sipping wine and delving into discussions about divinity, sorcery, and will. Disagreements arose, but no one lost their temper. They were all skilled enough to respect each other's paths. Playful jabs were exchanged, but no one took offense. Amid the lively exchange, Encrid found himself at ease. Watching the flickering fire and falling snow, he thought, "This is fun." It was a delicate balance between joy and contentment. As someone who couldn't sleep for the excitement of honing his swordsmanship and techniques, moments like these were a natural delight. While sparring brought the thrill of growth, these candid conversations were equally fulfilling. As a child, Encrid had imagined becoming a knight and sharing techniques, discussing weaknesses, and learning from like-minded individuals. While they weren't actively addressing weaknesses now, the atmosphere was remarkably similar, bringing him immense joy. He absorbed the conversation, committing their insights to memory. One of the key takeaways was this: will could lead to exhaustion, but divinity did not. Using it can be draining, yes, but your resolve doesn't waver. It's not that your spirit falters. Rather, you simply lack the capacity to accept more of the divine power granted by the gods. However, it may leave you unable to use divinity for a few. Sorcery, too, differed from will. If you make a mistake with sorcery, it doesn't just leave you drained. At worst, you end up possessed. Possessed? Think of it as being taken over by a god, though not the shining deities you imagine. More like being controlled by a primal instinct or obsession. It's hard to explain. Fel, as a shepherd familiar with dealing with malevolent spirits, asked, "How is it different from being possessed by an evil spirit?" "You're not following orders from an evil spirit. It's more like being driven by a primal urge or obsession, and someone under the grip of sorcery becomes far more troublesome than usual." Encrid couldn't fully grasp it, but his experience in the West had given him a general understanding of entities or the spirits they spoke of. If a gentle spirit like a bear possesses you, you might just end up eating honeycomb and suffering a stomachache. But if it's something else, the consequences can be dire. While will led to exhaustion, sorcery risked losing one's sense of self. On the other hand, losing the ability to wield sorcery was rare. Some even gained more power with luck. However, no one foolish enough to recklessly deplete their sorcery energy lived long. Comparatively, Divinity's stability was remarkable, but it wasn't without drawbacks. It's hard to unleash in an explosive manner unless you're exceptionally talented. Think of Divinity as a long, sturdy rope, Odin explained. Sorcery can let you exert several times your usual strength. That's probably its biggest advantage. But if you use it that way, there are always consequences. The conversation turned to a deeper exploration of the nature of different powers. While divine power shone in its persistence, and sorcery thrived in explosive potential during short bursts of combat, will seemed uniquely mutable, shaped entirely by the wielder. Sorcery, with its ability to amplify power through mediums, could inflate its strength, much like exaggerating a tale. This trait made it especially potent for swift and decisive battles. In contrast, divine power was steady and enduring, a long and unyielding thread of strength. When it came to will, however, the discussion led to Ragna. His insight was succinct yet profound. Will depends entirely on how the user wields it. It changes color with each individual. As he spoke, Ragna cast a subtle glance toward Jackson, emphasizing the vast difference in their approaches. Unlike the relative uniformity of divine power or sorcery, will was as varied as the individuals who utilized it. It was this variability that explained the existence of foundational techniques like future sight and endure. These basics provided a framework, but true mastery allowed for individuality to shine. To discuss will, one needed to first reach a certain threshold of skill. Without that foundation, debating its nuances was meaningless. As the group exchanged thoughts, Encrid found himself not merely enjoying the camaraderie, but reflecting deeply. The dialogue allowed him to revisit and refine concepts he had only vaguely understood before. And then came the mage's perspective. Ultimately, the source is the same. This insight added yet another layer to Encrid's understanding, offering him a new lens through which to view the interplay of these powers. It was a revelation that deepened his appreciation for the diversity and interconnectedness of their strengths. Chapter 6 and 19. Let's get along. The source is the same. That was the perspective of the mage. All things in existence share the same origin. They begin there and change as they develop. Regardless of whether this was true or not, the perspective itself was valuable. A rigid mindset that insisted sorcery was merely sorcery and divine power, nothing but divine power, would limit further growth. I also agree with that point. Shinar added her thoughts to Esther's comment. As a fairy knight, Shinar didn't rely on divine power or sorcery, but wielded will, transforming the essence of the forest into something she could use. Unlike Encrid or Ragna, who cultivated and drew upon an inner reserve, Shinar utilized external forces. Is will something that inherently resides within me? If the source was indeed the same, then the answer would be no. If will originated solely from within, only a handful of individuals would ever awaken it. An interesting perspective, Panther Sister. Odin nodded in agreement. Encrid, too, pondered the nature of divine power. If divine power was a gift from the gods, it would require prayer and devotion to awaken. Yet, just as intelligence and skill did not directly correlate, neither did devotion and divine power. What did it mean, then, that mercenaries' sayings held true even among those who had awakened divine power? It suggested that prayer and piety alone were not sufficient. Sorcery was similar. It had more direct methods for cultivation, such as seeking auspicious locations, places imbued with power. The right location can make all the difference in cultivating sorcery, someone said. The source is the same, Esther reiterated. Does that mean magic is the same as well? Teresa asked, her husky yet melodic voice flowing through the campfire's warmth. It's the same, yet different, Esther replied. With goodwill toward her companions, she explained in terms they could understand. It changes depending on how one perceives and understands it. The source was the same, but its form shifted with perception. Those who saw it as divine power believed it came from the gods. Those who perceived supernatural entities called spirits as the source wielded sorcery. If one believed in strength born from willpower, it became will. And if someone identified it as the energy flowing through the forest, it became essence. Dragon Knights call it the energy of dragons, Luagar added. For them it wasn't just will but something they referred to as dragon speech, the words, power, and will of dragons. Yet the source remained the same. The mysteries of the world could never be fully unraveled, and this was no exception. Even so, as Encrid listened and reflected, he felt his understanding of will grow stronger. The scattered ideas and realizations began to form a small theoretical pillar within him. It was far from a completed structure, but it was a step toward building something greater. As they spoke, snow began to fall heavily. Observing this, remarked, "Just so you know, I'm not shoveling the snow." This was in response to Odin's earlier statement that the Lord would not clear fallen snow for them. Of course not. That's hardly a concern, Odin replied. Clearing snow would be a task for the soldiers back at the base. Neither he nor Rem planned to lift a hand for such mundane work, and Encrid found no fault in this logic. The essence of will was much the same. There was no need to use brute force for tasks that could be accomplished with intention alone. For instance, intimidating an opponent with will was often more effective than pressing a blade to their throat. As new insights flickered through his mind, Encrid turned inward, silently processing and revisiting these realizations. Noticing the change, Jackson gestured for quiet by placing a finger to his lips, signaling Ropert before he could speak. Even without activating will, his intent was clear, and the group fell silent. Only the crackling of the campfire broke the stillness. Outside, the horses occasionally neighed but soon quieted, seemingly sensing the atmosphere. Jackson noticed that Weird Eyes was moving the others into position. "Are you perceptive as well?" Weird Eyes was no ordinary creature, and so the snowy night passed. Everyone began preparing for rest, knowing they could still travel despite the snow. Their leader, however, remained deep in thought. Esther chanted a spell, sealing the cold air from the makeshift tents and cave. The warmth of the fire enveloped the group. "It's warm," Shinar murmured quietly, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. The warmth, along with the group's camaraderie, drew these words from her. At the same time, a faint melancholy settled over her, an inevitable feeling for someone walking a predetermined path. She hid it well, as fairies were adept at masking their emotions, and Shinar was especially skilled. No one noticed her fleeting sadness. "We are grateful for the dedication of the Madmen Knights, as well as His Majesty's generosity. The Holy Kingdom had endured something akin to civil war. Without Encrid's knights, the bloodshed would have been far worse. Even with Overdier unifying the military and the zealot priesthood joining the fray, the situation had been resolved largely thanks to the knights' overwhelming presence. At the heart of this resolution was Encrid. His efforts brought an envoy from the Holy Kingdom to Cran. In the chandelier-lit royal reception room, nobles gathered around steaming teacups, while maids and attendants stood at attention. Krang, wearing a gentle smile, began to speak. "And what do we gain in return?" The only noble present from Bazar was the young Marcus, a close confidant of the king. He sat quietly, sipping tea and occasionally munching on biscuits with a loud crunch. His casual demeanor seemed to communicate that this was no serious affair, or perhaps that Norillia had no interest in what the Holy Kingdom had to offer. "It seems you enjoy speaking candidly," remarked the envoy, his expression darkening as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The high priest parted his heavy lips and spoke. "Is there any need to complicate the matter? Everyone already calls me the king picked up from the filthiest of grounds. So I've simply forgotten the need for elaborate courtesies." Such remarks had indeed been made about Crown. While few within Norillia, or the kingdom itself, dared to say such things aloud, external kingdoms, especially rival trade companies to Rockfried's, often spread such talk. They were the ones who believed their profits had diminished due to the kingdom's support for Leona Rockfried. In reality, the backing came from the border guard, but to outsiders, it was all the same. This perception was precisely what Krang desired. It meant that what Encrid did could be interpreted as the kingdom's will. "Is there something you seek?" The high priest struggled to respond directly to the king's words, opting instead to voice a question. At the same time, he mentally listed items he could offer. Many rare and valuable goods came exclusively from the Holy Nation. Healing potions, for instance, were renowned for their unmatched purity and effectiveness, sought after across the continent. There were also sacred talismans crafted by priests, prized as exports for their ability to combat malevolent spirits, a rarity. If mages created spell objects, priests who wielded divine power crafted divine objects. Furthermore, the wine produced in the Holy Nation was easily twice as exquisite as Norillia's. If supplied at a relatively lower price and made a national enterprise, the kingdom's coffers could significantly benefit. This thought crossed the high priest's mind, as rumors of Norillia's finances being severely strained by various endeavors were not uncommon. Of course, openly pursuing wine imports might seem unseemly, so they would likely delegate the task to a trade company. Typically, such companies were led by royal relatives or the illegitimate offspring of trustworthy nobles forming new trade entities. Perhaps he'll demand all three. If so, it would simply be a matter of negotiating and conceding within reasonable limits. Let's get along. The king's words shattered the high priest's expectations. It was entirely outside his anticipated range. "What did you just say?" The high priest stammered. "I said, let's get along." The king's response was unequivocal. "Have some snacks. They're good." Even as the king continued, the high priest struggled to find the right words. The exchange that followed was brief, with meanings boiled down to the following. "Let's get along." "That's it?" "More or less." "Are you serious?" "Yes, serious." "Are you feeling unwell, Your Majesty?" "No, I'm fine." "Then why this approach?" To this, Krang simply laughed. Marcus laughed along with him. The high priest, assessing that this matter exceeded his authority, later sent another envoy. "My name is Noah." Noah, newly admitted into the sacred city by Overdier, had now become the holy nation's diplomatic representative. "I've heard of you." Krang, having received a letter from Encrid a few days prior, already knew about Noah. Even without the letter he would have known. The commotion caused by the Madmen Knights was too loud to ignore. "It seems we share a mutual friend." "That does appear to be the case. However, I wouldn't dare claim to be Your Majesty's friend myself." Over the course of 2 days, the two conversed. On the surface, it seemed trivial, eating snacks, sipping wine, and chatting with Marcus about Encrid's eccentricities. They weren't entirely critical comments, though they did exchange remarks along the lines of, "But isn't he truly a madman?" "I agree." Even the king himself nodded solemnly. Their conversation wove itself together, and a conclusion was reached. "Let's maintain a friendly relationship." Noah agreed. After his departure, it appeared as though Krang had demanded no compensation. Outwardly, it truly seemed that way. "You didn't break the sword this time? I'm genuinely impressed." Upon returning, Encrid was greeted by Krang's thankful remark. "Didn't I tell you this was a natural outcome?" Encrid noticed Abnaya nodding in agreement beside him. The events that followed were familiar. Lord Graham and others who could either be called challengers or victims influenced by Encrid gathered. These were individuals obsessed with duels. "Would you grant me a bout? I've been honing a new technique." Even if their level was not particularly high, observing their refined techniques was always enjoyable. There was no reason to refuse. Training resumed as well. Odin and Rem sparred repeatedly for over 3 days. The result? A draw, though. Upon close and meticulous observation, Odin's skill was slightly superior, but in a real battle, it was hard to predict who would prevail. In the midst of all this, another feature of Divinity was revealed. We can spread the light of healing. This was something neither will nor sorcery could achieve. Though they share a common origin, there were significant differences, which explained why divine magic developed separately. Furthermore, it was said that the divinity used by holy knights differed from that in divine spells. Amid these reflections, Encrid revisited what he had awakened and realized. How does one master will? By posing the question internally, he began to grasp an answer. It's not only about external elements. It wasn't solely about awakening something internal either. Both were necessary. Accept external elements, cultivate them within. This was the key. To put it simply, it was about harnessing the elements that make up the world and nurturing them, like tending to a plant. But what if one didn't know how to water it? Or worse, didn't even recognize the existence of water? You wouldn't even get started. This explained why the number of will users on the continent was so remarkably low. Moreover, one had to understand that sunlight, in addition to water, was crucial. Encrid reached a conclusion based on these thoughts. There's no systematic training method. If a structured method for cultivating will could be established, wouldn't it increase the number of practitioners? It comes down to learning how to discipline the mind. Even for someone like Encrid, who had clawed his way up from nothing, this was not an easily grasped concept. It was challenging yet not impossible. Interestingly, the most renowned martial groups across the continent had spent years working on precisely this, developing systematic training methods for awakening will. They used these methods to nurture talent. Encrid too was laying the groundwork. In terms of speed, he was blazing through what had taken others decades to achieve. Having become accustomed to reshaping and tailoring swordsmanship and techniques to suit himself, Encrid approached this with no preconceived notions. A training method for will. Just as the isolation technique could be used to forge the body, there had to be a way to do this as well. While he couldn't create something immediately, he believed that steady progress would lead to valuable insights. In addition to this, Encrid also learned a great deal from his recent experiences, his return, and discussions with his companions. Yet, despite all he had already gained, there was still more to learn. That realization filled Encrid's heart with exhilaration, making it beat with fierce anticipation. Chapter 620. The 4 Seasons of the Fairy. Am I just a boulder to you? Do you think you can just swing at me and I'll let you hit me? That was the core of what Rem often shouted during their sparring sessions. A walking fire had no technique and couldn't move swiftly, making it easy to cut down. But people were different. Even if you poured all your will into a single strike, it meant nothing unless it landed. Sure, you could strike with force. But what if your opponent dodged or deflected it? You're too slow. This was where Rem pushed Encrid the hardest. It was about accelerating thought for instantaneous judgment. It was about infusing will into a fleeting moment. Rem insisted that all of this was necessary and demonstrated it. Not just with words, but with actions. Though, to be fair, his explanations often came first, delivered with the fervor of a zealot. In the end, however, his actions were far more persuasive. Listen carefully. If you throw a rock and your opponent dodges, what happens? You lose both the strength you used and the rock itself. So, it's good that you've cut down a walking fire or crawling flame, but that alone isn't enough. Encrid listened intently. He understood the gist of it, but thought it didn't need so many words. Fine. Won't. Miss. Let's spar. You can skip the explanations. How much simpler do you want me to make it? Of course, there were 101 ways to explain it more concisely, but it wasn't worth debating. And so, the sparring continued. Encrid repeated the process for days, and each time he found it so thrilling that it sent shivers down his spine. Rem's axe constantly disrupted Encrid's sword and posture, and his relentless footwork prevented Encrid from executing the same decisive strike that had cut down the walking fire. You need to be able to replicate that decisive strike from any stance to even begin to be useful. Sure, someone clueless might take a hit, but at the level of a typical knight, they'll see through you if you charge in recklessly. According to Rem, channeling will into a sword swing was like shouting a battle cry. It was loud and attention-grabbing. If you screamed, everyone would hear you, whether they wanted to or not. Rem wasn't wrong, so decide in an instant whether to split your will or pour it all. This was an advanced version of what they had practiced against the Grey Hounds. Cutting down momentum was possible by accelerating thought. Rem argued that the same should apply when fighting knights. From the sidelines it was clear both teacher and student were enjoying themselves immensely. The sparring matches between the two had an almost manic energy to them. Even the ferryman appeared in Encrid's dreams to ask, "Are you enjoying this?" Instead of answering the obvious question, Encrid tried to deduce the ferryman's intent. Is the wall approaching? Despite not receiving an answer to his own question, the ferryman responded calmly. Do I have a reason to tell you that? Hadn't he always revealed such things in advance? Encrid didn't argue. Whether the wall was coming or not, it wouldn't change anything. His resolve remained steadfast and unyielding. You didn't answer my question, the ferryman remarked. It's exactly as it appears, Encrid replied, implying that he pursued the thrill because it was fun. After parting ways with the ferryman, Encrid couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the same being he'd met before. The exterior was the same, but the essence felt different. Still, it wasn't worth dwelling on. Nothing would change even if he questioned it. Encrid simply continued his work, sparring with Rem for split-second decision-making, refining his strikes with Ragna to distribute will, enduring grueling physical training with Odin, and honing his sensory perception with Jackson. His days were filled with relentless activity. Don't you want to feel the spring breeze? On an early afternoon, when winter's chills still lingered, Shinar arrived. The sky was overcast, but rays of sunlight pierced through, casting faint beams of light on the ground. It's midwinter. I know. Encrid understood that Shinar wasn't speaking of literal spring, but something else entirely. Recalling the phrase from a past conversation, he asked, You've said this before. What does it mean? It's hard to explain in words, Shinar replied as she unsheathed her sword, Nadia. The sound of the blade sliding from its sheath was sharper and clearer than ever. That sound carried a will, as if to demand attention. The sword glowed faintly with a greenish hue. Though not blinding, its presence was undeniable. It felt alive, imbued with vitality and motion, touching the realm of perception itself. Whether it was thanks to his sensory training with Jackson or simply Shinar's skill, Encrid could distinctly sense the energy emanating from her blade, a crystallization of life and vitality. By focusing one's essence, such things become possible, Shinar said. Her sword seemed to embody the budding leaves of spring. So that's why it's called the leaf blade, Encrid thought as he raised his own weapon. His sword was one forged by Eitri. On his back was a short sword, and spark hung loosely at his waist. He wore no armor, and had even set aside the cloth gauntlets he usually wrapped around his hands. His body ached from days of intense training, muscles sore and bruises scattered across his frame. Yet he had no intention of refusing a duel with Shinar. A faint smile played on Encrid's lips. Spring breeze. This must be a form of swordsmanship. Shinar intended to demonstrate it. The thought alone filled him with exhilaration. To learn new swordsmanship from a fairy, what could be more thrilling? It felt that way. A blade clearly slicing through the air toward him, yet as if it was floating gently like a leaf carried by the wind. Encrid did not ignore that sensation. To overlook and dismiss what was perceived would mean he was unworthy of wielding intangible power. Rem, Ragna, and Luagar knew Encrid's skill had advanced dramatically in recent days. So, even when the next scene unfolded, they weren't particularly surprised. Thud! Shinar's blade tried to descend like a falling leaf, but before it could land as intended, its movement was restricted. Encrid raised his blade, striking upward and adjusting his strength to bind their swords together. Regardless of the technique, a blade had to move for the next action to follow. By locking it in place, the next step was rendered impossible. It was as though he silenced someone intent on singing by clamping their mouth shut before they could even utter a sound. Watching an opponent's technique unfold without interference was the act of a fool, akin to being a ghoul's friend, utterly idiotic. Therefore, this wasn't a dishonorable move. Only by doing his utmost to disrupt the opponent's technique could he genuinely witness the true power of a fairy's swordsmanship. If their swordplay was thwarted this easily, it simply wasn't strong enough. Well done, said Shinar, without a trace of amusement, drawing her sword back to her chest. Chime. Quite. Their blades clashed a few more times before separating. Though Encrid tried to keep the bind intact, Shinar adeptly controlled the force of her blade, withdrawing it with finesse. Her control over strength was so refined that even Ragna or Odin would find it difficult to replicate. The leaf blade quickly retreated. Then, as Shinar had forewarned, a spring breeze seemed to blow, a warm gust more befitting spring than the crisp chill of winter sunlight. Her strikes descended alongside the blades of her aura. Encrid sensed the faint trace of something touching his shoulder, even amidst the soft, flowing strikes. Interesting. Fairy swordsmanship spring breeze blended invisible slashes among the elegant lines of visible strikes. These unseen attacks, of course, came from the aura blades. Her blade, broad like a leaf, covered the front entirely. Should he force his way through with strength, or evade and aim for her flank? Both approaches seemed plausible. Encrid decided to try each in turn. This was a clash of wills, raising and clashing with force. Shinar was a master who deserved the title of a fairy knight. Thus, defeating her in a single stroke was difficult. But there was no need for that. The two didn't try to overpower one another unnecessarily. Instead, they showcased their techniques. When he tried to break through, her leaf blade layered itself to block him. When he aimed for the flank, her leaf blade wrapped around to guard her entire form. Dodging with quick steps and countering with forceful strikes, Encrid parried and defended. That's enough for today. Let's continue tomorrow, said Shinar, after an intense bout, turning to leave without her usual jest. Not bad, remarked Rem. A defensive swordplay that suppresses fast, powerful strikes, added Ragna. Encrid nodded in agreement. The next day, Shinar returned in the late afternoon. I'll show you summer's downpour. Sounds good, Encrid replied. There was no reason to refuse. They began sparring again, but soon Encrid's eyes widened in surprise. Your sword changes. It was the sight of the leaf blade transforming into a long whip-like form that prompted his words. Kiririring. As Shinar spoke of the downpour, her blade shimmered and stretched. A magic sword, Luagar murmured. The blade thinned and elongated, becoming a slender, whip-like sword. The blade flexed, scattering light, and began raining down in earnest. A torrent of blade strikes poured down from above. Encrid chose to block rather than evade. It was instinct. He sensed that if he dodged, the rain would follow him relentlessly. Worse, attempting to flee would drain his strength, leaving him defenseless. His sparring with Rem had not been in vain. Tat, 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 tat. Had his sword been any less robust, it would have been nearly impossible to deflect the barrage. Amidst the rain of strikes, a blue aura thrust toward him. Yesterday, her aura had been green. Today, it was blue. Swift and precise, her attacks danced in accelerated thought. I can block the waves. I can withstand the rain too. Encrid had yet to perfect a sword play he had recently devised, which he called the wave-blocking blade. He now pulled out the unfinished technique, narrowly defending himself as her whip-like blade twisted and darted, targeting his ankles or attempting to wrap around his wrists. If it wraps around, it'll sever. The raindrops moved with the wind, adapting to it. Was this what made such a thing possible? By the time they concluded their bout, the day had passed. Tomorrow I'll show you autumn's fallen leaves, Shinar said, turning away mid-attack. I look forward to it, Encrid replied. By the next day, as Shinar demonstrated her falling leaves technique, the number of onlookers had grown. Chapter 621. A gift. Odin had decided to pause his unit's training, which he had been postponing, to become an audience member instead. As a result, rumors spread that the holy unit under his command praised their deity for watching over them in unison. While the deity's name might not have been Shinar, perhaps being pummeled by Odin was enough to make one reconsider even a deitist name temporarily. Encrid, however, merely let such stories enter one ear and leave the other. He was far too engrossed in savoring every aspect of Shinar's demonstration, biting into it with fervor, dissecting it thoroughly, and deriving every ounce of enjoyment. The unique fairy swordsmanship ceaselessly stimulated his inspiration. For prodigies, this might simply serve as a path to explore different approaches to swordsmanship. But for Encrid, it was different. Inspiration surged, filling him with euphoria, and a sense of joy swept through his body, an emotion he only experienced in moments of growth and advancement. It burned within him like a red-hot iron, setting his soul aflame. How could he not find this exhilarating? Be careful. And Shinar returned once more, issuing a warning as she swung her sword. The leaf blade transformed again. Its blade suddenly split into 5 branches, and its surface widened. It resembled a poorly crafted fan. As he closely observed the expanding leaf blade, Encrid felt a current of energy stirring within it. Is it magical? After all, it was said to be a magical sword, an elder's weapon, and a companion of the fairies. Knights wield engraved weapons, and when they reach a certain level of mastery, they use heirloom weapons. According to Luagar, frogs utilize something called fusion weapons. Beastkin and giants also used engraved weapons, albeit through slightly different crafting methods. For the fairies, their companion weapons changed shape according to their will, guided by the energy flowing through them. While the altered blade didn't seem suitable for combat, the swordsmanship it produced was far from ordinary. Slashes executed by tilting the blade were not only swift, but also struck at difficult-to-block angles, while strikes using the sword's flat side had the force of Teresa's shield bash at full power. Even though Teresa was considered at the level of a junior knight, she was a half-giant. Her shield strikes were undeniably powerful. Yet Shinar's flat strikes with the blade exhibited the same ferocity, while maintaining a speed as if shedding all wind resistance. It's the same speed, whether it slashes or strikes. This seemed to be the key. It could be described as swordsmanship that danced upon the wind. If the spring sword summoned breezes and the summer sword unleashed torrential rain, then this sword soared along the wind. Perhaps that's why it was named Falling Leaves, because it swayed like autumn leaves in the wind. Strikes and blows came endlessly, each movement falling with a precision akin to the natural grace of autumn leaves. If spring was green and summer vibrant, this day's demonstration radiated red energy, a hue deeper than sunset, but not a bright crimson of fresh blood. Encrid endured, immersed in the sheer delight of the swordsmanship, until the session finally concluded. Sweat glistened on Shinar's forehead. For a fairy to perspire during the middle of winter signaled the immense effort she had poured into the sparring. Encrid, still lost in the thrill of Shinar's demonstration, asked, "Will tomorrow bring winter?" Shinar responded with a faint smile. "It will be entertaining." On the 4th day, Shinar's demonstration indeed showcased the winter swordsmanship, aptly named Ember. Shinar's weapon, her elder sword, narrowed and thinned to match the blade of the spark in Encrid's hands. The swordsmanship she demonstrated was nothing short of its name. The white glowing blade flickered like an ember, vanishing in a flash before appearing as a stabbing light. A relentless series of thrusts ensued, swift and solely offensive, with no regard for defense. Unlike the summer's torrential strikes that drained stamina and forced defensive measures, this technique threatened to create a hole in one's body with a single failed block. Each strike was lethal, prioritizing offense over defense. However, its focus on offense also left vulnerabilities, as missing even a single target could lead to the technique's collapse. It was swordsmanship befitting the name Ember, ephemeral, intense, and all-consuming. In the fairy language, the spring sword was called Naia, and the winter sword Nia. Delving deeper, doctor was the elongated pronunciation for yes word, but the fairies used a mix of stress, short vowels, and long vowels in their language. Therefore, even if one pronounced it as Del, it wouldn't necessarily mean sword. For a human like Encrid, understanding this much was sufficient. The embers flew swiftly, their movements sharp and fierce, their size diminutive enough to become invisible when concentration faltered. In a state of deep focus, Encrid blocked, deflected, and evaded, until Shanar's voice broke through. Beyond embers lies a shooting star. While Shanar's thrusts were piercingly sharp, she wasn't fighting with her full strength, allowing Encrid to defend successfully. Her strikes were precise and pointed, the twisting blade slicing deeply into his cheek, leaving blood streaming down his face.
"That was dangerous," remarked Odin. Siki, who had somehow become a spectator, stepped forward and cast a healing light on Encrid's cheek. "It'll heal."
No need to fuss over it. Plenty of people seem to care if your face gets scarred. Siki's unnecessary comment earned no response from Encrid. Despite the glowing light, the wound didn't heal instantly. Siki was still inexperienced in wielding divine power, wasting much of the energy. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Shinar's calm gaze settled on Encrid as she posed the question. Encrid nodded, a serene smile gracing his face. Despite the wound on his cheek, the fairy's seasonal swordsmanship had ignited a storm of inspiration within him. "Then that's enough," Shinar replied with a faint smile. Her usually indifferent gaze softened with subtle satisfaction. That night, just before bed, Shinar summoned Encrid. "What is it? Let's take a walk." Encrid complied. "Are you going on a midnight date?" Rem teased from behind. Encrid ignored him and followed Shinar, while Rem didn't pursue an answer. It was merely a reflexive jab. Shinar often sought Encrid out, though recently it was mostly to request warmth in the cold weather. As they walked outside, the sky was thick with clouds, obscuring the stars and leaving the moonlight dim. Would it snow tomorrow? The air had grown even colder, a testament to the depths of winter. Their breaths lingered in the air, long and faint. The two walked silently, as if enjoying a casual stroll. The night air carried a dampness, but it wasn't unpleasant for walking. The occasional call of winter birds and the sight of resilient grass thriving in the cold greeted them as they passed. "Stubborn, aren't they?" As Shinar paused by the grass and spoke, she turned her body, standing still. Despite the darkness around them, the two could precisely sense where the Udr's eyes were. Their heightened senses made it possible. Eyes that were supposed to be blue or green glimmered faintly in the darkness. With their gazes locked, Shinar opened her mouth, her tone indifferent. "Do you truly have no intention of marrying me?" It was refreshing. She hadn't been joking much lately, and now she summoned him just to say this. "Since when were we mixing blood? Does it trouble you? It seems troublesome, doesn't it? Then, did you like the joke?" Encrid was reminded of the first time he had heard a fairy joke. I think it was right before meeting Leona. It was a day that could have been forgotten, yet it stuck with him vividly. He'd been so flustered back then that he'd wanted to kick Jackson, who was laughing at his expense. "No, I don't." Encrid scratched his cheek as he answered. It wasn't really a difficult question, just another mischievous joke as usual. "I see." Without a trace of a smile, she now turned her back. She had spent the past 4 days demonstrating swordsmanship like a crazed fairy. "It was fun," she muttered as she turned away. The tone of her words was markedly different from when she had first teased him. It was fun. She had said the same words back then, but compared to now, as she walked away, there wasn't a shred of emotion in her voice. If her words had carried even a hint of regret, Encrid might have asked why, but since they didn't, he simply let her go. The fairy walked away in her usual gait, with the same steps and pace as always. 3 days later, Shannara disappeared. Encrid thought nothing of it at first, but even after 3 days had passed, she did not return. She left a letter. It was during a break after morning training, when Crace handed it to him. "Where did you find it?" "She's been gone for 3 days without a word, so I checked her room." "Oh, I see." Technically, Shannara belonged to the Madmen Knights Order, so no one could really question her departure. Crace probably checked the room because it was left unused, possibly asking his lover to do so, rather than going himself. Understanding the situation roughly, Encrid took the letter. Shannara seemed to have anticipated that someone would read the letter after her departure. The elegant handwriting on the envelope made it clear. To Encrid, anyone else who reads this will become a sprouting potato. It was a curse. Looking at the fairy-style profanity, Encrid opened the letter. Breaking the wax seal with his fingers, he pulled out the paper inside. The material didn't seem particularly expensive. The message was brief. "I'll wait for your proposal." Encrid let out a small laugh, like air escaping. Even as she left, she couldn't resist making a joke. Truly, she was a fairy who was impossible to win against. "What does it say?" Crace asked. Encrid flipped the letter and showed it to him. "Should I call this impressive?" But why did she leave without saying anything? She probably has something to do. Though she was technically part of the Madmen unit, Shannara wasn't inherently tied to the kingdom. He vaguely recalled something Krang had once said, something about her having certain obligations. Encrid wasn't particularly worried about Shannara's departure. It was her judgment and choice, and he respected it. He would have reacted similarly to anyone else leaving, just as he had when Dunbakel said she was heading east. He simply accepted it in his heart. And so, life went on as usual. It's time for training. In the mornings, he pushed his body to its limits alongside Odin. "Stay focused. Today's going to be harsher." He sparred with Rem. "Everyone, run!" He dedicated himself to training his unit. The only change was that his meditation sessions grew longer. Precise sword, heavy sword, deceptive sword, swift sword, soft sword. Leonesis Oniak, the genius, had categorized swordsmanship into these 5 types. Are these 5 all there is to swordsmanship? The answer was no. Even if he could go back in time and ask Leonesis directly, the answer would likely be the same. The 5, just the basics. Derivations were separate. What he had learned, practiced, and internalized thus far, combined with the fairy's 4-seasoned swordsmanship he had recently studied, came together. Shannara had deliberately excluded environmental factors to focus purely on the art of swordsmanship itself. It was a sword meant to be shown. The 4 seasonal forms of swordsmanship couldn't be neatly defined by the 5 categories of precise, heavy, deceptive, swift, and soft. Basics, derivations, experience. In the moment when these elements intertwined, Encrid felt something explode in his mind. It was the moment when the inspiration Shannara had gifted him ripened and bore fruit. Chapter 622. Words spoken through the sword that's really fascinating, Rem remarked as he retrieved his axe. "What is?" Encrid twisted his ankle experimentally. It had been jarred during their sparring match, but was neither broken nor particularly painful. Not bad, he thought. Earlier, during a series of reckless movements, his ankle had bent at an unnatural angle. A regular person would have been crippled without immediate treatment. Not Encrid. Years of training with Odin to build flexibility had paid off. His knightly technique, Endure, had fortified his skin and muscles like armor. Additionally, he had mastered a skill Odin called Grasping Will. It's about channeling your will to protect your joints during sudden impacts or extreme movements, Odin had explained. Paladins use divine power to shield themselves from injury and heal simultaneously. With will, you can only hold yourself together. The training to learn it? Grueling. Encrid remembered thinking he'd suffered enough to write a book about it. "You're going to break my bones now, right?" Encrid had asked, eyeing Odin warily as the latter grabbed his forearm and raised a chopping hand. "Of course." "Brace yourself," Odin replied nonchalantly. Watching from the side, Rem muttered, "The bear's finally gone mad. If they break, Siki can practice her divine healing." "It's a teaching opportunity," Odin added, ignoring the protests. Even Ragna chimed in with, "If you're bored, go take a nap." Meanwhile, Luagar remarked, "Practical, if nothing else," with a frog's detached gaze. Rupert and Fell, they turned pale. "Do we really need to go this far?" Fell had whispered nervously. In the end, even Fell and Rupert underwent similar training. Through repeated strikes and joint-twisting trials, Encrid eventually mastered grasping will. Reflecting on the experience sometimes made him wonder if his memoirs could stretch to 10,000 words or more. Now, using everything he'd gained, Encrid sparred with Rem, pouring his insights into every move. "You're really fascinating," Rem repeated, scratching his head with the axe handle. "What makes you say that?" Encrid asked, intrigued. "Sometimes you seem completely talentless, like a polite ghoul. Then other times you look like a genius," Rem said. "Not talent, experience," Encrid corrected. "I've accumulated fragments of knowledge, condensed them, and used them to chart my path. Isn't that what talent is? Just gain more experience." "What are you saying?" "And come back to try again?" "How did you know?" Encrid smirked. "Forget it," Rem muttered, unaware how close he was to the truth. Encrid didn't try to convince him. He simply reviewed what he had learned during the match, reorganizing his insights. Lately, it had become a daily routine, a practice that extended even into his meditation sessions. One key realization stood out. There is no such thing as a single point of focus. In extreme situations, heightened concentration could make time feel slower, an acceleration of thought. Encrid noticed that his comrades, Ragna, Rem, Odin, and Jackson, also instinctively demonstrated similar abilities, even without formal training in techniques like single-point focus. Why? When asked, their answers were infuriatingly simple. Because we can. Ignoring their smug responses, Encrid focused on refining his own understanding. Why do techniques even need names? He realized that naming techniques helped clarify and internalize them, but beyond that, unnecessary. Instead, he sought a natural flow. Let it emerge as naturally as breathing. Compressing and gathering his will required deliberate effort, but beyond that, he prioritized repetition until his body reacted instinctively. This insight felt foundational, a rediscovery of the basics. Once grasped intellectually, it became a physical response, then an intuitive understanding embedded deep within his core. "How many times must I remind you to act naturally, like breathing?" Odin's words rang clear, a truth Encrid had finally embraced. It was now clear why Rem had often expressed such irritation with these words. It was easy to say, after all. However, the reality was that saying something was easy didn't mean it would be simple to carry it out with the body or understand it in the heart. Especially for someone who hadn't been blessed with natural talent, the phrase, "as natural as breathing," felt like an incredibly difficult task. The reason he had hit a wall while creating the new swordsmanship called wave block was due to this very issue. The wave was water. In other words, he had to block a formless incoming attack perfectly with his sword, which meant implementing a barrier with a sword to repel such strikes. The meaning behind the swordsmanship was clear. So how would it be executed? A great swordsmanship should have meaning, a way of execution, and a training method. Meaning, execution, and training methods. These were the three essentials for mastering a sword. Until now, the only thing Encrid had had in his wave-block swordsmanship was the meaning. A sword that even blocks waves. Now, he had reached the point where he could think about execution, and naturally, that led to thoughts about training methods. Although it wasn't perfectly settled, it felt like a foggy vision had cleared in an instant. That was the outcome of his sparring with Rem today. Additionally, as he had experienced several times before, he now felt the process of realization and learning, where his accumulated experiences naturally manifested. Could all this be explained with words? It's difficult. That's why it's hard to convey what's been realized with words. Yet, despite this, Encrid felt a vague conviction that one day he would be able to establish his path in some form. Though he didn't know the exact way, he had a strong sense that it would come to him. This led to the inevitable thought. That's why Shinar spoke with a sword. It was difficult to convey things with words. That was when Encrid understood that the unique swordsmanship of the fairy folk had been Shinar's way of saying goodbye. He also realized the hidden meaning behind the letter she had left, saying she would wait for him to come and propose. It's a message to not search for. Why had she mentioned a proposal? She had always joked about marriage proposals, and he always rejected them, so her use of the word proposal was actually a signal for him not to seek her out. Of course, Encrid couldn't perfectly understand Shinar's inner thoughts. He could only guess. It was a plausible deduction, and Shinar had indeed left the letter with such a hidden meaning. Although winter was in full swing, warmth was rising inside the border guard headquarters. Thanks to the efforts of Rem's unit and the regular army, most of the accidents caused by the heretics had been dealt with. This was also the result of Cray listening to Abnaya's advice and beginning to reorganize the troops. Reorganization meant restructuring the military's formation. It was something they had done before, but this time it was done with the same meticulous detail, as if drawing the eyes in a detailed portrait. Cray started with Encrid's unit, creating what came to be known as the Madmen Guard. The commander of this unit was a junior knight from the Order, Fel. Why should I take that position? I thought you were the most talented person. Am I wrong? Encrid had heard a rough exchange like this between Fel and Cray. The actual persuasion must have involved a lot more conversation and different proposals. But this was the gist. Fel had ended up becoming the commander of the Madmen Guard. Anyone less talented than me should get out of here. Fel was far more intense in disciplining his troops than Encrid. Luagar had assisted him with that. In the field of personal tactics, especially using the environment, there were few warriors as capable as her. This was an area that required both experience and study, regardless of whether they were knights or not. Well, everyone learned the necessary skills from Luagar intuitively. Meanwhile, Rem's assault unit, known as Rem's unit, had been officially declared to stay in the same form as before, which led to Cray receiving a threatening letter. The letter demanded the disbandment of Rem's unit immediately. Case, in an attempt to secure his own safety, rushed to Rem with the letter. Rem immediately gathered all his soldiers. Ho, I'm not looking for the one who wrote this letter. You're one team. If one of you messes up, you all fall together. Isn't that unreasonable? This soldier, who had learned his craft purely through determination, was a member of a unit that had once been famous in his homeland and was now protesting. He had learned well here, but didn't understand why he was being treated this way for something he hadn't even sent or known about. That's my standard. If you don't like it, go ahead and catch up to me and become the commander yourself. Rem P. Rem didn't try to convince his soldiers with words. He simply didn't feel the need to. He ruled with power. You crazy bastard! Even though his soldiers would sometimes shout insults like this, Rem let it go. Swearing during training was an everyday occurrence. For 10 days, Rem challenged his soldiers to spar with him. These weren't gentle sparring sessions. Do you think I won't kill you in the end? You're not like the captain. A few dead will not matter to me. Sorcery was specialized in manipulating intangible forces. The fear Rem instilled in his soldiers seeped into their bones. The only way to survive was to fight desperately with everything they had. And so they did, and they survived. Of course, Rem didn't hold back. However, the soldiers came to experience what it truly meant to be on the edge of life and death. Had they been careless, they could have died. At this point, Rem had started to believe in the theory that even talentless people could be awakened by being pushed to the brink of death. It wasn't an entirely wrong theory. The effect was certainly there. But in reality, those who survived such intense training naturally became top-tier fighters. Later, some soldiers from Rem's unit would glare at Cray or get angry with him, but still, Rem, Crace, with a single word, suppressed them all. Given the situation, it seemed as if the soldiers had specifically set their sights on Craze. They were loud-mouthed individuals, after all. But in the end, discipline had been instilled properly. There was no room for rebellion, and everyone followed orders diligently. A unit with broken discipline is like a rotten apple. A rotten apple will spoil the ones around it. Abnayer's help had been significant in this process. When there had been a commotion in Rem's unit, Craze had handled it. They had even entrusted a unit to Ragna. There was no expectation that the lazy commander would live up to the role of a leader. But there was still a way to manage things. Chapter 623. A late realization: Ragna, no matter how favorably viewed, was not cut out to lead a unit. That said, Cray wasn't the type to leave him idle. Let's start with 10 men. Thus, the 10 Swords Guard was formed, with Ragna as the captain and Ropert as the vice-captain. Naturally, most of the work and responsibilities fell to Ropert. On top of everything, Ropert also handled the training of the new recruits, although this was later rotated among members from various units. The 10 selected were all notably talented in their own right, but each of them had a moment where they felt despair after observing Ragna and Ropert. "I'm not a genius after all," one of them remarked in a tone of resignation. This would usually be followed by Fell teasing them a bit, and then Ropert giving them a reassuring pat on the shoulder, encouraging them to join the training. While not everyone could receive an insignia, the entire group had a strong sense of belonging to the unit. The 10 Swords Guard under Ragna eventually earned the reputation of being a small, elite squad under the Night Order, emphasizing their exclusivity and pride. While this occasionally led to internal conflicts, it wasn't considered a significant issue. If you're going to fight, then win. If you lose, kill yourself, Ragna declared bluntly. Though he meant it as a joke, none of the unit members took it that way. Ironically, Ragna had intended the comment in jest, believing that reasonable failures were essential for growth. Watching Encrid had taught him many things he hadn't realized before. "If you want to fight, come at me," Ragna added. Occasionally he would spar with them, which only increased their motivation. All 10 swordsmen saw Ragna as their ultimate goal, raising their own standards. Inspired by Encrid's training intensity, their skills improved remarkably. The Border Guard's strongest unit had once been the Frontier Defense Forces, now restructured as Martai's garrison troops. However, circumstances no longer allowed the Frontier Defense to maintain its former reputation. This shift was partially due to the overall improvement of the Border Guard's soldiers and the evolving dynamics of the continent's military factions. Cry's next focus was on Odin's Holy Infantry unit, with Odin as the captain and Teresa as the vice-captain. This was one of the units that required the least attention from Cry's, as Odin's experience made him adept at leading 100 soldiers under the new structure. Luagar stayed as Encrid's closest personal guard, while Esther demonstrated her ability to organize 20 of her subordinates into a group of magicians. After setting this groundwork, Craze and Abnayer once again transformed the Border Guard's atmosphere. In truth, the restructuring was a deliberate attempt to establish a culture of training and improvement. "Do you plan to let this momentum fade away?" Abnayer asked, prompting Craze to act. Together, they fostered an environment that encouraged ambition and skill development among the soldiers who completed basic training. The first strategy was to boost pride by providing special privileges and benefits to each unit. The second was ensuring the soldiers' pay was distinct from that of ordinary troops. Although some recruits, especially from Rem's unit, occasionally dropped out of training, this wasn't an issue due to the fair handling of matters by the security captain, Vengeance. Considering Vengeance's history with Encrid, this was a remarkable transformation. Encrid publicly acknowledged Vengeance as a comrade, solidifying his contributions. This was yet another calculated move by Craze, who anticipated that Encrid's endorsement would solidify Vengeance's authority. When someone weaker than me speaks, I don't listen. I learned that from a young age, someone once told Vengeance. In response, Encrid cut off the man's ear, with the soldiers later remarking that sparing his head showed Encrid's restraint. Encrid's subsequent words left a profound impression on those present. If all we needed was a good fighter, I'd have put Rem in charge. Is that what you want? No one in the border guard, be they citizens, mercenaries, or soldiers, wanted to risk their lives over a careless remark. Rem was a known figure within the border guard. Everyone there understood this, except for an outsider who had just arrived and found himself missing an ear as a result. Does it even matter? The outsider retorted defiantly. You're insane. Just die already. If you want to die, do it alone. Someone chase him out and pour water in front of the shop. Even the innkeeper turned his back on the outsider, who soon experienced pressure from those who enforced order in the area. Those who subdued him shouted, "Long live Vengeance!" Vengeance's security team, part of the border guard standing forces, was far from lacking in skill, making maintaining order relatively straightforward. Damn it, I'm just a punching bag around here, Rem muttered when he heard the story, though it wasn't something he dwelled on. Around this time, news spread of a demonic domain being dealt with by the Red Cloak Knights, with support from the Holy Nation's heretic extermination priests. It was reportedly a grueling battle, as Aishia noted, mentioning that a comrade had lost an arm. While heretics acted twice more after that, no apostles appeared. One of these incidents was handled by 3 off-duty border guard soldiers who happened to be in the Southern Territories. Officially, it was said they stumbled upon the situation and resolved it, but internally, it was revealed that Jackson's intelligence unit had been involved. The last unit Craze established was a covert operations and assassination squad specializing in espionage. Its leader was Jackson. Another heretic outbreak occurred in the capital, where a demonic summoning ritual was disrupted. The kingdom's newly appointed security captain, Andrew Gardner, led the effort, reportedly capturing the perpetrators. Encrid learned of this through a letter, though he himself led a quiet life, training, honing his skills, visiting the market, and exchanging stories with Atri. Please take care of my sword, he requested one day. It had become routine for Atri to maintain his weapon, dismantling the hilt, heating it, applying some concoction, and oiling it thoroughly. You must take extra care, even with this treatment. Don't forget to oil the silver blade regularly. Metal is quite sensitive, and the edge will dull quickly if neglected. I'll make sure of it. Atri, commenting that Encrid seemed to rarely use one of his earlier creations, retrieved a short sword he'd made and replaced it with a guard sword. This new sword had a broad blade with intricate patterns etched into it, which appeared to have a magical quality. I couldn't imbue it with magic myself. It's beyond my skill for now. But Lady Esther lent me a hand. As he handed over the sword, now encased in a sleek black leather scabbard, Atri spun its hilt playfully and presented it to Encrid. Esther did? The Lake Panther Witch, as Esther was known, might seem aloof and solitary, but her influence seemed to reach everywhere. The fact that Lord Graham had sent her gifts in gratitude for placing protective wards on the castle walls was proof of that. Yes, it's thanks to her that I was able to complete this. The guard sword Aetri gifted had an intriguing feature. It could autonomously block an attack once when thrown into the air. While it might seem like a shield would serve that purpose better, Aetri had his reasons.
There's a tale of a knight who wielded a lucky sword as their engraved weapon.
It was said to save the wielder's life from unexpected attacks in ways even they couldn't predict. That story inspired me to swing my hammer for this creation. Aetri wasn't just honing his craft. He studied history and sought inspiration, putting his heart into every step. The choice of a sword over a shield now made perfect sense. This is a stepping stone. The ultimate goal was an engraved weapon. This sword was merely a practice piece, a precursor to something greater. Neither Aetri nor Encrid knew what that final weapon would look like, but they shared faith in its eventual creation. Seeing the gleam of determination in her eyes, Encrid felt a surge of enthusiasm. Watching someone so dedicated was always invigorating. Nearby, a frog was sweating and bleeding over his own craft, creating accessories. "How's it coming along?" Encrid asked, half out of curiosity. "Don't know," he replied tersely. And yet, he kept at it. There were no guarantees of immediate success, but it was worth doing simply because he wanted to. "Keep at it," Encrid encouraged. Later, when Encrid returned to the unit, he had Crace deliver a gift to the frog, well-dried silkworm cocoons. According to Aetri, the frog puffed up his cheeks dramatically upon receiving them, a rare display of emotion. Around the same time, a letter from the Eastern King brought news of Dunbakel. Does she always avoid bathing like this? Dunbakel was clearly doing well. Time passed, and one snowy day near the end of winter, a month had gone by since Shinar's departure. "Hey there, you should have dropped by. You made me come all the way here instead." The king himself arrived. To Encrid, though, this was his friend, not just a ruler. Ostensibly, the visit was to confirm how the Stone Roads development had opened a major trade route with the West, boosting commerce across the continent. The trade caravans, passing through Narilia to Border Guard, had brought significant revenue to both cities. But that was just an excuse. Over tea, Krang revealed the real reason for the visit. "Don't you wonder why Shinar left?" She had left abruptly without a word of return, and even sent a letter explicitly asking not to be searched for. "I assumed it was her decision." "Well, you're not wrong," Krang admitted. Encrid recalled a faint premonition from before, a sense that his swordsmanship could take shape. This time, it was an equally ominous intuition. Did Shinar truly leave of her own will? Krang continued, showing no intention of hiding the truth. She said she had to fulfill a duty for her fairykin. Word is she received an obligation brand. An obligation brand was more than a shackle. It was a curse that demanded a task's completion within a set time, or it would claim the bearer's life. I heard it's tied to a curse on the fairykin. She collaborated with me to resolve it, but I advised her to refuse the obligation. She didn't listen. A curse? Don't know the details. The tea in their cups had grown cold, untouched. One thing's clear: the obligation holds her captive, and it will torment Shinar until the end. Silence fell. Encrid finally took a sip, but the overbrewed tea was unbearably bitter. He had forgotten to remove the leaves in time. The bitterness filled his mouth, much like the realization now filling his mind. He had respected Shinar's choice, but was that just an excuse for turning a blind eye? Was he too late to act? If I do nothing, nothing will change, Encrid thought, fully aware of this truth. You're going after her, aren't you? Krang asked, perceptive as ever. Yeah. Encrid nodded. Since Shinar's departure, he had felt an unsettling emptiness. Not just longing, but a gnawing dissatisfaction. She had left without explaining her reasons, and not knowing them weighed heavily on him. A bit late to realize this, he thought, berating himself briefly. But self-recrimination wouldn't change anything now. Why? Krang pressed. Because my teasing elder sister might be waiting, Encrid replied, his answer laced with fairy humor. Krang winced, his brow furrowing at the jest. Chapter 624. A sincere request. What do you mean by that? Shinar is over 400 years old. Is she that old? Yeah, she's more of a grandmother than an older sister. She'll get mad if you say that. Oh, I mean, oh, a true gentleman never teases a woman about her age. Krang nodded in agreement, as if promising never to bring it up again. What are you planning to do? I'll ask her something. Ask what? Whether upholding her duty is truly what she desires. Some people might genuinely wish to lead a life of duty. However, before making any assumptions, Encrid felt he needed to ask. When asked why, it's a hunch. Shinar's words and actions from the past flashed through his mind, especially her words on the day before her departure, which carried a bitter regret, much like a poorly brewed cup of tea. At the time he thought she was indifferent, but upon reflection, that indifference itself was a signal. It was fun while it lasted. It meant that she had enjoyed herself up until now, but from here on she likely wouldn't. That's why I have to ask. I must go and find out. That was Encrid's resolve. Do as you wish. Krang crossed his legs, offering no objection. He too didn't fully grasp Shinar's true intentions. Where is the city of the fairy folk? I don't know. I see. Encrid nodded, and after some casual conversation, he began searching for the location of the fairy folk city the following day. He started with Craze. After Shinar disappeared, I used the Information Guild to investigate. They said it's hidden somewhere in the mountains, but there's a barrier, so it's hard to pinpoint. Craze spoke while furrowing his brow, indicating he'd made an effort but hadn't found anything concrete. Encrid then asked others, Do you think I'd know? Rem was immediately disqualified. My knowledge doesn't extend that far, brother. Once your bound matures, return. I have my next task to attend to. Odin didn't know either. Surprisingly, though, Ragna chimed in confidently. The fairy folks' city? I've seen some folks weaving clothes from leaves and branches. Shall I guide you there? Naturally, Encrid declined Ragna's offer. Taking his guidance could lead to a dwarf city, instead of the fairy folks, and it might take years to get there. If you're planning a trip to another dimension, it sounds like a blast. Rem, overhearing this, interrupted, sparking an argument with Ragna. Seeing this, Jackson merely shook his head. The fairy folk aren't a single group. You'll need to find the city where Shinar is. From Jackson's explanation, it was clear that finding the exact location wouldn't be easy. If it were, Craze would have already uncovered it through the Information Guild. Why did you try looking for Shinar in the first place? Encrid asked Craze out of curiosity. No particular reason? Call it instinct, or perhaps a reflexive urge to gather information. I figured if the commander ever asked about her, I'd need to say, she is there. That's about it. Though it's frustrating not to have found anything yet. It said Triad realized that Cray embodied this. When he mentioned it, Craze looked puzzled. I just explore all avenues and prepare in advance because not doing so makes me uneasy. Cray's obsessive information gathering might stem from his chronic anxiety. While he didn't claim to predict the future, his preparedness itself was wisdom in Encrid's eyes. Had Shinar made similar preparations? What did she need to resolve her curse, duty, or whatever burden she carried? I don't know. The fairy folk don't welcome visitors. Luagar didn't know either. And nobody else did. I've lived in the wilderness all my life, and now reside here. My talents are limited to swordsmanship, not navigation. Well, I'm great at navigation. Let me guide. When Encrid asked Fel, Ragna interjected again. No, you're not. Encrid dismissed him outright. He didn't doubt Ragna's honesty. He wasn't one to lie about such things. Still, the mystery of how Ragna stumbled into the fairy folk city after getting lost intrigued him. Why am I getting angry? Ragna muttered. Hearing this, Rem, who had been grinding his teeth after losing their previous fight, retorted. Teaching you navigation would be harder than teaching a ghoul table manners, huh? I couldn't hear that over the sound of an idiot who broke his shin with his own axe. Rem had indeed struck his shin with his axe during their fight, but it was a calculated move to gain momentum. Ragna's jab reignited their quarrel. Come to think of it, Ragna's wit had improved considerably. Watching the two bicker, Robert silently replayed their exchange in his mind several times. What are you doing? I got caught in a provocation during a fight and lost a It bothers me so much that it even shows up in my dreams. He was talking about the incident with the paladins. Encrid's eyes seemed to ask, Isn't it normal to get caught off guard by provocations now and then? You wouldn't understand how this feels, Captain. Encrid wanted to disagree with Rupert's words. How could he not understand? Sinar's fairy-like jokes had teased him mercilessly. The barrage of absurd jokes was rare for him to experience, and even harder to counter. Yet, despite the teasing, Encrid didn't neglect his duties. Training, eating, cleaning, and maintaining his weapons filled his days. It was during one of these routines, polishing his sword with linseed oil as per Eatrice's advice, that it happened. The early sunset of summer painted the sky in hues of red. Amidst the sound of rustling leaves, swaying in the breeze, footsteps approached. A shadow crossed the sunlight, spilling onto the ground, blending with Encrid's own shadow. You're looking for the fairy city? Was it just him, or did the voice carry a chill? Encrid looked up. Before him stood a woman, draped in a spellbound robe, impervious to the biting cold of winter. Her long black hair framed piercing blue eyes, pale skin, and striking red lips, an extraordinary beauty. It was Esther, the witch known as the Black Flower. Not the city itself. I'm looking for where Sinar went, Encrid replied. If Esther asked why, he planned to throw a joke he had once told Krang, that perhaps the big sister was waiting for him. But Esther didn't ask. Without a hint of humor, she simply said, Fine, you should ask though. If someone leaves, there must be a reason. And if they leave without even explaining why, the reason must be significant. That's how I see it. So you should ask. Why they left. Why they had to go. As she spoke, Esther reached out and placed her hand on Encrid's forehead. He didn't flinch. Her hand was icy cold. Lower your mental barrier. What? If your psychic defenses are too strong, I won't be able to share it with you. Share what? You'll understand once you receive it. The chill wasn't imagined. It was real. Esther's hand felt like ice. Her breath left no mist, and her presence radiated cold even through Encrid's clothes. It seemed she had been practicing magic. Pondering what she meant by mental barrier, Encrid closed his eyes. He imagined a wall, built a door in it, and then opened the door in his mind. Following Esther's suggestion, he enacted the mental visualization. Suddenly something seeped into his mind, a map leading to a specific place. It wasn't just directions. It included annotations for guidance. Sinar mentioned a clan before leaving. That's where the fairies live. As a witch, Esther had once built a hut deep in the forest for her experiments, a rite of passage for all witches. Surrounded by various magical ingredients and herbs, it was the perfect environment for magic. Fairies or druids were not uncommon neighbors in such places. Based on what Shinar had shared before leaving, finding the location wasn't too difficult for Esther. Encrid opened his eyes and asked. Esther withdrew her hand and offered a faint smile. I'm busy. Oh, okay. Encrid posed the same question to others. Sorry about this. I feel bad refusing when you're asking so earnestly. But I've got something urgent, trying to smash the skull of some directionally challenged bastard. But after loafing around for days, my aim's off. How about I catch up with you later? Listening to Rem, Encrid asked. When did I ask so earnestly? You grabbed my pant leg and begged. It's a bit awkward for me, you know. I'll catch up when I can. Fine. Not you then. Lately, Ragna had been gaining a slight edge over Rem in their spars, and Rem seemed intent on training more. Contrary to his claim of loafing, Rem had been living a grueling, divided schedule, a trait shared by all the madmen. It was, after all, Encrid's influence. Sister Teresa is approaching a critical moment, and I'm laying the groundwork for Sister's sake. Still, if you insist, I could join. I just asked. Don't bother. Even Odin seemed to have absorbed some of Rem's disposition, though the results weren't exactly pure. You made a guide? Encrid preemptively rejected Ragna's offer, especially since Rem wouldn't stay quiet. Running away? Scared? Did you take so many hits your brain broke? Never took a hit to the head, you directionless fool. Fine, let those two be. Their sparring had recently boosted their skills considerably. Though Encrid didn't realize it, most knew the reason for their intense competition. It stemmed from a sparring match where Encrid demonstrated unmatched precision. His strikes, particularly the concentrated will channeled into a single blow, were both deadly and inspiring. Meanwhile, Odin, having awakened his divine power, subtly looked down on the two, which only fueled their efforts further. It might get lonely traveling alone, but I have a date, so I can't join. Jackson also declined with this excuse. Ultimately, Encrid decided to leave with Luagar, with Fell tagging along. Shall we spar on the way? Previously, Fell hadn't expressed such sentiments, but now his eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Naturally, his tone also reflected that reverence. Let's do that. Too bad I can't join, Rupert remarked regretfully. However, he couldn't abandon the training of the sword unit that Ragna had left to him. There seemed to be a crucial hurdle remaining. Even if not, Rupert was genuinely one of the busiest people in the Madmen Nights. Then, see you later. Without waiting, Encrid leapt into action and departed swiftly. Meanwhile, Krang, who had been staying nearby for a few days on business, soon realized that Encrid had left without even saying a word to him. He grabbed Cray by the collar and demanded, "He didn't forget me, right?" Surely not," Crace replied, though his tone lacked conviction. It seemed likely that Encrid had indeed forgotten about Krang and simply left. Chapter 625. Peace Forged by the Sword. Ah, Krang. As they walked along, Encrid suddenly spoke up. Yes? Fell responded, puzzled. I left without saying goodbye. Humans are creatures of forgetfulness. It happens, Luagar remarked. True. Encrid nodded and continued walking. He hadn't brought his horse. While it wouldn't have been a problem for Weird Eyes, their route involved crossing mountains and rivers. They hadn't chosen a well-paved road, but rather the fastest path. Fortunately, everyone was capable enough to handle themselves without the need for a main road. Additionally, the number of monsters in the area had recently been significantly reduced, lowering the overall danger of the journey. Even if there had been threats, they wouldn't have posed much of a challenge to this group. The midday sun shone brightly overhead, making the winter day feel unusually warm. It had been about half a day since they left Border Guard. They had started at dawn, walking well past sunrise, and still had several hours left before they would need to stop for the night and set up camp. If anyone falls behind, we'll leave them, Luagar joked, directing her comment at Fell. Do I look like someone who lived off bread rations in a nightly order, obeying instructions without question? Shepherds value walking more than swordsmanship, Fell retorted. Fell, being a shepherd of the wilderness, was confident in his endurance. He had spent his life herding sheep, and not the docile, easy-to-manage kind either. While Fel was proud of his stamina, Luagar was no slouch at walking either. "Fair enough," Luagar said. As a frog, Luagar's species was naturally better suited for travel than humans. They could substitute preserved rations with dried insects, reducing the bulk of their supplies, and their bodies were tough enough to ignore most injuries. While they needed to drink water frequently, traveling alongside waterways was basic knowledge for any seasoned wanderer. The first rule of survival: never travel alone. The second: stick to well-maintained roads. The group, however, was ignoring both rules entirely, though their exceptional skills made it possible. As the sun set, Encrid adjusted their course slightly, heading southeast at an angle away from the direction of the setting sun. The path to the fairy village lay beyond the Penhanel mountain range. The border guard and its surrounding lands, previously part of Count Mulsanne's domain, stretched to the north. The Penhanel Mountains were also located in the north, their imposing presence earning them the nickname Ceiling Mountains or Roof Mountains in some geographical circles. It was said that the mountain range's winds contributed to the region's cooler climate compared to other central areas. Encrid didn't care much for such details. For him, it was simply a matter of going where the path led. The first day passed uneventfully. Encrid spent his spare time training, while Luagar and Fel sparred. Watching their match, Encrid couldn't help but voice a small compliment. "You've improved." His words weren't directed at Fel, but at Luagar, whose skills had noticeably advanced. "I've endured the kind of pain that carves into wounds' flesh," Luagar replied with a grin. It seemed true. During their sparring session, Fel had executed a vertical slash, hiding his sword momentarily behind his back before striking. A move he had carefully prepared. Luagar had countered by raising her left arm and angling her looped sword for a thrust. Of course, neither of them followed through to injure or kill. At their level, sparring to gauge skills was enough. Going all out would result in one of them getting seriously hurt. "I excel in real combat," Fel grumbled. Encrid nodded in agreement. Fel's swordsmanship was indeed more suited for practical battles than tactical exchanges. Still, he seems well trained for someone who dislikes strategy, Encrid thought. Fel's ability to adapt to combat situations came naturally, likely thanks to spending so much time with Robert. Luagar, on the other hand, excelled in tactical duels, second only to Rapport in that regard. Beating her in sparring was no easy feat. As they continued southward, Encrid set a small goal for their visit to the fairy village. "I'll help Fel address his weaknesses." It was an act of goodwill, though Fel might not see it that way. That morning, they had eaten at the border guard, and for lunch, they made do with preserved rations while walking. "Did you buy this new seasoning on purpose?" Fel asked, impressed by the spice jerky. "I had no idea. Grace packed it for us," Encrid replied. Fel nodded, acknowledging Christ's meticulous preparation. Receiving such thoughtful provisions often made people feel a sense of gratitude toward him, Fel included. Neither Encrid nor Fel, busy with their training, had kept up with the latest market trends, including the new sauces from the spice jerky shop that had taken the border guard market by storm. For dinner, they prepared a proper meal. Using a pot, they fetched water from a nearby stream and added dried vegetables like carrots and squash, along with edible plants they found along the way. Encrid also added pieces of hardened bread, carefully cut into small chunks. "What's this?" Fel asked, curious. "Back when I was a mercenary, if food was scarce, we'd boil water and throw in unfinished bread. I've refined it a bit to make it more edible," Encrid explained. It had been a while since Encrid had made camp food. While his cooking skills weren't extraordinary, the result wasn't terrible either. "This is more like dough than bread," Fel remarked skeptically, but soon changed his tune after tasting the broth and its ingredients. He paused for a moment before exhaling sharply, as though releasing pent-up energy. Ugh, I'll cook it better tomorrow with beef. Just eat it for now. Didn't you say you weren't good at cooking? The remark carried a tone of amazement. I said I could only make a few things, Encrid replied casually. Better than bugs? Luagar interjected. Is that even a question? Fel responded, looking incredulous. Should I give you a handful of this too? Luagar said as she pulled out some dried larvae. Fel declined with a nonchalant expression. No thanks. I know it's a rare treat when supplies are low, but right now, I'll pass. Fel continued to scoop up the broth and carefully selected the lumpy, half-baked mixture that seemed caught between bread and dough, eating it with satisfaction. This is really good. He gave an approving thumbs up repeatedly, mumbling about whether cooking was a kind of talent. Glad you like it. The group finished their dinner and prepared their campsite. They didn't need a cave, so they spread a large cloak under a big tree and slept there. The second day's meals were similar. Breakfast and lunch consisted of preserved food. The seasoned jerky was tasty, but it wouldn't last more than 3 days. After that, they'd have to rely on salt-preserved jerky alone. Though less flavorful than the heavily seasoned variety, it wasn't bad. It had been prepared with care in the city. No one in the group complained about the food. On the second day, they passed near the site of the harpy attack from before. The area, which had previously reeked of blood and death, now had a completely different atmosphere. Welcome! On their first day, they hadn't encountered anyone as they cut through the area. But now there was an outpost. A soldier wearing thick gambeson recognized Encrid and saluted. Encrid quickly sketched a mental map of the area, noting that 3 outposts formed a circular perimeter. At the center, just beyond a small mound, there was likely a base. A temporary market might do well there since the water routes aren't an ideal for a city. Trade cities had started emphasizing land routes alongside waterways, so a makeshift field market could thrive in such a location. In the past, such an idea would have been impossible. Building an open market without fortifications would have been unthinkable, as monsters would turn it into a slaughterhouse. Mere tents and wooden barriers could only deter wild animals, not monstrous threats. But things were different now. The border guard's standing army had wiped out the monsters in the area. They had even established outposts and conducted regular patrols, making it rare to see monsters or magical beasts. Bandits? Unthinkable. Trying to steal in the border guard's territory was foolish. Even carrying bricks to build walls was enough to earn a living, so why risk banditry? Of course, a few deranged individuals might still form bandit gangs, but they wouldn't dare to act openly. That said, it wasn't as if monsters had completely disappeared. Winter might bring ice demons or yeetis descending from the Penhanil Mountains, but for now, the peace held firm. It was a fragile peace achieved through swords, strength, politics, and wealth. Calling it an artificial peace wouldn't be accurate. Evidence of its success was right there. 4 merchants walking confidently beyond the soldier. Despite the presence of 3 heavily armed people, including a frog, they paid no attention to them. In the past, they wouldn't have dared travel alone. The merchants were chatting incessantly as they walked, their words laced with bravado about near-death encounters and surviving by sheer luck. Would you like to stay at the outpost tonight? The soldier offered. No, we're in a hurry. Is everything all right here? Encrid asked. All clear, sir. Though there are recent rumors about giants. Travelers claim to have seen one sleeping under a tree, or staring at them with mismatched eyes. The soldier's detailed report revealed his position as the outpost captain. We'll keep an eye out. Encrid patted the soldier's shoulder, eliciting a proud smile. Thank you, sir. To the border guard, Encrid wasn't just a superior officer. He was a hero. Rising from the bottom to knighthood, he earned respect from most soldiers, both veterans and new recruits alike. Let's move. What? Safe travels, sir? As they continued southward, Fell broke the silence, reflecting on the outpost. Shepherds traditionally fend for themselves, but this method isn't bad either. Let's spar, Encrid replied, catching Fell off guard. Now. The sun was setting, and winter's early twilight had arrived. Fell nodded, raising his sword cautiously. Encrid, still refining his swordsmanship, decided to incorporate a recently developed technique. The wall was for blocking. A single strike, fully committed, aimed to end everything in one blow. Drawing inspiration from Valen's-style mercenary swordsmanship, Encrid decided to test one of its techniques. Scaring without a sword. Ein Packers.